Star Wars. A franchise millions around the globe love. A franchise that's had its ups and downs over the years. A franchise created by one man that would not only change the film industry, but the world as we know it. So, why is the title what it is? Well, over the course of this 4-part series of reviews, I hope to answer that for you. This is a franchise that I love, but I also admit that I don't enjoy the fact that I love it anymore. I should probably break some stuff down. So there are a few rules I'm going to abide by. 1. I will only be covering movies and TV shows, so no novels, video games, comic books, etc. 2. All of said movies and TV shows have to be officially considered canon, so no EU or Legends. I might mention them every now and again, though. 3. The only movies I'll be covering had to be theatrically released, so no Ewok movies. 4. I will not be covering the animated TV shows. That would be far too much and these scripts are long enough as it is. So no Clone Wars, either version, no Rebels, no Tales shows, no Visions, etc. I have seen Clone Wars and Rebels before though, so I'll mention bits and pieces for context when it's needed. I should also go over what each part is going to cover. This part will cover the original trilogy. Part 2 will cover the prequel trilogy. Part 3 will cover the sequel trilogy and the 2 spin-off films released in that time period. And finally, Part 4 will cover the live-action TV shows and will also have a final ranking of all the projects. Last thing I should mention, this series is going to be filled with spoilers for every project I cover. I feel like that won't matter much and also goes without saying, but I felt like I should mention it just in case. There's timestamps in the description if you feel the need to skip something. With all of that out of the way, let's start reviewing the original trilogy. There's a lot to break down with this film. I mean, it's one of the most influential films of all time. The double whammy of this and Jaws basically birthed the blockbuster. You'll always hear cast and crew talking about how they thought the movie was going to bomb or that it would only be on par with Planet of the Apes in terms of success and recognition, but nothing beyond that. George Lucas is a very fascinating individual. Even before Star Wars, he was fascinating. Hell, if you've seen his previous films, THX 1138 and American Graffiti, then Star Wars is definitely a leap for him in terms of scope and scale. George trying to get Star Wars made was a big challenge, the main reason being that there was only one person at 20th Century Fox that really trusted his work, that being Alan Ladd Jr., the then president of 20th Century Fox. Alan believed in George specifically, while basically everyone else at Fox thought the movie was stupid and was going to bomb. It also doesn't help that the studio only wanted to spend $10 million on it when George was asking for $13 million. Keep in mind, this was 1977, so movies were a lot cheaper to make back then. The reason the studio was so hesitant was because basically all sci-fi films were seen as B-movies, and were really only watched by a cult following. It was very rare seeing a sci-fi movie being a mainstream success. Planet of the Apes and 2001: A Space Odyssey were really the only exceptions at the time. So when George came along and asked for more than double of what it cost to make Planet of the Apes, the studio was worried it wouldn't do well. While the studio didn't initially give George the money he needed, on one of the commentary tracks, George mentions how the final film still cost about $13 million to make anyway. Okay, this is technically more development and pre-production than actual production, but I'm rolling with it. This film has probably one of the most fascinating productions I've ever heard. George Lucas spent years on his original script. His first treatment of Star Wars was only about 14 pages and was written in 1973. Shortly after his next film, American Graffiti, was released in August of 1973, he started working on drafts of his script. He would research a bunch of different story archetypes, especially from a lot of mythology, in order to make the story work. He also used a Saturday matinee serial format to tell his story. In case you weren't aware, back in the 40s and 50s or so, movie theaters would usually show things called serials. They usually weren't that long and would always end on a cliffhanger. You wouldn't find out what happened until the next week. It was very similar to TV shows, and is the very reason we describe TV shows with an overarching narrative across a season as serialized. To get back to the scriptwriting process, when George was finished with his script, it was around 200 pages long, according to him. So if we use the general rule of scriptwriting, that being one page of a script is roughly about a minute of screen time, the film would have been over 3 hours. Now I'm going to take this whole thing with a grain of salt. I say this because apparently, from the beginning, this was always going to be Episode 4. He never talks about how he retroactively made this Episode 4, like I and most other people thought he did. Apparently, from the beginning, this was always the plan. The reason I'm taking this with a grain of salt is because in one of the commentaries I listened to, and the documentary Empire of Dreams, the making of the Star Wars trilogy, he describes how he took what he called the first act of said script and made that into this film. But he also says that he wanted to make this Episode 4 from the start, and even fought with the studio to have it be called Episode 4. As far as I can tell, that original script was just the original trilogy. So that means George knew this was supposed to be one big film that he decided to split into a trilogy, but still wanted to call this one Episode 4 anyway? I genuinely do not understand this man sometimes. George also talks about how he wanted the Death Star to be the big finale of the original film, but decided to use it for this one and would figure something else out later, which actually explains a lot of the later films. I barely started and my brain's already fried from trying to figure out what the hell happened during the production of this film, and that was only the script. This film faced many hardships even on top of that. For example, a large part of the production was in Tunisia, as that's where they filmed all the scenes on Tatooine, but it was a miserable time there. Like how a massive windstorm completely destroyed the original Sandcrawler set they'd built for when C-3PO, played by Anthony Daniels, and R2-D2, played by Kenny Baker, we'll get into that, are being sold by the Jawas. Luckily, production was able to mostly make another one in the span of 48 hours, but that must have been stressful. There was also another problem with rain. I'm sure you know the famous binary sunset scene. Well, we'll get to that later, but shortly after they filmed that, there was a big storm that made the entire place muddy. It got really bad because none of the production could really get their trucks out of the mud, and even had to get the Tunisian army to help them, and they got some of their stuff stuck in the mud too. It was an all-around miserable time, and you want to know the worst part? By the time filming wrapped up in Tunisia and George headed back to London, he only shot about half of what he wanted for scenes on Tatooine. They weren't behind schedule in terms of production, but that must have been a really horrible time. There were actually many things wrong with this production, like how Anthony Daniels injured his foot after only taking 2 or 3 steps in the C-3PO suit, because one of the feet shattered. Production was severely behind schedule at a certain point and couldn't make its original Christmas 1976 release date. They basically had to rush the movie during the last week of production, as Alan Ladd Jr. was constantly met with pushback on Star Wars by other people at the studio that were trying to get it cancelled. George Lucas started having medical problems due to just the pure stress of working on the film. Everyone made fun of George Lucas for his dialogue. The first edit of the film was pure garbage, and George was not very happy with it. The only maybe good thing was how Alec Guinness was kind of a role model on set when it came to professionalism. He was super friendly and kind of helped everyone with how shitty production was going. Let's cover some other behind-the-scenes stuff. I'll start with Carrie Fisher, who I think is one of the most interesting cases. So initially, she didn't even want to be an actor. She only knew about the script because a friend of hers was an actor and was hoping to have a part in it. According to her and this friend both read the script out loud. She emphasized that a lot in the commentary. And she stated how that experience made her want to be a part of this film. She also stated how she'd heard of George as he directed American Graffiti. When Carrie Fisher came in, George liked what she was bringing and cast her as Princess Leia. George's casting process was meticulous, as he wanted someone who was young and basically the opposite of Luke. The casting process in general was actually pretty interesting. The reason being is that George wanted unknowns for most of the cast. That very thought process influenced the casting of Luke, Leia, and Darth Vader. Although he was advised by basically everyone that that was not a good idea, mainly 20th Century Fox execs and Francis Ford Coppola. George Lucas, along with Brian De Palma, as he was also casting for his film Carrie at the time, started doing auditions for months. There were many names thrown around, and there was audition after audition. There's actually some old auditions, and one of my new favorite fun facts that I didn't know before was that Kurt Russell auditioned for Han Solo at one point. Probably the hardest characters to cast were Han and Darth Vader. For Han, none of the actors quite gave what George Lucas was looking for. For a while, he also didn't want Harrison Ford to audition because he previously worked with him on American Graffiti. Eventually, Harrison was allowed to audition and, obviously, wound up getting the part. To move on to Darth Vader, that was a very tricky one, because George wanted a voice that sounded deep and booming. Initially, the thought process was going to be for Orson Welles, although George worried that it would be too recognizable. Instead, George wound up finding James Earl Jones. By the way, if you want to know what Orson Welles may have sounded like as Darth Vader, just watch the 1986 Transformers movie where he plays Unicron. I can almost guarantee you that's what he would have sounded like. A story I found interesting was how Peter Mayhew was cast as Chewbacca. George knew that Chewbacca's actor would be more tricky considering what he wanted. Him and Gary Kurtz, who was a producer and also helped George cast these people, had to go outside normal casting channels. Peter Mayhew was actually an orderly at a hospital at the time this movie was being made. One day, he found out about the casting call, and when he met up with George and Gary, he basically immediately got the part when they saw how tall he was. For Obi-Wan, George knew he needed a bigger name. He decided on Sir Alec Guinness, who at that point was a relatively well-known star, and had an Oscar win under his belt for The Bridge on the River Kwai. When Alec got a call from his agent, he told Alec that George Lucas wanted to make another movie and had him in mind, to which Alec was interested. He liked George's previous film American Graffiti and was excited to work with him, but when he was sent the script, he was a little worried as he saw it was a sci-fi script. Alec liked sci-fi films, but he always thought there wasn't a lot there for acting potential. He read the script anyway and was really interested to do the film. He stated it was mainly George who drew him in and stuck with it, though. Rewatching this film made me appreciate it more, as there were a lot of different things I hadn't even thought about until now. Right from the first second the proper film starts, it already sets the right mood. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It already builds intrigue. Then John Williams fucking jump scares you with his amazing soundtrack for the film. Now I'll mostly talk about the music later, but it's a major highlight during this part of the film. This opening crawl is perfect. The music tells you that you're about to watch this big epic adventure. It's grand, it's bombastic, it gets you psyched for what you're about to watch. Meanwhile, the crawl catches you up on what you missed. Really, I feel like there isn't any need, as I don't think there's anything in the opening crawl that isn't referenced in the film later on. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It can be there for people not knowing what they're about to watch, and it can also help you focus more on the music. The very fact there's an opening like this, it tells you to keep your ear out for the music. I think the first actual opening shot is great at establishing things too. Even without the opening crawl, the very first shot tells you everything you need to know. There's a ship flying through space. Suddenly it's being shot at by something. Then this giant ship appears. Even if you don't know the Empire or Rebellion yet, you get the fact that the size of their ship represents their power, the Rebels having the small ship and the Empire having the big ship. This is also where we're introduced to our main two characters for the next 15 to 20 minutes, those being C-3PO and R2-D2. This was a move inspired by the 1958 Akira Kurosawa film, The Hidden Fortress. People have stated the many similarities between the two films, including George Lucas himself. Kurosawa also influenced a lot of other bits of Star Wars, but let's save that for later. The important thing is George used the idea of following what would normally be the least relevant side characters and seeing the story through their eyes. This opening sequence alone establishes so many things in so little time, and it's great. The previously mentioned ships, 3PO and R2, Princess Leia, and Darth Vader. Princess Leia is an interesting one because when she's first introduced, she's almost nothing like what her actual character is. We get the impression that she's a lot kinder and gentler in nature, probably again due to the music. But later in the film, we find she's much more than that. She's ready to fight when the time comes. But Darth Vader's introduction? Perfect. There's two reasons why this works so well. The very first shot, his name is not said once. You don't hear anyone say Darth Vader, but you just know he's not to be fucked with. Darth Vader just has this presence that I've never really felt with a lot of other movie villains. There's also the part where he chokes Captain Antilles, played by Peter Geddes. Not only does it give you an impression on how scary Vader is, especially being able to choke someone with one hand, but also it's in direct contrast to when he uses the Force to choke Admiral Moti, played by Richard LeParmentier. He could have used the Force to quickly deal with Captain Antilles, but he didn't. He wanted to make it clear that even without the Force, he is powerful. Now let's get into Luke Skywalker. Now, if you aren't aware, there's this thing called the hero's journey. It's a story structure popularized by Joseph Campbell in the 1949 book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces, although he described it as the monomyth and not the hero's journey. When George Lucas states that he based a lot of his story on mythological ideas and structures, this is probably the most obvious case of that. This film is probably one of, if not the most notable use of the hero's journey in the last 50 to 100 years. It's the reason people keep comparing Harry Potter to Star Wars, as they both have the hero's journey as an arc for their main character. I've also heard this be described as mythic structure. as some movies are more plot-based or more character-based, but that's a whole other thing that I don't really have the time to get into right now. This video is long enough as it is. Essentially, all you need to know is that Luke Skywalker's journey in this film is one-to-one the hero's journey. If you still don't exactly know what the hero's journey is, let me break it down for you. There are two components to the hero's journey. Sometimes you'll see three, but for the sake of brevity, we'll use two here. Those components are the known world and the unknown world. The known world being what the hero is familiar with, and the unknown world being what the hero is unfamiliar with. Pretty self-explanatory. Now, most charts or depictions of the hero's journey usually compromises of 12 steps, if I have to describe it as anything. However, the original idea had 17. Again, let's stick with 12 for the sake of brevity. Those steps are 1. The ordinary world. This being what our hero knows and is familiar with, for better or for worse. 2. Call to adventure. This is the initial push for our hero to go on a journey. 3. Refusal of the call. The hero doesn't go along with it for a number of different reasons. 4. Meeting the mentor. Now this one might seem obvious, but the hero meets someone who is the final driving force for the journey to begin. This often results in this character training the hero. Those first 4 steps are in the known world. This all happens in the place that the hero is familiar with. This would also be the end of Act 1 in a 3-act structure. 5. Crossing the threshold. This is the hero's first step into the unknown world. 6. Tests, allies, and enemies. This is where the hero's journey truly begins. This is where the hero first meets friends or allies and deals with the issue firsthand. 7. The approach. This is where the hero starts facing the issue head-on. This also usually coincides with the middle of the story. 8. The ordeal. This is where the hero faces a test of their heroism. 9. Seize the reward. This is when the hero got what they wanted. Those last steps would be Act 2 in a 3-act structure. 10. The road back. This is an important one. This is where the hero will start going back to home in their changed state. 11. The resurrection. The hero uses what he learned on his journey for one final ordeal. 12. The return. This is when the hero finally returns as a changed person. Now, did I just make a lot of you cringe with my very simplified explanation of this? Probably. But if it gets the point across, then so be it. Now, I'm sure as I was reading out those steps, there were already a few scenes that popped into your head. But just in case, let me list off which parts fit with this film specifically. 1. The ordinary world. This is Luke on Tatooine. He lives life as a moisture farmer with his Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. He doesn't want to be a moisture farmer, but he hasn't quite gotten that push to go out there yet. 2. Call to adventure. This is when he finds the message Princess Leia left for Obi-Wan in R2. 3. Meeting the mentor. This is when Luke encounters Obi-Wan Kenobi, disguising himself as Ben Kenobi. 4. Refusal of the call. When Luke tells Obi-Wan that he can't leave the moisture farm and when Obi-Wan reminds him that that thought process is from Uncle Owen and not Luke. This and meeting the mentor are swapped in this film, however, because they're both in Act 1, it doesn't make that much of a difference. 5. Crossing the threshold. When Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru were killed by stormtroopers, that gives Luke the final push to go on his journey with Obi-Wan to Alderaan, as there's nothing holding him back anymore. 6. Tests, allies, and enemies. This is where Luke starts meeting characters like Han Solo and Chewbacca. This is also when the Empire really start tracking them down. 7. The approach. This is where the Millennium Falcon is caught in a tractor beam to the Death Star. 8. The ordeal. This is when Luke has to save the princess with Han and Chewie. This is also where Obi-Wan dies. Death of the Mentor is one of the 5 steps that was left out, but figured I should mention it here. 9. Seize the reward. This is when Luke actually managed to rescue Leia and is able to get the Death Star plans to the Rebel base on Yavin 4. 10. The road back. Luke and friends plan to take out the Death Star on Yavin 4. 11. The resurrection. This is when Luke and other Rebel pilots actually try to destroy the Death Star. This is also when Luke puts all his trust in the Force to hit that 1 in a million shot. 12. The return. After blowing up the Death Star, Luke, Han and Chewie head back to Yavin 4 and are rewarded with medals for their efforts. Now, I've seen the hero's journey condensed down to 10, 8, hell, sometimes even 6 steps, but I think the 12-step one is the most common you'll find, even if the original was actually 17 steps. The use of the hero's journey in this film really establishes how this film is more modern myth. There's a reason it's the basis, whether intentional or not, for many stories to come afterwards. There's a reason why even films like Finding Nemo have a similar structure. This film helped repopularize the use of it in media, or at least brought it more into public consciousness. Okay, I can't avoid it any longer. The music for this film is fantastic. Of course, it's done by the legendary John Williams. Hell, this score is what won him his 3rd Oscar. Now, I'm going to be completely upfront here. I'm not going to pretend like I really know anything about music theory. I basically just watch a bunch of Sideways' videos and hope for the best. Speaking of which, he has some great videos on his channel about Star Wars music and film music in general. To get back to this was the first time I rewatched this film while actually going out of my way to pay attention to the music. I thought it was really interesting, especially when you compare what themes are used where and what they represented back in 1977 as opposed to today in 2025. There's plenty of observations you can make, like how the main theme of the film is actually Luke Skywalker's theme. Makes sense, as he's the hero of the film. Hell, our introduction to him actually has the main theme playing in the scene, although a much softer version. Another one being that Binary Sunset, commonly known as the Force theme, was originally Obi-Wan Kenobi's theme. That's probably the most interesting thing about this film. When you watch it with the mindset of what both versions of the theme mean, it still works. The funniest thing is probably one of the most iconic shots in the entire film, even being the song's namesake, was kind of an accident. That's the first time we hear that song, and at first we may view it as a theme about Luke's sense of adventure, his longing to get away from this moisture farm. But with the context that it's actually supposed to be Obi-Wan Kenobi's theme on a possible rewatch, it almost might give you the impression that Obi-Wan might be controlling Luke in some way to go on this adventure. This one scene is the very reason why the recontextualization of that theme starting with The Empire Strikes Back actually makes more sense than its original meaning. However, everything else in the story makes perfect sense. When we hear Binary Sunset during Obi-Wan's introduction, we make this musical connection that this is what the theme represents. Then, when it's played again during Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru's deaths, the music is literally telling you what's going through Luke's mind. First of Obi-Wan, with Binary Sunset, and the realization that his parental figures are dead, represented with the Dies Irae, which is basically the musical representation of death, but that's a whole other thing that I don't really have the knowledge or time to cover. That part with Binary Sunset is the final push that Luke needs to go on this adventure in a musical sense. In the original context, it's Luke realizing he needs to go with Obi-Wan. In the modern context, it's the Force driving Luke to be trained under Obi-Wan. The next time I noticed it being used was Obi-Wan's sacrifice. In the original context, it's just that, playing Obi-Wan's theme to make his death more impactful. However, in the modern context, it's Obi-Wan becoming one with the Force. It's great. After that, it's played when Obi-Wan tells Luke to use the Force to make the shot in his X-Wing. Again, it's just the memory of Obi-Wan in the original context, and in the modern context, yada yada yada, it's Luke using the Force. Then, in one final instance during the ceremony, the Force theme actually makes up a good chunk of this song before it rolls the credits, but it musically represents how this wouldn't have been possible without Obi-Wan. He was one of the driving forces in the narrative, and was the reason the Death Star was destroyed. Leia was looking for Obi-Wan, Luke found Obi-Wan and was being trained in the ways of the Force, and Luke wound up using the Force to destroy the Death Star. In the modern context, it's a similar thing where Obi-Wan could just be changed to the Force, but I find it's not so simple in the modern context. See, a big part of the rebellion is still following, to a degree, the Jedi way. Thus why in other pieces of media and whatnot, they will say, "May the Force be with you," so you could argue their belief in the Force saved the day as well. While watching the film with this mindset of what the Force theme represents, there were two things I realized, and that basically confirms how this wasn't originally the Force theme. The first thing, Binary Sunset is never played when Darth Vader uses the Force. It doesn't even play an inverted version like you may see in other pieces of media. The second one is probably the most damning. It doesn't play when Obi-Wan senses Alderaan's destruction. You would think that's a pretty major moment, but since that theme is supposed to represent Obi-Wan and not the Force, it doesn't play, as that isn't that big of a character moment for Obi-Wan specifically. It was just something I noticed. Another thing I quite like is Princess Leia's theme. I hinted at it earlier, but Princess Leia's theme is beautiful. But like I said, I think it represents how she's first presented and not her overall character. There's a reason I believe this theme is mostly dropped in subsequent films. I also noticed how this film actually does have a theme for the Empire, or at least a small motif to represent the Empire. However, it's obviously been overshadowed by Imperial March from The Empire Strikes Back. While we're on the subject of music, let's step into sound design, as that's another major aspect. Plus, it actually won 2 different Oscars for sound design. I think this film is a highlight of how well sound design can help ground your story. Ben Burtt, who was a sound designer for the film and also created some of the robot and creature voices, described what George wanted as an organic soundtrack, essentially something that makes the world feel lived in. No high-tech futuristic sounds, for the most part, like in Star Trek. Sometimes Ben would get around this by using different takes or slightly speeding up or slowing down sounds, like for the case of an engine. It doesn't just play the same sound, it's slightly different. Actually, a similar method is used in video game audio design, but that's unrelated. Ben was also the creator of R2's voice and of the lightsaber sounds. For R2-D2, he and George had a hard time trying to put together what R2's voice was. It wasn't until they were discussing it and kind of just started making random noises when it hit them. According to Ben, he put a synthesizer on his own voice and made different sounds to still give it a slight organic touch, but still make it clear that it was a robot making these sounds. He also stated that test audio for R2 just became the sounds of other droids in the film. The sound of the lightsaber was actually a combination of 2 different sounds, the first being a hum of a 35mm film projector, and the second being a slight electrical interference. He discovered the sound due to a slightly broken audio input on a small tape recorder. Extra fun fact, the lightsaber sound was the first one he put together for Star Wars, at least according to him. To get the sound of the lightsaber waving around, it was the result of having a second microphone being waved in front of a speaker playing the initial sound, creating this Doppler effect, to use Ben's own words. There's some footage showing how it vaguely matches what's going on screen to make it as accurate as possible. The final touch was the sound of 2 lightsabers hitting each other. It was again another combination of sounds. The first being a carbon arc being ignited, and the second was the screeching sound of metal against dry ice. With those 3 elements, he created one of the most iconic sounds in the entire franchise, and arguably film history. Ben Burtt has also described making other sounds, like the lasers that TIE fighters and X-Wings fire. You may have seen a video of someone recreating it, but it's the sound of high-tension wire cables being struck with a wrench. Speaking of TIE fighters, the famous sound of them flying is the combination of an elephant and tires screeching on wet pavement. Tusken Raiders are the sounds of mules and people who imitate mules. Huttese, at least the version Greedo speaks, is actually someone imitating a language called Quechua, which is an indigenous language found in South America. Chewbacca's roars are the roars and sounds of a bear. Darth Vader breathing is Ben Burtt breathing through a scuba regulator. The sounds of C-3PO moving are metal ice cube trays being slightly shaken. I could go on and on. The audio mixing process for this film was also interesting to learn about. So there were actually 3 different mixes of the film back in 1977. The first was a 2-channel mix, basically a stereo mix with 2 speakers. It was quite new at the time, and it was the first one they did. The second was a 6-channel mix, one for theaters which used 6 speakers. This was only for the 70mm film release. The final one was a mono mix, basically make everything work on a single speaker. I don't know which mix they use on modern releases, but my bet is the 6-channel one, as most Blu-ray releases of the film seem to heavily focus on a 6-speaker home theater setup. Now this is also going to include things like matte paintings and models, but production design sounds a lot cleaner, and is also still technically true. There's a lot of little nuances that I never would have realized if it weren't pointed out to me. For example, how dirty everything looks. This was actually on purpose. George was adamant about this world looking lived in, and what was his solution? Make everything dirty. Okay, he didn't go out of his way to make it look dirty, but he always instructed set cleaners to not clean the sets. He thought a high-tech clean look wouldn't work. Hell, the only time I can see parts of the set looking super clean is on the Death Star, which, even then, Darth Vader himself and the Stormtroopers all look dirty, although in-universe you could attribute that to being from battles and whatnot. This is actually something that I find gets lost after this film. There's still instances of it in the rest of the original trilogy, but starting with the prequels, It's just gone. This might just be a personal thing, but I think George was right when this detail made the world look more lived in. I've rarely seen it replicated after this film. Hell, most examples I can think of when it comes to Star Wars weren't even until 42 years after this film came out. Fun fact, this lived-in look is actually what inspired Ridley Scott to make Alien look the way that it does. I love a lot of the designs in this film. Like, for example, the droids. C-3PO looking more humanoid, and even acting more humanoid, draws you into his character more. You can only try and piece together what R2 is saying by the reaction from 3PO or the other characters. I also think a similar approach for 3PO applies for Chewbacca. Even if we can't exactly understand what he's saying either, we are still drawn to him because he looks more humanoid. Actually, the story behind C-3PO is kind of interesting. Originally, Anthony Daniels wasn't going to be the final voice for 3PO. He was going to be dubbed over, and all of the on-set dialogue was going to act as more of a guide, the same way David Prowse as Darth Vader was dubbed over by James Earl Jones. However, they liked his voice so much that it just stayed. And that's how Anthony Daniels is now never allowed to leave this franchise, apparently. Anthony Daniels also described what it was like to be in that suit. It was awful, as I'm sure you could tell by just watching it. The process of which his body was cast to make the suit fit him properly was, according to him, one of the worst experiences of his life. There were also a ton of other problems with the suit, the main one being the sound. According to Ben Burt, the sound of the 3PO suit constantly shifting around, because it's plastic, was not only irritating, but it also made most on-set audio useless if he was in a scene. A lot of scenes have ADR, alternative dialogue recording, and were basically redone from the ground up audio-wise just because of how noisy that suit was. To move on to a different droid, let's discuss R2-D2. So R2-D2 is an interesting case, as technically he was played by someone some of the time. In most scenes, he's played by Kenny Baker. Whenever you see R2 on two legs and not moving much, there's a good chance that's Kenny Baker in there. It was a very small costume and was very uncomfortable to be in, which seems to be the theme with this film. However, anytime R2 is moving or is on three legs, he's actually a remote control animatronic, or at least that's how Dennis Muren describes it. Dennis Muren was a visual effects supervisor on the film. Another thing about him is the fact blue is one of the primary colors in his design. The problem with that is it clashed with the blue screen used in quite a few scenes, one of the main ones being the Death Star trench run, when he's an astromech in space, and space was usually where they used blue screen. I don't exactly know what the thought process was behind making him blue if you were going to use blue screen, but whatever. Speaking of blue screen, let's talk about all the space stuff. This film is a marvel in special effects, and even won an Academy Award for it. All the models are very well done, and it makes me miss the days when we used to do space stuff practically. Now it's all CGI and shit. Actually, something I find interesting is when they go into lightspeed. The interesting thing is it was never supposed to be a big moment. For George and the rest of the crew, it was supposed to just be a way for the characters to go from point A to point B in a timely fashion. It wasn't until they saw the film in theaters and saw people's reaction to it when they realized they accidentally created a memorable moment. The special effects in this film are fucking fantastic. But here's the thing. It was an utter nightmare if you were someone who did them. Industrial Lights and Magic, usually shortened to ILM, was specially created for this film. But because of a lot of the stuff George wanted, they had to invent a whole new number of techniques, and it was very stressful. Words cannot describe the process of it, especially with having to work with a director that's so particular about everything. Luckily, the special effects are incredibly well done, and I'd say the third most important film in the world of special effects. The first and second being King Kong and The Invisible Man, respectively, both from 1933. Now I'm going to list off some fun facts before we move on. Like, for example, the banthas in the film are actually just elephants in costumes. There are two instances of pure computer animation, and it's the floor plans of the Death Star when R2 is looking for the shield generator, and the second is when we actually see the Death Star plans on Yavin 4. Peter Mayhew as Chewbacca would actually speak English on set. You can see some behind-the-scenes clips of what Chewbacca's actually supposed to be saying. Obi-Wan actually lived in the original script, but George realized he didn't really have much to do after the Death Star part, so he killed him off. The Death Star has a very faint humming in the background, and it's subtly telling you just how powerful it is in regards to energy usage. The film only released in 40 theaters on its release day, as most movie theaters weren't confident enough in it. However, shortly afterwards, people started flocking to the theaters to see it. The inspiration for Chewbacca was George's dog at the time, Indiana, who was also the namesake for Indiana Jones. C-3PO is based on Maria from the 1927 film Metropolis. Anyways, I just love this film, if you couldn't tell. This one film is probably a lot of people's first introduction to the sci-fi genre, including mine, and it's one of those films I could just gush about for hours. But we're only at the beginning. This film also inspired many filmmakers we know today, like Ridley Scott, Peter Jackson, James Cameron, hell, even Roland Emmerich and Dean Devlin. This film is hugely influential for a reason. I'll give Star Wars a 10 out of 10. Yeah, there's small nitpicks I can make, like how did the Empire not know about the Death Star's weakness? Or why didn't they shoot down the escape pod at the beginning? But that doesn't do much. I'll keep watching and loving this film till the day I die. Okay, I know at the beginning I said I wasn't going to cover anything that wasn't canon. However, what I'm going to talk about ties back into the title of this video. I'll also try to keep this segment as short as I can. So, whenever you hear about bad Star Wars projects, what are you most likely to hear? Well, you're probably going to hear about the sequel trilogy, Book of Boba Fett, The Acolyte, etc. But there's almost something that I never see in the conversation anymore, which is strange because it was always seen as one of, if not, the worst Star Wars project. I feel like now either not enough people know about it, because they're only casual fans or maybe even too young to know, or people are genuinely that delusional, I don't say that lightly, and think this is better than a good chunk of other things. If you still don't know what I'm referring to the 1978 made-for-TV Star Wars Holiday Special. Now, if you didn't even know this was a thing, normally I'd say go check it out so you're up to speed. I encourage you, please don't. You're better off without watching this sad, pathetic excuse of a Star Wars project. You want an indication on how bad it is? This is, to my knowledge, the only thing George Lucas had some hand in making, even if it claims it was minimal, that he is personally ashamed of. Crystal Skull? Nothing. The prequels, depending on who you ask? Nothing. Howard the fucking Duck? Again, nothing. This is the only thing that George 100% despises. He's even said that if he could, he'd find every copy that's still around and burn them. Okay, there's also another reason why you may not know of its existence. It was only aired once. Keep in mind, this was a Star Wars broadcast in 1978. Let me tell you how insane that is. Star Wars was the highest-grossing film in 1977 at a whopping $775.4 million. Not only was it 20th Century Fox's highest-grossing film, it wasn't until 1996, 19 years later, when it was usurped by Independence Day when it came to the highest-grossing 20th Century Fox film. Here's an even crazier fact. At the time, it was the highest-grossing film ever. It wasn't until 1982, only 5 years later, when it was usurped by E.T. when it comes to the highest-grossing films of all time. Extra fun fact, when it comes to box offices being adjusted for inflation, it's the fourth highest-grossing film of all time. Star Wars was huge. To say that it changed the film industry and became a major part of pop culture is an understatement. I seriously cannot emphasize just how fucking massive Star Wars was. So, when you air a newly made TV special only a year after its release, and you only do it once, that's actually fucking sad. If the ratings were that bad, I'm genuinely surprised they didn't just immediately destroy it. Okay, well they may have, but people definitely recorded it, whether they liked it or not. This is quite possibly one of the worst fumbles I've ever seen in my life. I was subjected to this at 6 years old, blissfully unaware of its existence. I wish it stayed that way. There's so much about this special that is just baffling. The main one, it has almost nothing to do with Star Wars. Like, when you hear people talking about how certain movies or shows aren't Star Wars or whatever, I want you to understand that this is the epitome of that. It's not even like, oh, there's a decision I don't like here. It's straight up, not only does this not feel like Star Wars, it doesn't even feel like sci-fi. The thing about this atrocity to science fiction is there's practically no plot. It's literally just Chewbacca's family, which is a thing apparently, worrying about Chewbacca being late for their Life Day ceremony. That's not the setup. That's the synopsis. That is the whole plot. This entire story could have been told in 20 minutes. Not 97. This is 97 fucking minutes. Do you want to know why it's 97 minutes? Because it's filled with bullshit. There are so many things in it that have nothing to do with Star Wars and are here anyway. There's a random holographic circus performance that strangely reminded me of old Doctor Who that lasts for like 4 fucking minutes. There's a song by Jefferson Starship that plays for like 5 minutes. There's a bit with an alien cooking show and Mala, Chewbacca's wife, is making the soup with the person? There's a very drawn-out sequence with Itchy, Chewbacca's father, watching what may as well be VR porn. There's so much of this shit. Every single fucking thing, I'm questioning not only why it's here, but what it has to do with Star Wars. There's only one thing here that even vaguely has to do with it, and that's when Lumpy, Chewbacca's son, is watching a short animated segment based on Star Wars. Also, yeah, here's the obligatory, this was actually Boba Fett's first appearance. But I don't think enough people actually realize that, like, this version of Boba Fett has little to nothing to do with the later version of him. The only shared thing between them is that they both work for Darth Vader. Kind of. Everything else has basically nothing to do with the rest of the series. It's actually awful how little this has to do with Star Wars. Literally, the only new thing this establishes, that's actually important anyway, is Chewbacca's home planet of Kashyyyk, which even then, it isn't important till 28 years later. I don't even want to count Boba Fett, as most people will probably just tell you Boba Fett's first appearance was in Empire Strikes Back anyway. Another reason why I mentioned that it doesn't feel like Star Wars is because there's no action, no adventure, no grain-sweeping music, or really anything. There's nothing about this special that the last film had. It's just a trio of Wookiees screaming at each other when it's not being sidetracked with unrelated bullshit. All of the shots with the Millennium Falcon in space are just taken from the last film. It was fucking recycled. Another thing is this special had the audacity to tell you Darth Vader was going to be in it. And he's there for only one scene. And it's fucking reused footage from the last film. It is actually abhorrent how obvious the ADR is. It's not even on Vader. It's on the guy he's talking to. I guess there's a fun fact that because originally James Earl Jones wasn't credited as Darth Vader, this was actually the first time he was properly credited. Yeah, this is so much worse to have your name under. Kenny Baker also didn't return, not that it matters because R2's only in it for 2 scenes. That actually reminds me, every other major character from the last film only has short appearances in the form of video calls from Mala. They seem like an afterthought. I just can't with this fucking special. I think it should be concerning if the main holiday from this, that being Life Day, isn't even mentioned in another major piece of Star Wars media until 2019 with a fucking throwaway line in The Mandalorian. That should tell you just how serious people are about the sad excuse for a piece of fiction. I'll give the Star Wars Holiday Special a 1 out of 10. I hope all of you who haven't seen this stay the fuck away from it. If you have seen it, you have nothing but my sympathies. I agree with George Lucas on this film's existence. I want it to be gone. So, when you make a film that, at the time, was the highest grossing movie ever, naturally you're going to want to follow it up with a sequel. Here's the interesting thing, though. George had a safety plan. He wanted to have this entire original script made the way he wanted. So, when they were figuring out the legal mumbo-jumbo, George Lucas actually had all the sequel rights to Star Wars, and all the film rights, but we'll get to that later. This basically ensured that if a sequel were to happen, it would be under his conditions, not the studio execs. Well, because 20th Century Fox helped distribute what was literally the biggest film at the time, they made a deal with George to make a sequel the way he wants it. Here's where we get a plot twist, though. He's not going to do it himself. George Lucas wanted a director by the name of Irvin Kershner. He thought Kershner was very underappreciated and thought he would be a good fit for this production. Irvin Kershner also taught at the university George Lucas went to learn filmmaking. There was a problem, however. Irvin Kershner had never made a film like this. He had never really made films with visual effects, so this was a bit of a tall order for him. Not only as he'd be working on a type of film he'd never really done before, but following up Star Wars. Another reason George decided to go with Irvin Kershner was because he figured he could handle all of the emotional and more personal scenes with the characters, especially as there isn't a lot of action after the beginning. While I have to admit I haven't seen any of Irvin Kershner's other films, except for RoboCop 2, but let's just ignore that, I believe that was the right call. I don't think this film would have worked as well if it was George Lucas who directed it. We'll get into why later, but I'll just say, sometimes it seems like he has a hard time directing actors. Another advantage of George only being a producer is he'll usually just let you do what you need to do. He was really only there to make sure that his idea for the Star Wars universe was mostly kept intact. This film's production isn't nearly as hectic as the last film's was, from what I can tell. Sometimes you'll hear stories about the Yoda X-Wing scene, but it seems like it was a somewhat normal film production. This film actually had about double the budget of the last one, and I'll say this, you can tell. This is both a compliment and criticism. I say that as a compliment because it means they could not only experiment more with the effects, but also have more time and money on the effects to make them as good as possible. But I also say that as a criticism because of how George took his approach to making the last film. Remember, he didn't really let anyone clean the sets. He wanted the world to look lived in. Maybe Irvin Kershner actually let the cleaners do their jobs, I don't know. My main example is with the way Cloud City and the Rebel base on Hoth look. With Cloud City, I don't think I saw a single speck of dirt on any of those floors. That's honestly surprising to me. The Rebel base on Hoth is really where I noticed it, though. So, I'm a Canadian. I know a thing or two about snow, eh? So I know 100% that you can tell when dirt's been tracked through snow or not. It definitely was not here. Now, I know you might think it's a nitpick, and you'd be right. I just find it interesting how the whole lived-in look that George was going for was basically dropped in this film. Let's go into something that's kind of related to the last segment. So there's an interesting thing that a lot of people will mention about this film, and that's tone. People will always tell you that it's darker than the last film. Well, yes, that is technically true. I believe there's more nuance than that. When people say something is darker, it's usually as a blanket statement. People don't elaborate nor go into whether or not it's in a good or bad way. There can be good attempts at making something darker and bad attempts at making something darker. It's a balancing act that I find not a lot of people know how to discuss, or at least not from what I've seen. I bring all this up because while I do partially agree that Empire Strikes Back is darker than the last film, I think that claim needs elaboration, because it makes it sound like we went from the 60s Batman to the Dark Knight trilogy, when that's not the case. In one of the commentary tracks for this film, George describes this story as being more mature, and I think that's a better way of putting it, even though that also has become a bit vague in what people mean, but stick with me here. I think what people usually mean when they say this film is darker, they mean that it's more serious. The last film was an adventure film. It was big and bombastic at times, and was action-packed. This one does have that, but really only at the beginning. That was actually on purpose. George didn't want the audience to get bored, so he decided to push most of the action elements to the forefront of the story so he'd have more time to soak up the world and characters. This film is more about the quieter character moments rather than the action. Not only do we get a lot of introspection on Luke, but also on Han and Leia. We'll get to them later. I also think the ending really puts this film's tone into perspective. Ignore the fact that it's supposed to just be the end of a second act to a wider story, and view it from the perspective of audiences in 1980. This film doesn't end with the rebels beating the Empire again. That's because that's not what this film is about. I'm also going into probably one of, if not the most famous film twist of all time. This is another indication of the tone throughout this film. In the last film, it was very black and white. Here are the good guys, here are the bad guys, enjoy. Here, there's a lot of gray thrown in there. This simple revelation shows how complex this story really is. There's another thing about the tone. It's not just more serious, it's also more complex. Now, it's not over the top like Harry Potter, where it's overly complex for no reason. It's complex enough to not only flesh out this world a bit more, but also for kids to understand that not everything is black and white. That's another thing that was important to George. Now this is another thing I'll try to explain in more detail later, but George has always viewed these as kids' films. Just ignore that Luke's fucking hand gets cut off, but whatever. So that was another thing he wanted to do. He wanted to make sure they knew the complexity of this story and of the overall world. He actually talks about in one of the commentary tracks how he was worried how kids would react to the information that Vader is Luke's father. The basic conclusion was that if kids accepted it, it wouldn't be too bad. If they didn't accept it, they'd just think Darth Vader is lying to get at Luke. Now, this is pretty well known, but I feel like I should cover it here. So Vader being Luke's father was actually one of the biggest kept secrets on the film. It was so well kept that really only like 7 people knew about it. George Lucas, Irvin Kershner, Lawrence Kasdan, Lee Brackett, co-writer of the film, Ben Burt, Mark Hamill, and James Earl Jones. Literally everyone else had no clue. The rest of the cast and crew didn't know until the premiere of the film. There's actually 2 different stories on some co-stars' reactions to it. The first being Harrison Ford's reaction when he saw it next to Mark Hamill.
So at the screening, when that happened, Harrison turned to me and said, "Hey, kid, you didn't fucking tell me that."
And the other being David Prowse when he told Irvin Kershner, "Why didn't you tell me this was the case? I would have done the scene differently." Well, you may be asking how nobody knew if that was the intention all along. Well, for one, that reveal wasn't actually in the script, or at least not the ones given to the actors. What was in the script, and then shot, was a fake reveal that Obi-Wan killed Luke's father. So that was the story that people knew. Here's the thing. That actually got out. There was someone who leaked that information. Nobody found out who it was, but I can only imagine how glad they were that they kept the actual reveals under wraps the way they did. It reminds me of how it got out that Spock was supposed to die in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan way earlier, and they had to majorly change the movie because of the general outrage from Star Trek fans. I think we know how that turned out, but let's not get carried away. I'm nowhere near ready to make a video on Star Trek. Yet. There's a lot of interesting things about the film itself. The funny thing is, while watching the movie, even just ignoring the ending, you can tell this is merely supposed to be the second part of a trilogy. Even though the last film was supposedly Act 1, it was still modified to be its own self-contained story. This one, not so much. I already mentioned the ending and how it's less action-packed than the last film, however, I didn't really go into the nitty-gritty. For example, the part of the plot about Han and Leia. Now here's the thing. I like the music. I really like the Han and Leia love theme, but I can't be the only one that thinks this part of the film hasn't aged particularly well, right? Like, okay, at least it didn't come out of nowhere. It was implied in the last film that Han at least had an interest in Leia. Luke shot that down immediately, but the seeds were planted. Although that was also supposed to be the start of a love triangle. Oh yeah, this plot could have been so much worse. See, while researching about this movie, I also decided to watch all the deleted scenes, and yeah, this whole subplot could have been so much worse. There's a scene where it seems like Luke is about to admit to Leia that he loves her, and them almost kissing, but it's interrupted by C-3PO, which also tells me 3PO cock-blocking people was going to be a running gag. There was also going to be a thing where Leia would keep calling Han Hotshot. The main reason why I think this doesn't work, the way it's done in the original, not these deleted scenes, well, I don't like those either, but anyway, is the way Han acts. The way he's basically projecting his feelings onto Leia just doesn't sit right with me. Was it the 80s, late 70s when this was written and filmed? Yes. But even back then, this should have set off some red flags. There were also a few lines cut from this, and yeah, that would have made it like 1,000 times worse. This is really my only problem with the film, and even then, it's not that big a deal when, you know, the rest of the film exists. Another thing this film introduced is the character of Lando Calrissian. I actually find it interesting how he's basically a foil to Han before he starts the same path that Han went down in the last film. In the case of the last film, you could see it as he grew a heart and wanted to help. Also, maybe because he didn't want Leia to die. In this film, it's more he realized how scummy the Empire actually is, so he's like, fuck these guys. There's also one more character that I'd like to get into, as I think he's one of the most interesting for a number of different reasons. That's right, he's getting his own section. The reason being because, well, he has the most interesting story. So in the original script, Yoda didn't exist. Like at all. See, in the original script, this part was actually supposed to be Obi-Wan. However, because George Lucas decided to kill off Obi-Wan in the last film, he kind of wrote himself into a corner. Now, he could have kept with the Force Ghost thing and just do that. However, then it makes you question why George decided to kill him off in the first place. By doing that, the last film, or at least that part, feels less impactful. So George decided to make another character, that being Yoda. I think the way he went about it, Yoda, was smart. Making him a very short character not only subverts your expectations when you hear Great Jedi Master, but also demonstrates exactly how the Force works. I believe this is the most poignant when Yoda actually lifts Luke's X-Wing out of the swamp. This little guy is able to lift a, presumably, several-ton ship out of the water with little to no effort, not only showcasing how in tune with the Force he is, but also it doesn't matter how big or small you are, you can still use the Force at this capacity. Another interesting thing about Yoda is his design. So there's a lot of people who worked on his design. The actual design, that being the concept art, was by Joe Johnston. Yes, that Joe Johnston. Which was later worked on by Stuart Freeborn and Wendy Froud. Stuart Freeborn actually made Yoda's face not only resemble his, but also a bit off of Einstein as well. Then there was one last part. The final part of this process was with Jim Henson and his company. Initially, they wanted Jim Henson to puppeteer Yoda, but he wouldn't have been able to. He recommended Frank Oz instead, and I think I can speak for everyone that that was a better choice. Don't get me wrong, I like Jim Henson just fine, but can you imagine Yoda with any other voice? Actually, speaking of Frank Oz as Yoda, they tried getting him an Oscar nomination, but unfortunately it didn't work out because the Screen Actors Guild didn't count puppeteers as real actors, which is just bullshit. Actually, that was a whole other thing. With the way the sets are built, Mark Hamill wouldn't have been able to hear Frank and vice versa. A good chunk of the dialogue was achieved by either Mark Hamill having a hidden earpiece or rehearsing the scene to death, so even if you can't hear the other, you could go off timing or whatever other things. There were also some points where the earpiece would pick up a different signal from a radio station, so Mark would have to just go through it pretending he didn't hear it. The puppet was also very limiting in what you could do in terms of cinematography. Here's the thing, Yoda was actually very technically impressive for the time, mainly his facial movements. However, you can only do so much because, remember, there's still a hand up his ass most of the time. Movement in general is quite difficult to do, especially if you want it to look natural. I think Yoda in this film is a testament to what practical effects can do in your stories. Puppets have obviously been done before, but it was never to this degree, or at least not to my knowledge. Yoda was supposed to look realistic. I think they accomplished that quite well, even if there was still plenty of limitations at the time. I'm going to start off this segment with Yoda's theme to attempt to keep the flow. I love this piece. There's this sense of wonder and almost whimsy. That was very much intentional on John Williams' part. When he first saw an early cut of the film, he saw this innocence in Yoda. Using his own words, the theme is basically the innocence in wisdom, which I guess I can see. Or hear. I already mentioned the Han and Leia love theme, but there's one more important theme. The Imperial fucking March. Now I mentioned how the Empire technically had their own theme in the last film, mainly on the Death Star, but here it's very in your face. Now the interesting thing, this is much like Binary Sunset. This also had a different musical meaning before later entries. Kind of. Yeah, that's the really weird thing about how Imperial March is used, because sometimes it's used to represent the Empire, and sometimes it's used to represent Darth Vader himself. Now you could see him as just an extension of the Empire, but then why not alter the theme in some way if you want to represent him specifically? Either way, it's great. Already, the fact that it's a march makes it work better because of what marches mean in terms of war. It also just has this foreboding feeling. You know something bad's about to happen when you hear this theme. If you were in a wartime setting and all of a sudden you started hearing this, you'd probably not be doing well. I think this theme also services the narrative and especially the title. The Empire is back and they're bigger than ever. They're not going to stop until the rebels are destroyed. They will make their presence known. This film also starts the shift of Binary Sunset like I was mentioning in the last film, because for most of it, you could still see Binary Sunset as Obi-Wan's theme. In fact, I mentioned how last film you could tell it wasn't the Force theme because of when Alderaan is destroyed. Here, you can tell it's not the Force theme yet because of when Yoda is lifting the X-Wing. That's a major showcase of the Force, and also shows Luke just how powerful with the Force he can be. If Binary Sunset was the Force theme, it most certainly would have been used there, right? You know the funny thing? There's 2 scenes where you can pinpoint where it's being recontextualized as the Force theme. The first one being right before Yoda lifts the X-Wing. It plays when he's explaining the Force to Luke. The second is when it's implied that Leia used the Force to sense Luke was in trouble at the end of the film. This film made me realize just how slightly inconsistent the use of that theme is. It's really only something you notice when you're told what it was supposed to represent at first, but it really bothers you when you actually pay attention to it like I did. This one's not going to be as extensive as the last one. It's basically just going to be small fun facts. The sound of the Tauntauns were sounds of sea otters that were pitched down. There was this really weird thing where for some reason they wanted everyone in the Empire to be British and everyone in the Rebellion to be American. However, because of where they were filming, they had a lot more British actors than American ones, so some of them are dubbed over to sound American. I guess while this was happening, they forgot that Darth Vader was voiced by an American. The sound of Darth Vader's helmet locking onto his suit is of someone's hand blocking a vacuum cleaner. The sounds of the Minox were horse neighs reversed. That's the best I got. Now this is going to be fun. I already covered how this film doesn't look as lived in as the previous one, and I already covered Yoda. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, as visually, this film still has so much to offer. Like, for example, this is the first Star Wars film, from what I can tell, that used stop motion, mainly for the Tauntauns running and for the AT-ATs, or all-terrain armored transports. Speaking of which, even though in a real-world setting the AT-ATs would be highly impractical, it would be thought that they would be intimidating. And by God they are. Even if I think the stop motion on them are a little choppy for the wide shots, I don't care. They look great. Originally for the attack on Hoth, they were just going to be tanks. However, Dennis Muren and Joe Johnston were able to convince George to change it. George Lucas also cited War of the Worlds as being a major inspiration. I'm assuming the original novel, because if these are based on the tripods or whatever, I don't think they're in the 1953 film adaptation, and the 2005 version obviously wouldn't come out for another 25 years. Another thing about the AT-ATs, and a lot of other things, is they built a bunch of different versions. Not only for crowd shots, but also for different scales and different kinds of shots. Like, for example, the part where Luke hangs off of one to throw in a bomb and blow up that one AT-AT was actually a set. They built a portion of the AT-AT, at what would be full scale, just for that one shot. They also built one of the AT-AT feet for when Luke actually lands on the ground and almost gets blown up. It's very similar to King Kong in how they did their stop motion. Have a much smaller figure for what would be wide shots, but then build full-size arms and head for shots of him compared to humans. Speaking of that part with the AT-AT being destroyed, there was an original idea that when it happened, it would look like it just comically sat down. Luckily, they didn't do it because they thought it would be stupid. Rightfully so. Another thing that had multiple models built for it was the Executor, or Darth Vader's Star Destroyer, which serves as the main base for the Empire of this film, or at least the only one that gets focus. There were plenty of models built for it, not only for wide shots, but also for closer looks, very similar to the AT-ATs. Bespin is quite a unique location. George Lucas said that his inspiration for it was one day he was on a plane, and while looking at clouds, he thought it would be cool to have a city on a gas-like planet. I think the interiors are a bit bland. I mean, almost every corridor looks the exact same and looks like something you'd find in Star Trek. However, when there's the parts that are more industrial, that's where it gets good. They look exactly how I think most areas like that would look. Make the outside actually look good, and have all the hidden shit all messy because most people aren't going to see it anyway. Finally, before I just go into random fun facts, the Wampa, or Wampas. So in case you didn't know, the Wampa was barely featured in this film back in 1980. It was really only shown for like 2 shots of its face and another 2 of its arm. Here's the thing. The reason why is because they couldn't quite get the suit right. There was actually supposed to be way more Wampas shown in the film, but they were cut for that reason. However, there are still deleted scenes intact of what they originally looked like, and yeah, I can see why they scrapped it. Obviously, it's not the Wampa you probably know and love, but we'll get to that later. There was actually a small subplot where the Rebel base on Hoth would have a containment unit of Wampas. In fact, there's even a leftover portion of it in one of the original trailers for the film, with C-3PO ripping off a sticker warning people not to go into that room. That would lead to a scene with Wampas attacking a bunch of Imperial soldiers, which, again, doesn't look that great, but it's a neat concept. Okay, this is probably going to go quickly. Harrison Ford apparently hates on-screen kissing and didn't like doing the scene where Han kissed Leia. Empire Strikes Back is Dennis Muren's favorite Star Wars film. For the scenes where Obi-Wan is a Force ghost, Alec Guinness had every single line written down in his own separate notebook and marked where his inflections would go while speaking them. The part with the creature in the asteroid was thought to get a laugh, not be this big moment. How did they create major iconic scenes twice on accident? According to Irvin Kershner, the scene with Chewbacca repairing C-3PO and holding out his head is supposed to be an homage to the "Alas, poor Yorick" scene from Hamlet. Irvin Kershner actually studied fairy tales rather than sci-fi to figure out how he should do this film. Again, another example of how Star Wars could be seen as modern myth. Han replying with, "I know," to Leia's confession was improvised by Harrison Ford. That may be well-known knowledge, but I find most people interpret that as Harrison Ford just did it on the spot because he hated the original line. It was actually Irvin Kershner who hated the original line. In fact, he hated it so much that he halted production's break time just so they could get a new line or way of saying the original in a way he liked. He was getting frustrated and just told Harrison to say the first thing that came to his mind. Harrison Ford also wanted Han Solo to die in this film, but unfortunately, for Harrison, there were still future plans with him. There it is. What is widely considered the best Star Wars film. Although that wasn't the case initially. Originally, when this first came out, people thought the first one was better, and I can't say I blame them. I still prefer this one, but that one definitely has its merits. I feel like now that the entire trilogy is released, we now know what it was all building up to. Back in 1980, this film may have felt incomplete, because it technically was if you really think about it. I think the mindset that this was inferior to the first one is the most apparent in box office earnings. It earned about $401.5 million initially, which pales in comparison to the first one. That's not to say that box office is indicative of quality. Oh dear God, no. However, it's clear there was a lot less precedent for people to see this one as compared to the original. However, that could also be that when the first one came out, there wasn't quite anything like it. It wasn't really a sci-fi B-movie. Because of that, the public flocked to the big new thing. However, at this point, it had been 3 years with other films coming out that started utilizing some of the same techniques. It may have been that some of the original mystique of Star Wars was missing by the time Empire came out. This is entirely speculation, to be clear. It's just something I thought about while researching for this video. Anyways, I'll give The Empire Strikes Back a 10 out of 10. 2 10 out of 10s in a row? We don't count the holiday special, shut up. Damn, this franchise is on a roll. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you here. This is my favorite. Not just in the trilogy. Period. This is my favorite Star Wars film. Does it have its problems? Oh, absolutely. But even from a very young age, this was always my favorite Star Wars film. However, you'll always hear something similar, and that's about the opening on Tatooine. People always talk about how long the opening of this film is, as it takes up about 35 minutes of the film. Super long and drawn out. Here's the thing. I think that's a wider issue with the film itself. Let me explain. So in the original script that George Lucas wrote before this became a trilogy, this part of the script was about 20 pages long. Not Jabba's palace, the whole damn movie. If we're using the 1 pages 1 minute rule of screenwriting, that's only about 20 minutes. Here's the funnier thing, though. This is the longest of the original trilogy at 2 hours and 12 minutes. That's a bit more than 20. Now, if I know anything, taking a story that's relatively small and trying to draw it out for a much longer period of time can result in some problems. I feel like you can definitely tell here, but the opening at Jabba's palace is probably the most apparent, especially as, according to George Lucas, this part of the script was more of an afterthought than anything. Here's another interesting thing about this film. It has a different director from the last two. The reason George didn't direct the last film was because he just didn't want to do it again. It was draining the first time. However, the reason he didn't return for this film was because of his daughter, Amanda Lucas. He and his then-wife adopted Amanda shortly after she was born, and according to Lucas, it was around the same time he was finishing the script with Lawrence Kasdan for this film. Now that he had new responsibilities as a father, he obviously couldn't work full-time to direct another film and still be able to parent his kid, so he started looking in other directions. Irvin Kershner declined working on the sequel, deciding to work instead on Never Say Never Again. After that, there were plenty of names being thrown around. However, I should probably give some backstory to justify how this process went. Shortly after The Empire Strikes Back was released, the WGA and DGA fined George Lucas and even tried to get the film pulled from theaters, the reason being because of how the credits were saved for the very end instead of having opening credits. The reason this was done was to have a consistent flow from the title crawl to the ending. George Lucas wound up paying all the fines, but hated how he was treated during this whole situation, especially after they tried going for Irvin Kershner next. George wound up leaving the WGA, DGA, and the Motion Picture Association for good measure. Steven Spielberg was George Lucas's first choice, but because of this feud, he wasn't allowed to do it. David Lynch and David Cronenberg were also both approached, but they declined as they both thought George should direct it as it was his creation. Just imagine what David Lynch or David Cronenberg would have done with this film. That would have been interesting. After both of those offers were declined, George decided to look elsewhere. Because of the previously mentioned feuds with the Directors Guild, George wanted someone who wasn't associated with them. George started watching film after film after film, just thinking, who would be a good candidate for my next movie? Then there was one film that caught his eye. Eye of the Needle. That was the film that George decided to pick this film's director, Richard Marquand. Richard was in a very similar position as Irvin Kershner when he was hired. Richard hadn't really worked on special effects heavy films like this. However, one of his greatest strengths was directing his actors. Here's an interesting thing though. With Irvin Kershner, George kind of just let Irvin do what he needed to do. But for this film, apparently he was a lot more active on the set, and people even joked that he was more like a ghost director. Yeah, I know, says he won't direct it because of his kid, shows up to set basically every day anyway. I get why people have an issue with the Jabba's Palace sequence, but there's a few reasons why I don't mind it very much. 1. It's a way they reintroduced all the characters without feeling like information overload, something that may be needed as it had been 3 years since the last film. 1A. Luke. He's become a Jedi Knight since then, and from his very first scene establishes how he may already be falling to the dark side in some way, mainly force-choking the Gamorrean guards, an ability we only saw Darth Vader use in the first film. 1B. Lando. He's now working for Jabba, even if it was only to make this plan of releasing Han work. 1C. Leia. Showing how far she's willing to go to rescue Han, disguising herself as a bounty hunter named Boushh, even if that completely backfires when Han is released. 1D. Boba Fett. Now it seems he's working directly for Jabba. Reason number 2. It really puts into perspective why Han was so hesitant to work with the rebels in the last film. In the first film, we only had a brief conversation between Han and Greedo about Jabba, and that's his motivation to help Leia at first, as he thinks it'll be a good payday for him. The last film mentioned how he still had a price on his head, and how that led to him being frozen in carbonite. This part of the film really puts into perspective how Han was so worried about screwing over Jabba. 3. It helps with world building, showing not only other alien races, but also another aspect of Tatooine. It only makes more sense to further build upon the world where the main character is from. Moving forward a bit, I always liked how this film had Luke dealing with the dark side. It was something hinted at in the last film, mainly with Luke's reluctance to stay on Dagobah for his training, and that's full force here. Even his costuming reflects this. He wears all black, which the only other Force user we see like that is Darth Vader, so there's already that parallel. The thing is that even though Luke is adamant about not turning to the dark side, some of his actions say otherwise. However, that inner core of wanting to be good will never change. This is signified at the end of the film when his shirt opens a bit and we see a hint of white. He hasn't changed much on the inside. Speaking of the dark side of the Force, I absolutely love the Emperor in this film. Yes, he does sit on his throne for like 90% of it, but that's just it. You can feel his presence throughout the film, whether it be the music or even just the mere mention of him. From his very first scene, you immediately understand why he's not only above Vader in rank, but also the ruler of the Empire. Ian McDiarmid's performance here is great. Actually, here's a fun fact. Ian McDiarmid was hired to play the Emperor after production already started, at least according to him. He was invited onto the set one day, met George, and got the part the day after. Just to think, this guy may have never been the Emperor if he wasn't just randomly invited onto set one day and met George. Honestly, I think the most shocking thing is the fact that because of this, Ian McDiarmid obviously didn't have much time to prepare, and he still killed it. This performance honestly makes the last film look really bad with how the Emperor was portrayed there. Imagine if this film had the Emperor from that film. I feel like it wouldn't have been as well done as this. I think this performance is so good that it makes the build-up of the last two films worth it, barring the scene with him in Empire. It's really difficult for characters like this to have very long, drawn-out build-ups, and for them to be paid off in a meaningful way. Sometimes it comes off as underwhelming if you don't give the figure you're building up time to prove to the viewers why this character was worth building up. The Emperor has very little screen time in this film, yet what little he has was enough to justify his build-up. The way he speaks, the way he's able to effortlessly command Vader, someone who's not very easy to push around, to even just his look. This cloaked look really gives you the vibe that he does most, if not all, his ruling in the shadows. Hell, his first appearance, we barely see his face. The way his hood is, it's even covering his face to be more mysterious to the audience. You can tell why this guy is just the epitome of evil in the Star Wars universe. The one time he actually gets off his ass and does something, he almost kills Luke Skywalker. You thought Vader force-choking people was bad? Well, imagine being fucking electrocuted to death by a guy who can just summon lightning from his fingers. I actually love this scene. It's great how Luke tries to connect with Vader, even while they're fighting, and when he's being electrocuted by the Emperor, it takes him calling for his father's help when it finally happens. The way Vader is handled here is brilliant. I love how throughout the film you can tell that he's slightly conflicted when it comes to Luke, but his dedication to the Empire, and more specifically the Emperor, gets in the way of that. Luke trying to connect with his father are some of my favorite scenes in the film. Not only does it actually slow down and take its time, you can tell it is truly having an effect on Vader. Beforehand, every single one of their interactions have been extremely hostile, but now they have genuine one-on-one conversations, even if there's plenty of disagreements. This is where I give major props to David Prowse. James Earl Jones may be doing great with the voiceover, but David Prowse has to do all of the, basically, silent emoting. The extra element to that is the fact he's wearing a big mask, too. The amount of subtle acting you have to do with just your body can't be easy. One of the major highlights of this is the scene where he kills the Emperor. When Luke is pleading with his father to help him, the constant cuts to Vader's face looking back and forth are amazing, because not a single facial expression is shown, yet you know exactly what's going through Vader's mind. He's grown a connection to Luke and doesn't want to see him die. That's when he decides, fuck it, I'm killing this asshole. Luke finally accomplished his goal and reached what's left of Anakin Skywalker residing in Vader, but this came at a cost of Vader's life systems being damaged and causing him to slowly die. I think the scene where Luke takes off Vader's mask is extremely touching and beautiful. These two are having a heart-to-heart, and Vader is finally coming to grips with everything he's done. That line of,
"Just for once, let me look on you with my own eyes."
He doesn't want to see Luke as Vader, he wants to see him as Anakin. Fucking cinema. Vader's character arc in this film is the main reason this will always be my favorite Star Wars film. It's moving, and a lot of it is done through body language and not just having James Earl Jones having to basically read out soliloquies. Although he is a Shakespearean actor, so he probably would have done that amazingly too. While I still like the music in this film, I think it's easily the weakest soundtrack in this trilogy, especially since I think there's really only two new recognizable themes in this film. The Ewok theme, we'll get to them later, and the Emperor's theme. The Emperor's theme is way more subtle though, at least at first. It's probably one of the most atmospheric sounding pieces in this trilogy. Here's the thing though, like the last film, this film tries recontextualizing old music, and I think it doesn't work nearly as well here. This is the film that really established how Imperial March is more a theme for Vader rather than the Empire as a whole. Here's the thing. I think there's something about that that just doesn't work for me. 1. If you're going to recontextualize the Imperial March into representing a certain character, why not make it the Emperor? In fact, make it one of the few Star Wars tracks that's actually diegetic.
something that exists in the reality of the film. That's essentially the anthem of the Empire. Since the Emperor is basically the personification of the Empire, wouldn't it make more sense for him than Vader? 2. If you wanted to give Vader specifically a theme, why not make it some variation of the main Star Wars theme? Whether it be by making it inverted, retrograde, or making it so it can harmonize with the Star Wars theme. The Star Wars theme is supposed to represent Luke, right? So why not have this new theme for Vader musically communicate the connection Luke and Vader have?
3. I feel like it gives an impression to anyone actually paying attention to the soundtracks that any motif could randomly switch what it represents for one reason or another. It may make it seem like, musically speaking, it's inconsistent, and that's the last thing you want when it comes to writing music for sequels. Here's something I should get out of the way, though. I don't think this is John Williams' fault. In the case of the Force theme, for example, it makes sense why John would feel the need to recontextualize it, as he didn't even know there was going to be a sequel. But I feel like for this film, this was on George. George knew that he wanted to complete his story, and I feel like during Empire, he could have given the heads up to John what he wanted to do for the final chapter.
So with that knowledge, John could have written some stuff and maybe leave seeds of what's to come, so it's less of an issue when randomly he's bombarded with things he wasn't aware that he had to do, so he makes it easier on himself to see how he could reuse one of his older pieces. Like the Empire Strikes Back section, this is mainly just going to be fun facts about how certain sounds were achieved. The sound of Darth Vader walking down a ramp in the beginning of the film was a recording of Ben Burtt walking in an underground tunnel in heavy boots. The voice of Jabba the Hutt was of Larry Ward, the same voice actor as Greedo in the first film. It was pitched down heavily and was also ran through a subharmonic generator to make his voice sound big and booming. To continue the theme of Jabba the Hutt, every time he speaks or moves, it's accompanied with a few other sounds, one of which was a cheese casserole which made him sound slimy and gross, and a wet towel covered in mud inside a garbage can. Ben Burtt also described recording all the mechanisms inside the Jabba puppet? Costume? You know what I mean. Anyways, the recordings of the electrical parts of Jabba were used during other parts of the film. Ben Burtt doesn't really specify where in the commentary I listened to, though. This was probably one of my favorite things to learn. The Rancor was the sound of a dachshund pitched down heavily. The language of the Ewoks is inspired by Kalmyk, a language you'll really only find in parts of Mongolia. The language of Nine Num, Lando's co-pilot in this film, is speaking Haya. Not imitating, speaking. Haya is a language you'll really only find in northwestern Tanzania. The sound of Darth Vader's raspy breathing at the end of the film were actually recordings Ben made back during the first film, but decided against using them. He used them here, though, to show Vader's suit was malfunctioning. Finally, the sound of the land speeder starting up was a helicopter starting up, sped up about 4 times the normal speed. I should probably start off with the big guy. Designed by Phil Tippett, Jabba was a very complicated effect. For one, there's multiple people inside of him. Let me rephrase. There were several people inside the Jabba suit. Sure, let's go with that. There was a little person in the tail, and there were a few people inside to control the eyes and tongue of Jabba. The Rancor is actually a small puppet that's blue-screened or rear-projected into most shots. The original concept was to be a guy in a suit, much like the old Godzilla movies, but that fell through. Okay, here's another big one. The Ewoks. So fun fact, in the original script, these were supposed to be Wookiees. George thought the idea of more animal-looking creatures being primitive was interesting, but when he made Chewbacca the co-pilot for the Millennium Falcon, he thought that whole primitive lifestyle thing wouldn't make much sense, so George created the Ewoks. Something interesting about the Ewoks is the way a lot of it was handled. They only had so many little people they could film inside the suits, so anytime there's supposed to be a big crowd of them, it's either extremely clever editing, or they're composited in. Another reason I bring up the Ewoks is because of the main one, Wicket. Wicket is played by an 11-year-old Warwick Davis who only got the part because his grandmother was listening to the radio one day and heard how they were looking for little people in the new Star Wars. Also because Kenny Baker was sick the day they had to shoot the scene with Wicket and Leia, so Warwick shot that as Wicket. While I feel like Wicket doesn't have much to do in this film, it did basically jumpstart Warwick Davis's career as an actor. Plus, George also mentions in one of the commentary tracks that Warwick Davis's performance here inspired him to make Willow, which is a fantastic film, by the way. This also has probably the best space battle in the entire series. When you put into context the previous films and what they accomplished, this would have been revolutionary back in the day. In the first 2 films, you really only see like 1 or 2 ships at a time and they weren't really doing anything. Here, however, they're all moving around and the camera follows everywhere they go. Everything here is extremely well done for the time.
Something to mention is, remember how I said that the ending of that original 200-page script involved the Death Star, but George decided to move it to the first film instead? It's starting to make a lot more sense in context why this film suddenly brought back the Death Star, especially since with the construction of this new Death Star, there is, let's just say, a lot wrong timeline-wise. This is probably my biggest criticism of the film, not because they reused the Death Star, but because from a timeline perspective, it doesn't make sense. Now, I won't fully go into why, as most of this comes from later films, but the somewhat fast construction here is highly improbable at the least. So we know that the Death Star at least started sometime before 19 BBY, before the Battle of Yavin for those who don't know. Basically when the first film happens. Because of Revenge of the Sith. However, it's also shown that they don't even try testing it out until around Rogue One, which is 0 BBY. That's 19 years of construction and whatever other stuff. It's not explicitly clear when exactly this film takes place, but everywhere I've seen places it at 4 ABY, after the Battle of Yavin, so 4 years after the first film. That means they somehow constructed at least this much in only 4 years. I don't think it's made clear whether or not it has the capacity to actually destroy planets yet, but this is just insane. Now yes, it is clear in the film that the people building it are overworked and are under constant pressure to speed up the process of its construction, but this is just madness. You want to know the worst part? I could excuse it if maybe it was smaller. But no, apparently it's much bigger and supposed to be more powerful. What? Who gives a shit about the Bothan spies? Jesus fucking Christ, check on those damn Imperial workers! I think the worst part about all of this is just the fact that Revenge of the Sith exists. Again, I'll save most of it for later, but because of that, now we have to put into perspective just how insane this is timeline-wise. It's the sole reason this makes even less sense. If George hadn't put that in Revenge of the Sith, then it may have been more acceptable. Keywords being may have. I'll just drop in the last few fun facts I have before I conclude this segment. The interrogator robot in Jabba's palace was voiced by Richard Marquand himself. The Gonk droid getting its feet burned in the same scene was voiced by Ben Burt. The part where Yoda dies in this film is where Obi-Wan was supposed to die in the original script before George changed it to him dying on the Death Star in the first film. The scene with Luke burning Vader's body wasn't in the original script. However, George decided to add it in to give Luke, and the audience, closure. There were going to be a lot more scenes with Rebels in the final space battle, but they wound up being cut. Honestly, it was probably for the better because a lot of them were, let's just say, not very good. This film was originally titled Revenge of the Jedi, as Gary Kurtz thought the name Return of the Jedi was too pulpy, even though that was kind of the point, but whatever, so George wound up changing it. However, shortly after it wrapped filming, George went back to the original title as he thought Jedi weren't the kind to get revenge. The production title of this film was Blue Harvest: Horror Beyond Imagination. It was not the production title for the original Star Wars. That's a misconception. Sorry, Mr. Sunday Movies fans. The reason why this was done was so that they could get stages for cheaper, because if you told them you wanted their stage for the next Star Wars, they probably would have charged you extra. I really like this film. I've made that no secret. While I completely understand why people not only consider it the weakest in the trilogy, but even worse than some of the later films, I just can't feel that way about it. Ever since I was like 6, maybe 7, I was obsessed with this one specifically. I'll give Return of the Jedi a 10 out of 10. Damn, this series is just filled with bangers. Okay, before we move on to the next trilogy of films, you may have noticed some of the things I said were unusual, and it may have seemed like I was avoiding stuff. Because I was. I was saving some stuff for this section as I deem it's necessary and as the first part of relating to the title of the video. So in case you, somehow, weren't aware, in 1997, this trilogy was re-released in movie theaters. However, this wasn't just a normal release. This re-release was of something they called the Star Wars Special Editions, in which each film had modifications. Now, would they be modifications like cleaning up certain special effects, cleaning up color grading, and or different sound mixes? Yes, but it was a lot more significant. There would be entirely new shots, usually done with CGI, added sequences, and other little changes here and there. Here's the thing. At the time, this was just a novel way to re-release Star Wars.
But to everyone's shock and horror, I would hope, these were now going to be the only versions of Star Wars released on home media. If you wanted to watch the original versions of these films, well, I hope you're ready to hold on to that old VHS copy you have. Okay, I will give them this. In 2006, there actually was a re-release of the original trilogy with the theatrical cuts of each film on a separate disc. Here's the problem, though. They're not remastered versions. They're just ripped from the 1993 Laserdisc releases of the original trilogy. Apparently, they're not even formatted properly either, so you'll have to use some sort of zoom-in feature on your TV just to make it look right. However, there has not been an official re-release since then. And that is a major problem if you ask me. No, saying that it's a major problem is a fucking understatement. These special editions are a huge disservice to these films, and I think they actively harm viewers' experiences rather than enhance them. So many of the changes are at their best, fine, but could have done without them. At their worst, genuinely some of the most annoying shit. Like, for example, a good special edition add-on is the Wampa in The Empire Strikes Back. Beforehand, it was cut very strangely because, as I mentioned previously, they weren't quite happy with the original Wampa suit they had. That is a good change. A bad change is something like replacing Lopty Neck in Return of the Jedi with whatever the fuck this shit is. For the longest time, this is what I knew. Even back when I was extremely young watching this movie, I remember cringing at the scene because of how out of place it was, and how it completely halts the story for literally no reason. In case you're wondering, for this video, I watched fan projects of the original trilogy. Projects 4K77, 4K80, and 4K83. Their purpose is to not only have a way to watch the original versions of these films, but also in 4K as well. After watching them, I can never go back. I'm going to make this abundantly clear. I should not have to rely on what is technically pirated copies of these films in order to watch the theatrical cuts. By making the original copies almost impossible to find, George tried basically deleting film history and a good chunk of the hard work that went into making these films. There are so many shots that were replaced by CGI bullshit, effectively erasing amazing work. It breaks my heart when people look at these versions and not only are okay with them, but defend them with their lives. The fact this even has to be a debate is actual lunacy to me. If you've seen my channel, you'll probably tell that I care a lot about film history, so the versions of these films that are commercially available hurt my soul. You want to know the worst part? I'd be completely fine with them if the originals were still available. Give me the option to still watch the original if I so choose. In fact, you want to know what does that? Star Trek. Star Trek re-released the original series and The Next Generation on Blu-ray with CGI add-ons. But here's the thing. You can turn them off if you want. You can watch the shows how they were originally aired on TV. There are very few changes in the special editions that I'm fine with. Actually, most of The Empire Strikes Back you could probably just get away with watching the special edition. However, for A New Hope and Return of the Jedi, stay the fuck away. Almost none of the changes in those films work and are sometimes very painful to watch with how much they're fucked with for no reason. Look, while I do believe that directors should have their vision for a film be available, I think this is way too far. I get that some of these add-ons are a lot closer to George Lucas's vision for Star Wars, but here's the thing. Some of those original imperfections of the trilogy, that's the charm. The films are already impressive, but some of those imperfections have a certain charm to it. Not to mention, anyone who's actually paying attention will realize how 1 minute the shot will be practical, and the next it'll be entirely CGI, and that'll be really weird looking, especially since said CGI is very much dated and doesn't look very good most of the time if you ask me. It genuinely pains me that people don't think these are a bad thing. Hell, the amount of debates I've had where people downplay why these are bad just to make their point is even worse. This isn't just a few add-ons, this is actively erasing film history, especially for one of, if not the most influential film trilogy of all time. It saddens me that day after day, there are less people who even care, let alone are even aware that the version they can watch on Disney Plus is not the ones that premiered in theaters. These films shouldn't be fucked with in this way, and it's deeply upsetting that they're still being fucked with. The versions of these films that came out in 1997 is not the same ones you'll find on Disney Plus, or the 2004 DVDs, or the 2012 Blu-rays. That's another instance of just, why are you fucking with these movies? There isn't a day that goes by that I don't wish the original versions of these films became officially available, even if it's just in the extras section on the Disney Plus releases. More people need to know what these films were originally like before they were unnecessarily tampered with, before Greedo shooting first, before the added Jabba scene in A New Hope, before the changes on Bespin, before the removal of Yub-Nub, and most importantly, before the addition of Hayden Christensen in Return of the Jedi. I'll get into it later, but that is genuinely one of the worst changes if you ask me. Also, probably one of the funniest things I noticed was that in the Blu-ray releases of these films, they didn't actually alter the credits to account for the changes. So for Empire Strikes Back, Clive Reeville is still credited as the Emperor and not Ian McDiarmid, even though Clive Reeville was only the voice, but whatever. In Return of the Jedi, Sebastian Shaw is still credited as Anakin Skywalker. There's no credit for Hayden Christensen anywhere. It was just something I noticed when doing research for this video. So not only are the previous works being erased, they're not even bothering to credit the people who helped change it. Anyways, we should probably move on. I feel like it doesn't matter how I start this segment. No matter what, it's probably where I'm going to lose a lot of you. I can't beat around the bush with this one, so I'm just going to come right out and say it. I do not care for the Star Wars prequels. But I should specify that it was due to poor execution and a lot of missed opportunities. They feel incredibly underwhelming. I'll go more into it as we go forward, but right now I'd like to move on. As mentioned previously, George seemed to always envision the original trilogy as being episodes 4, 5, and 6. So naturally, the question became, when would episodes 1, 2, and 3 be made? Well, not for a while. George had new ideas for this trilogy and knew it would focus on Anakin Skywalker before he became Darth Vader. However, he didn't even start properly writing it until 1994, 11 whole years after the release of Return of the Jedi. Proper pre-production on the film didn't really start until 1997. I think the reason why is because George wanted to do this trilogy very differently from the last one. Because of the leap in technology since the last trilogy, George decided to use a lot of that in this new one. Previously, a lot of what he wanted to do in these films, he felt limited by what special effects were capable of. In fact, the previously mentioned 1997 special edition releases of the original trilogy were seen as a test of whether or not computer animation was there yet. After they did it, a lot of them seemed to think that, yes, the technology was there. I'll go more into that later, however. For now, let's focus on the casting. From what I can tell, the casting in this film wasn't nearly as arduous as the original Star Wars. It seemed like a mostly normal casting process, except for one thing. Anakin Skywalker. The entire trilogy centered around him, so obviously this casting was important. Hell, as shown in the Fly on the Wall documentary, The Beginning, making episode 1, you can literally see George and casting directors comparing photos of the kids that were auditioning and how much they looked like Mark Hamill, especially so they could further draw that parallel between Anakin and Luke. Yes, I know.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
The weird thing is, I don't know if they had a similar process for casting Natalie Portman and seeing if she looked like Carrie Fisher. It's one of those things where it makes sense if they didn't because it was still supposed to be a secret, but if George had it planned out, you'd think that would be a consideration, right? It was just something I thought about. Anyways, back to Anakin. Again, in that previously mentioned documentary, they actually show some of the initial auditions for the Anakin actors. One of the most interesting things to me, and I imagine other people if they saw it, was how the actor they wound up going with, that being Jake Lloyd, he actually flubbed his initial take. It seems like the other kids didn't. I mention this because, well, I don't think it's a shock to say that Jake Lloyd's acting wasn't really that good. I find it fascinating how, from what we've seen, the other kids who auditioned had the scene nailed down. In fact, for one of them, it was Natalie Portman who screwed up. It's one of those things where, if you ask me, I think one of the other kids showcased in that documentary seemed like they would have been better. Now, I'm not saying they're just going to casually drop an Oscar-worthy performance, but just by watching it, it seems like some of them had a much better grasp at what they were supposed to be doing than Jake. I don't think I'm the only one to tell you that these films are a major departure from the previous ones. Obviously, there's the surface level, well, everything's CGI when the last films weren't. But there's a bit more to it than that. The overall vibe is different. Here's the thing, I think that was both intentional and unintentional.
I say intentional because, well, we're obviously in a different era of the Star Wars universe. This is before the Empire, so things are obviously run differently. We have to establish how things were before the Empire and how that affects different systems and all that. However, I say unintentional because of how George Lucas writes and directs his films. Yes, I'm at the talking point that I think most prequel fans dread. George Lucas can't write dialogue for shit. Here's the thing, I'm not just going off of the prequels like I imagine most people are. I'm also going off of his films from before Star Wars. THX 1138 has really weird and almost robotic-sounding dialogue. But here's the interesting thing. It actually works in its favor there. The point of that world is that humans are essentially emotionless. They sound and act a lot more robotic. George's weird dialogue actually works there. I mean, it was also co-written by Walter Murch, although it seems he was more of a sound and editing kind of guy. However, here's where it gets interesting. In American Graffiti, he had co-writers. The dialogue in that film sounds a lot more natural, which is kind of important for that kind of film. Now you might be thinking, but wasn't George Lucas the sole writer of A New Hope? Yes. And no. There were people constantly telling George how strange his dialogue sounded, whether it be actors, producers, or whoever. So in the case of the original Star Wars, it basically had a lot of uncredited rewrites. Empire Strikes Back was written by Lee Brackett and Lawrence Kasdan, while George only has a story by credit, which basically means he had the original concept that was later worked on by Lee Brackett and Lawrence Kasdan. For Return of the Jedi, it was written by him and Lawrence Kasdan. Now, is it unfair to say that these co-writers are the reason why the dialogue in previous George Lucas films sound more natural? Maybe. Although I think it's incredibly strange if it's only a coincidence. But then again, Lawrence Kasdan also wrote Raiders of the Lost Ark, another film where George only has a story by credit, so there's that as well. Now I'll say this. In terms of the writing itself, as in the rest of the screenplay, I think it's far worse in the later films. However, I think most of the bad dialogue is found here. I think this is, weirdly enough, one of the least action-packed films in the entire franchise. There's a lot of talking. Like, strangely a lot. I've also noticed that George seems to have a very hard time writing subtlety into his movies. It feels like there isn't a lot of subtext, and what little there is stuff that you don't have to look very hard for. Now, I can pretend it's just the writing, however, I think it's an overall larger problem with this and the rest of the trilogy. George had a lot more power, and it seems like a lot less people were trying to say no to him. On the original Star Wars, he constantly had people telling him what he should and shouldn't be doing. Obviously, he didn't listen to much of it, but there were still parts he 100% did. To mention that Fly on the Wall documentary, there is not a single point where it seems like someone is actively telling George, you shouldn't do this, or I don't think we can do this yet. It feels like he's surrounded by yes men. I think it's especially apparent in... I'm convinced somewhere between 1977 and this film, he just forgot how to direct his actors. The annoying thing is, I can kind of see what he was trying to do. But the thing is, it comes across as everyone being super flat and bizarre. When you mix that with the weird dialogue, you get very awkward performances. Now, it's impressive that Ewan McGregor and Liam Neeson were still able to make the most of it under these circumstances. Other actors, however... my god. While I don't feel comfortable calling Natalie Portman a bad actress, these movies certainly aren't helping her case. Whenever she isn't doing a weird voice when she's playing Queen Amidala, a lot of her line reads sound forced and unnatural. Probably the most egregious one to me is Samuel L. Jackson. I've seen enough of his movies to know it feels like he's being held back here. I feel like it's a lot more noticeable in the later films, but even for the few scenes he has here, it still feels really jarring as I know what he's capable of. There is one that I'll defend. Kind of. Jar Jar. Ahmed Best was more cast because of how he moves and how that would influence the character. He was also supposed to be more comedic relief for the kids. Remember, George is very adamant about these being kids' movies. In that instance, I think he's directed well enough. On a barely related side note, remember when Jar Jar used to be the bane of everyone's existence? Now everyone just sees him as the break to the monotony the rest of the film has to offer. Okay, now that I've covered all the major issues, let's just jump into it. This film is fascinating. I say that because out of the first 6, this is probably the least Star Wars of all of them.
In fact, you want to know what I think it's more like? Star Trek. No, I'm being serious. This feels more like a feature-length episode of Star Trek than a Star Wars movie. I'm sure the comparison's been made before, although I personally haven't heard anyone draw that connection. Because think about it. This movie is very talkative. Sure, there's action scenes every now and then, but it doesn't feel like the focus. In fact, for cases like the pod race, it feels like it completely halts the narrative, just there for the sake of being there, and to cure the audience's boredom in case Jar Jar didn't do that enough for them. So, just in case, I feel like I'm going to need to explain how Star Trek is different from Star Wars, because there's no guarantee that everyone here has seen enough of both. Star Wars is technically not science fiction. It's more space fantasy or space opera. Star Trek is 100% sci-fi. Star Wars is also a lot more action-heavy. There's many times where it focuses more on the action than the story. Star Trek is very story-focused. There's a reason why for Star Trek most of the action is just people standing around pretending to shake around as if their ship has just been hit. Star Trek also really focuses on the in-universe politics. This is where I feel like I can really start comparing this film to Star Trek. More specifically, The Next Generation. There are so many episodes in Star Trek The Next Generation that's just focusing on galactic politics. It's a lot of talking, negotiating, compromises, etc. Guess what is the literal driving force behind this film's events? A trade blockade on Naboo by the Trade Federation. Space politics are literally in the DNA of this film. Now, you could argue the last trilogy also had that, to which I'd say yes and no. Mainly because it was painted to be a lot more black and white, while this film seems like there's a lot more shades of gray. Here's the thing. I love Star Trek. Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home is easily in my top 10 sci-fi movies. But if I want to watch Star Trek, I'll just watch Star Trek. I don't want Star Trek in my Star Wars, just like how I don't want Star Wars in my Star Trek. Honestly, I think one of the biggest shortcomings of this film is actually the fact that it has this backdrop. George will be the first to tell you that ultimately, these are kids' movies, to which I and hopefully many others disagree with, but I digress. So George, what makes you think space politics is what the kids will find interesting? Would a kid even know what a trade war is? Would they understand half of the dialogue being said in the Galactic Senate scenes? Well, if I can pitch in my 2 cents, I sure as hell didn't. It took me until I was maybe 13 to 14, at least, to figure out what the hell Phantom Menace was actually about. I knew the original trilogy like the back of my hand. I could understand episodes 2 and 3 just fine. But this one escaped me. The thing about kids' movies is you want to make this stuff super easy to understand. I'd argue the original trilogy, especially Empire Strikes Back, did this insanely well. It tackled more complex concepts about morality and how the world isn't so black and white in a way that's simple enough for kids to understand. I can't say the same here. There's something that also really bothers me. The introduction of midichlorians. I really don't like this. The reason being, it demystifies the Force. I'm going to use an example from a previous video I made. So in my video about the Universal Monsters, I thought the film House of Dracula having a scientific explanation for the werewolf curse to be stupid. It felt like it made the earlier films less important by just saying, oh yeah, there's a cure for it. What I'm trying to get at with this comparison is it feels like it ruins how the Force was described to be in the original trilogy. I feel like Yoda's explanation of the Force is the best example of this. His explanation makes it sound a lot more mystical in nature, not something that has a perfect description. That's why it's just the Force. This film makes it just something that you have. Basically, you can force or you cannot force. I also feel like this explanation kind of ruins later films, but that's another thing I'll save for when we actually get there. There's also something else I need to add, because it's probably one of the most common criticisms that I partially agree with. The fact that it is the least important out of the original 6, and the entire nonology if you really think about it. Now let me be clear, we are only taking into account the mainline movies, because it's actually quite important for parts of the Clone Wars show. We'll get more into that as we go on, but believe me, I'll have some thoughts. I hate how you can totally see why people think it's not important, because if you watch the next 2 without this one, you should mostly be fine. The only things this one will really help you with is Anakin's connection to his mother and Palpatine becoming Chancellor. Now here's the thing, for the overall 6 films, that's important.
But you can kind of put together all that from context clues given in later films. Probably the best example of this not being important as a standalone is... I want to make this abundantly clear. I love this character. However, it's because of how he was characterized in later projects. It's because of those later projects that makes it clear just how underwhelming he is in this film. I honestly think it's even more underwhelming when you put into perspective the lore behind it. We're literally told in this very film,
the Sith have been extinct for a millennium.
This is literally the first one they've encountered in 1,000 years. And before you say anything, I'll get there. I already know what some of you are about to say. I'm sorry, but the fact that George Lucas made a conscious decision to have Darth Maul in this film with that backstory and do almost nothing with him, his very existence is supposed to be a huge fucking deal, and he's just swept away like nothing happened. Now here's the thing. I can, to a degree, understand why George did this. It was to build intrigue on who the other Sith was because of the Sith rule of 2. However, there's other ways to go about it. In fact, I'd argue keeping him alive would have set up even more in future films. You can still have the intrigue of, always 2 there are. I'll go more into how I personally think this should have been done, but we need to move on.
So, I realized as I was editing that I never actually go into how I think Darth Maul should have been handled if they kept him alive in the trilogy. It basically just amounted to he would take on similar roles to Count Dooku and General Grievous in the next 2 films, because I think the way that they're introduced just out of the blue made no sense, and how their deaths were also pretty unceremonious. That was it. It wasn't anything special, but yeah, it just felt like I should mention that because it kind of bothered me as I was editing.
I'm going to make this quick because I feel like there's not a lot of noteworthy stuff here, unfortunately. I feel like a video by Shea Frillis, along with Sideways, put it best that most of the tracks in this film are epic without being much else. After listening to the soundtrack on its own, I can 100% see where they're coming from. There's really only 3 tracks I'd be able to pick out if you started playing them. Anakin's theme, the celebration music at the end of the film, and you know the one. Duel of the Fates. This is, hands down, my absolute favorite track from any of these films. I will say, though, that I'm a little upset that the Sanskrit they're saying in the back doesn't really mean anything. It's just something that John Williams thought sounded good. This is also really the only track you'll see John Williams himself comment on. The reason for the choir was to make it sound more like you were in a temple of some kind. I also think its title is pretty cool. It's supposed to represent the fate of Anakin. Will he become a Jedi and be trained under Qui-Gon, or will he become a Sith and be trained under, presumably, Darth Maul? I also don't think I need to tell you just how much Anakin's theme incorporates Imperial March, or how the celebration music at the end has the Emperor's theme from Return of the Jedi hidden in it. But I will comment on how Anakin's theme here 100% solidifies Imperial March as being Darth Vader's theme. But here's where I get even more pedantic than I already have about Star Wars. You know the whole, so what I said was true, from a certain point of view. Well, you could 100% use that as the basis that Imperial March is actually Anakin's theme and not Darth Vader's theme specifically. Let me explain. So the only time in Return of the Jedi where Imperial March tries to be Vader's theme specifically is the ending when he's unmasked. Because Imperial March is the basis for Anakin's theme here, you could argue that Imperial March actually represents Anakin and not Darth Vader, especially since, in canon, they act like Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader may as well be different people. Hell, it's even spelled out for you in Return of the Jedi when Luke calls him Anakin and Vader replies,
That name no longer has any meaning for me.
Am I being overly pedantic? Absolutely. But it's something I started putting together after analyzing the music more closely for this video. I don't think this ruins the music or anything, but in the context of the story, it feels very inconsistent. This is going to be more of a, this is what certain sounds were, rather than an in-depth analysis of how sound was used. The sound of the lasers from droidicas was from an airgun that Ben Burtt recorded while shooting Empire Strikes Back. The sound of visual communications was a flute, which was also how they did that sound effect on old Flash Gordon serials. A good chunk of the sounds you hear from pod racers are from fast cars and loud automobiles. There wasn't much else worth noting here to me. I'm personally more of a production design guy. Speaking of which... Now, because of how these films were made, this section is actually going to be split into two. You'll see what I mean later. This film's production design is quite fascinating. For example, C-3PO in this film is 100% practical. Okay, that's only half true. C-3PO himself was practical. However, the puppeteers controlling him were digitally removed. Otherwise, C-3PO himself doesn't have any CGI on him. The costumes in this film, mainly on Queen Amidala, I find are usually criticized for being extravagant and over the top. That was actually done intentionally. It was supposed to show how important fashion was to Naboo and its culture. I also found this film used a lot more practical stuff than I remember. Like the Nemodians, for example. They were entirely practical. There isn't a lot when it comes to practicality, so... This film is absolutely filled with it. In fact, there is only one shot in the entire film that doesn't have CGI in it in any way, shape, or form. It's in the first 5 minutes, and it's the shot of the gas coming out of the air vent on the Sokak. That's it. Literally everything else has something that's either computer-generated or altered some way with computers. In fact, to go on a little side tangent, you know how people will always talk about how it feels like most films nowadays are just filmed in front of a green screen? MCU! Yeah, I think you can blame these films specifically. The amount of mostly computer-generated environments are insane, and it definitely set the standards for what Hollywood would become about 15 years later. Here's the thing. There are apparently still a shit ton of things that are practical in this film. But a good chunk of them I would not be able to tell purely because of how they're incorporated into the rest of the film. Now, I should mention this. Don't get me wrong, this was quite impressive for the time. However, it looks extremely dated. A lot of the computer-generated stuff you can still tell looks like it's not there. Honestly, it's strange how, if you ask me, a lot of the environments look faker than the fully CGI characters. Characters like Sebulba and Boss Nass strangely look better than a lot of the CG environments, and that's even more strange to me because wouldn't you think it would be the opposite? I mean, with something like a city skyline, you really only need to worry about how shadows are cast or whatever. But with something that's supposed to look organic, that takes a lot more effort and time. I don't know, it just seems strange to me. Speaking of CGI characters, Jar Jar. He's probably the most technically impressive thing here. Like, it's actually insane how much thought and care was put into him. First of all, Ahmed Best's performance. The way he moves is incredibly unique, and he definitely understood the assignment. Like, for example, when he's on Tatooine, and the way you can just tell it's not an environment he's used to. Not to mention the way the animators thought of everything just to make him believable here. Now, does Jar Jar look good by today's standards? I'd say he's kind of in the middle. I've definitely seen better, but I've also definitely seen far worse. The motion capture for the battle droids was also pretty interesting to learn about. See, some of the early motion capture was by Ben Burtt, the sound designer and editor I've been mentioning throughout this video. He had what he described as a duck walk that he was embarrassed by when he saw what the battle droid looked like with his captured performance. But George quite liked it and thought it was a great way of showing that the battle droids were actually quite weak. The very first thing they shot for this film was the conversation between the Emperor and Darth Maul. Natalie Portman seriously messed up her ankle in Tunisia where they were shooting the Tatooine scenes, and you can tell if you look closely enough, as she's walking with a limp in most scenes. The part in the opening where Qui-Gon tries cutting through a door with his lightsaber is a direct homage to the 1956 film Forbidden Planet. The original idea for the pod race was that it was going to be 40 minutes. There's a reference to THX 1138 on one of the battle droids at the end of the film, specifically when they're all shut down. Overall, every time I watch this film, I'm just as perplexed as the last time. Granted, that might be because I always watch these films in release order and not chronological order, but every time I'm just like, how did we go from the trilogy of perfection to this? To say this is a major downgrade from the original trilogy is an understatement. Is that a bit harsh and unfair? Maybe. However, it's always in the back of my mind whenever I watch it. Maybe if I do a chronological rewatch, I'll see it differently, but I haven't done that since 2015, and I highly doubt much will change. I'll give The Phantom Menace a 6 out of 10. Not bad per se, but a really bizarre entry in Star Wars so far.
Now this is where the series starts feeling like Star Wars again. Yes, there's still space politics, however, it's not the focus here. This is more of a mystery noir type film, along with a love story. I'll break those down separately, but that's ultimately what this film is. This film's development and production is super interesting. Most of it I'll have to save for later, but there are still a few important things I need to mention here. The first one being that this is actually the first Star Wars film shot entirely on digital cameras. This was actually a bit of a bold move for George, as most people, including the cinematographers, thought that it was a bad move. The first reason being that film just looked better, which is still mostly true nowadays. The second being that using digital cameras would be a lot more restricting. There had been innovations of the film camera for decades to make it easier to use. However, because big digital film-grade cameras were still somewhat in their infancy, they were a lot bulkier and hard to maneuver. However, a big upside is it actually sped production along, as dailies could be watched only mere minutes after it was shot, so if they needed to fix something, they could do it day of instead of the day after and hold up production. Otherwise, it seems like everyone just thought George was crazy. The other big thing I needed to mention is Anakin Skywalker. Because there's a big time gap, and we'll get to that later, obviously Anakin needed to be recast. For this grown-up version of Anakin, George wanted someone with a James Dean edge to him. I'm paraphrasing George here, but that is essentially what he was looking for. The actor that seemed to have the most of this is someone named Hayden Christensen. I guess I should get this out of the way now. Do I think he's good in these films? No. But I'm not going to hold it against him, mainly because damn near everyone wasn't very good in these films. Plus, I can't say I've seen him in much outside of these films, but his appearances in later projects are actually pretty well done, so I can't pretend he's just a bad actor. Now, this is an interesting one, as this film is basically two separate films that were just cut together. Now, here's the thing. George has done this quite a bit, and especially with Star Wars. Cutting between multiple little side stories is something that George has been doing in his films even before the first Star Wars and American Graffiti, but I think it's the most obvious here. Obviously, Empire Strikes Back is the other main example of having two stories that don't really interact with each other until the end. However, I think the way this film differs is the split between stories is way more early on. I'll start with the Anakin stuff first, as not only is it technically more important to the overall saga, but it's also the one I have more to say about. This love story sucks. Like, truly, this shit is so hard to watch every time I rewatch this film. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit too harsh, but since it's so important to the rest of the series and it's half of your film, naturally I'm going to be more critical of it when it's done poorly. This isn't even just a cliche. This man is a walking red flag, and she's just there like, but he's kind of hot though. Okay, I really need to break down why this doesn't work for me. One, it's incredibly rushed. Keep in mind, they reunited after not seeing each other for 10 years. Then, suddenly, like at most a week or two later, they're already basically married. Now, I don't just mean rushed in an in-universe way, I also mean in terms of the actual runtime. Now, on one hand, I get that it's fighting for screen time with the other half of the film, so if it needs to just be its basic story beats, then so be it. However, on the other hand, it's awkwardly paced when compared to the other half. One half takes its time when needed, and the other rushes through everything to get to the point where they confess their love for each other. 2. I've mentioned this before for Phantom Menace, but I think it's at its worst here. George Lucas can't write subtlety. Every single scene has the characters just saying how they feel, rather than emoting it. This is both a writing and direction issue. Having every single scene where the actors just have to say what their characters are feeling rather than acting it, I feel like is a waste of their talents. I know these two are capable of more than this, so why aren't they allowed to show it? 3. Because this also focuses a bit on Anakin's slow descent into the dark side, all of that dialogue where he's speaking how he feels is very concerning. I genuinely think this would have been more believable if, rather than just admitting that he killed a bunch of Tusken Raiders, you can tell he's more just distraught. He doesn't say anything, but Padme still notices something's wrong. That way, the audience isn't questioning why Padme is so cool being with someone who just admitted to murder and doesn't have any remorse for his actions. There's really only one good part of this entire part of the story, but let's save that for later. I don't understand how there are people who looked at this script and thought, yep, looks good. I'm sorry, but when it comes to this kind of stuff, no one talks like this. Now, if you want to use the excuse of, they're both young, they both don't really know what they're doing, fine, whatever. My problem is the fact that I know George can write good love stories with characters who've never really done that before. That's literally like 2 different subplots in American Graffiti. Even if those weren't written by him, he still could have taken notes, especially with how he directed them. It doesn't make any sense to me how this was approved. Like, this feels like what may have been in a first draft, not the finalized script. I don't know what else I can really say without just repeating myself, so let's move on to the other part of this film. I actually really like this part of the film. Like, no joke. If anything, this part of the film just exemplifies my problems with the other part, because this part is so compelling with what it's trying to do. The only problem I have with this part of the film is, funnily enough, probably the biggest problem with this whole film and maybe the whole trilogy. Obi-Wan totally could have stopped the entire war from happening. The reason why is because the whole reason he started on this journey was to figure out who tried to kill Padme. When he finds her, a bounty hunter named Zam Wessel, she's killed by someone, so he goes looking for that person. When he finds out where they're supposedly hiding, he finds out they're manufacturing clones and that it was apparently ordered by Sifo Dyas, a now dead Jedi Master. He finds out they're all based on Jango Fett. Then, after doing a bit of investigating, he realizes that Jango Fett is the person who killed Zam, and if it's not obvious enough, Jango tries killing Obi-Wan several times. However, later, after he's captured by Geonosians, Count Dooku, stupidly might I add, tells Obi-Wan that the Senate are all being controlled by a Sith Lord. Now, you could say that Obi-Wan didn't believe him, which, fine enough. However, on top of that, he finds out Jango Fett is in cahoots with Dooku, or at least would presumably be told about it after Mace Windu offs him. Obi-Wan somehow doesn't put together that these clones might have something to do with what Dooku told him. This wasn't hubris like Shaak Ti was in Clone Wars. This is just George not thinking ahead when it comes to this trilogy. This is a massive story-shattering plot hole. You can't just explain this away with some random novel nobody's gonna read. This is a massive factor in this trilogy and results in where the last trilogy began. It honestly just makes me upset when I think about this while watching the film, because I genuinely like how the mystery is built up. It actually builds intrigue and has some genuinely suspenseful scenes, and is also where a lot of the action is in the film. Like, I can only imagine if this part of the story was its own film. That would have made a killer mystery thriller. Unfortunately, because of how George decided to frame the story, it makes Obi-Wan look like an idiot. So on one hand, you have an intriguing mystery that falls apart under one plot hole, or a cringy love story that feels incredibly rushed. Either way, it feels like this film could have benefited from at least another draft or something. I'm just gonna move on because I can't talk about this forever. The soundtrack is definitely an upgrade from Phantom Menace, because while yes, there's only one track that people really remember from this film, I find a lot of the other music is pretty good. Like some of the softer music that plays with Anakin and Padme is really nice to listen to. I also quite enjoy the more atmospheric tracks that play when Obi-Wan is on Kamino, but you know what I'm going to discuss. Across the Stars, the love theme between Anakin and Padme. This track is phenomenal. It carries a lot of the scenes as it is a hauntingly beautiful track. I know that might be a weird way of describing it, but let me explain. It's a theme where the moment you hear it, you know it's a love theme. However, there are elements that, to me anyway, feel like it's communicating some form of almost fear. I can't describe it, especially since I don't know shit about music theory, but every time I hear this theme, I just think to myself that John Williams got this soundtrack perfectly. Although there is one little caveat that I have when it comes to this score, and it's because of how it uses Imperial March. Don't get me wrong, I get what it's trying to signify. That shot with all the clones at the end and with it playing Imperial March, it's not at all subtle that it's showing how the Republic is becoming the Empire. But unfortunately, Imperial March has been recontextualized as the theme for Darth Vader specifically. That's why it's the basis for Anakin's theme in the last film. Actually, now that I think about it, wouldn't it have made more sense if they played the Emperor's theme here? We know that the Senate is now under the control of a Sith Lord, and we know where this is all leading. Wouldn't it make more sense to musically communicate the control Darth Sidious is having over this conflict, rather than using a theme that we know is supposed to be associated with another character? I know this is a nitpick, but the more I try analyzing the music, to the best of my ability, I feel like it gets more and more inconsistent. While we're on the topic of audio, let's just quickly go over the sound design. There's really not much I can bring up here. The only things I got are the scene where Watto sees Anakin for the first time in 10 years. There's flies around him, and the sound was flies around horse dung. Now, there's one important bit of sound design that I'm sure we all know from this film. For the life of me, I could not figure out what the bass sound for it was. As far as I could tell, it was never mentioned. The only thing I got was that the sound was supposed to be like an auditory black hole, so it would absorb all sounds before being quickly released, resulting in the... There was another thing with this film that may have been an issue on other films, but this is the first time it was mentioned in the behind-the-scenes stuff I watched, where different sound departments hadn't really heard or knew anything going on in other sound departments. Some people didn't know what the music was like, some didn't know what the Foley was like, some didn't know what the dialogue was like. They all did their own thing, and that could be a major challenge in the final mixing process. However, here that wasn't an issue. The final mix, as they'd call it, was now just the first mix. They could do all the balancing they needed instead of trying to make a bunch of different sound departments' mixes work together. Otherwise, I don't have much else to add, so let's move on. Like the Phantom Menace, this segment's going to be a lot shorter than usual, especially since CGI was actually used even more here. However, there's still some really cool details. Like, for example, many of the ships you see look similar to Star Destroyers, the reason being that it shows how close the Republic is to becoming the Empire from the original trilogy. Probably one of the few times where that was done subtly, especially since I didn't even really put that together until it was pointed out to me. There's also a bit where a lot of unused alien designs will usually be shelved for later if they feel it could work for something else. Like, for example, Dexter Jetster had what looked like 15 different designs, and out of those 15, George really only liked 2 of them. Yeah, there's not much else. I wasn't lying about things being mostly CGI now. Speaking of which... There's a lot to break down in this film when it comes to CGI. Like, for example, I think it's much better and more natural looking than Phantom Menace. Sometimes. There are still some points where it looks really bad, but don't get it twisted, this was still very technically impressive for the time. However, I noticed some of the space scenes, especially the one with Obi-Wan chasing Slave 1, where it looks extremely fake. I'll just get the big one out of the way first. Yoda. This is the first film in which Yoda is completely CGI. Now some of you might be thinking, wait, wasn't he CGI in Phantom Menace? That was actually a change made after the fact. Yoda was still a puppet in Phantom Menace, and that's really the only change that George made to the prequel trilogy, but that's besides the point. CGI Yoda is insane here. Okay, let me clarify. There are plenty of shots where he looks great, and plenty that don't, including the one at the end. Creating CG Yoda was actually a huge challenge, because the idea was for him to still have elements similar to if he were a puppet, but still be expressive and mobile enough to make him feel less stiff like a puppet would be. The VFX team studied scenes from Empire Strikes Back for a while in order to figure out exactly how Frank Oz puppeted Yoda, just to see if they could recreate that with computer effects. One of the first tests they did was by recreating the scene with Yoda explaining the Force from Empire Strikes Back entirely with computer graphics. That was enough to convince George that now was the time that Yoda should be CGI. And fun fact, according to George, difficulties with the Yoda puppet was one of his early inspirations for computer-generated characters. Another thing that I find interesting, if not slightly annoying, is that the clones in this film, and the next one for that matter, are all CGI. There was not a single practical clone costume. In fact, there's actually an intentional detail where the clone outfits look worn down to try to hide the fact that they're CGI. Hey, we finally have the world feeling lived in again. It's really distracting now every time I see it. Like, it makes sense for group shots, especially the one at the end when it plays Imperial March, but for shots where there's only a few in the frame, why not make a couple of practical suits? Don't the animators have enough to deal with? You know, with Yoda, Jar Jar, Dexter Jetster for his scene, all the space shots, the Geonosians, all the different creatures, the backgrounds, the skylines. Do you see just how much of this film is CGI? One final thing I'd like to mention is how a lot of the keying in scenes are really bad. It looks like they didn't know how to key out the actors properly, so their solution was having this absurd amount of light around them to cover it up. The colors also don't look right for the environment they're in. I can't keep harping on the CGI, I'll just keep going all day. We need to move on. The scene with Dexter's Diner is an homage to American Graffiti. This shot, where Anakin's silhouette looks like Darth Vader's helmet, was not digitally tweaked like some people thought it was. That's just how Hayden looked. There was a joke where the original title for this film was Jar Jar's Big Adventure. This guy apparently has a canon name, and it's Elan Sleazebaggano. Like I said, George can't seem to write subtlety into his stories. Finally, George based Palpatine gaining more control in the Senate on people like Julius Caesar, Napoleon, and Hitler, as their positions were usually made by people who were desperate. While I don't hate this film, I can't exactly say it's great either. It's something that I feel like could have worked really well, but needed another draft or just proofread once or twice, especially when there's random things like Zam Wessel being a shapeshifter for literally no reason. It doesn't factor into the narrative or even the scene that she's in. George claimed he did it to show how bizarre the Star Wars universe is, and that was the best way to do it? I'll give Attack of the Clones a 6.5 out of 10. I swear, I don't even know what to make of this film anymore. This film is fascinating. I think it's interesting how not only the entire prequel trilogy is looked at more fondly, but this film specifically is boosted. Like, I've seen people who genuinely think it's a top 3 Star Wars film. While I personally wouldn't go that far, it is easily the best of the prequels, and it does have a ton of merit. There isn't really a lot to talk about here in terms of pre-production or whatever. It's basically the same as the last 2 films, so I'm assuming because the crews were getting more used to the process, there wasn't nearly as much documenting that was needed. The closest thing I got was how the original script for this film was 120 pages, and Mustafar was really only 3 to 4 pages. But granted, that's because you can't really just describe every little part of fights. That's what storyboards are for. For the amount of shortcomings I still think this film has, I think it's actually still pretty good story/character-wise. Within the first 10 minutes, it already does a great job at re-establishing these characters. In fact, I think it does a better job than the last film when it comes to character relationships. Because of the last film, Obi-Wan and Anakin didn't have many scenes together. Really, the only parts of the film where they're together was the first 25 and 30 minutes, and the last 30 minutes. That's still about an hour and a half of time apart from each other. Now, it's a similar case here, but the reason why I think it works better is because you don't need a bunch of exposition about what they've been doing for 10 years. You get to see more of their bond, how they're basically brothers, even kind of act like it at points. They're joking around, they have this sort of playful banter. Although it's also in this opening where I need to mention something that I find strange that people don't recognize anymore. So imagine if at the start of the last film, rather than seeing how there were multiple attempts at assassinating Padme, we were only told that was the case in the opening crawl. The opening is with Anakin and Obi-Wan in that elevator, and that's just how it went from there. It sounds ridiculous, right? It feels like a major event was just off-screen. So, why does this film do that? Palpatine being kidnapped off-screen feels so strange. Think about it, that probably would have been a kick-ass opening scene. Not only would it seriously establish how much of a threat General Grievous is, but also is the first attempt at gaslighting the audience that Palpatine is just a weak old man like he pretends he is. Now I know what some of you are saying. What about the 2D Clone Wars? That shows Palpatine being kidnapped. My point exactly. Why was that in a spin-off and not the main movies? There's no guarantee that audiences even saw that before this film, so they probably have a million questions. Why was Palpatine kidnapped? How was he kidnapped? Who is this General Grievous? Why does he sound like he has asthma? There's all these questions that never go answered in the film. General Grievous is basically another Darth Maul, a character that could have been cool, but instead he was killed off in his first appearance with basically no elaboration of what he was about.
I should also mention something, because I'll be honest, either people don't see it or no one even realizes it. This film has major tonal problems. The opening is basically a comedy. There's a lot of funny parts to it. It's very action-packed. It feels like Star Wars. Even shortly after that, it still feels a bit more lighthearted with how Obi-Wan acts. But all of the Anakin and Palpatine stuff is a lot more serious, and eventually it culminates with the scene, which I'll get into later. Please tell me I'm not the only one who realized this and might be bothered by it on later rewatches. This isn't even just small moments of levity to break up the drama. It genuinely feels like whiplash when Obi-Wan is fighting Grievous, and then it cuts to Anakin grappling with the dark side. This gets even worse just after the halfway point when we have the scene. I don't actually know if this is a hot take, but I don't think Order 66 is as effective as it thinks it is. Okay, let me elaborate. I don't think it's as effective here. There were some truly heartbreaking things about Order 66, but I don't think this film does a great job representing that, while there are others that do. The main examples for me being Clone Wars Season 7 and Jedi Fallen Order. Those show you how truly sad and terrifying Order 66 was. But in this film, I don't really give a shit. Here's the stranger thing. You'd think after Clone Wars I'd care more, right? Like, for example, Plo Koon gets a ton of character development in Clone Wars, and I like him in that show. But I could not give less of a fuck that he dies here. Am I just heartless? What's going on here? Honestly, I think the part that proves my point the most is the scene with the children. This is a horrifying scene. Or at least it's supposed to be, yet it's been memed to hell and back. Actually, that scene just further proves my point about tonal issues. How is...
Well, R2 has been...
no loose wire jokes.
Did I say anything?
He's trying.
I didn't say anything.
And... in the same film. That isn't just the tiniest bit distracting. While I get what Order 66 was trying to go for and was the basis for many interesting stories, I think right here, where it's arguably supposed to be the most significant, it feels kind of underwhelming. I think another reason for that was something I've highlighted earlier. Think about it. Before Clone Wars, who even knew what this guy's name was? A lot of the Jedi being slaughtered in this scene we have no connection to, or a very minimal connection. The only one we might feel genuinely worried about are Obi-Wan and Yoda. But guess what? We know they aren't going to die because these films exist. If you wanted Order 66 to truly impact people, you need to make them care about these characters, because otherwise you're probably just going to get mere indifference from your audience. I'm giving this its own section because not only is it the point of the movie, but it's the only part that I feel like is actually done well, for the most part. I joked about Hayden's performance in the last film, but I feel like there's still some struggling here. I think there's only one scene where he gives a genuinely great performance. Okay, more like one shot, but still. It's when he learns that Padme is pregnant. Anakin has to cycle through so many different emotions, mainly joy and fear. He's happy that Padme's pregnant, but at the same time, there's the fear of not only being a parent, but also what will happen if the Jedi Order finds out. Him being married with Padme is already breaking the Jedi Code. This is basically bulldozing it until there's nothing left. Hayden cycles through these emotions so well, and I genuinely don't know how he did it in the same film as...
What have I done?
Oh shit, that's the wrong clip. Sorry.
What have I done?
That's better. I mean, they're both strangely terrible line reads. Otherwise, I don't think the actual writing when it comes to this plot is that bad. Some of the ways it's shown how he's still having an internal conflict is incredibly well done. Most of the time, it isn't said. You can just tell, and it comes to an end when Padme thinks he's gone too far. You can tell that was his breaking point. However, there is one thing about this, and I mentioned it earlier, but I seriously have issues with it. Him killing children. I don't care how funny people think it is easily the most heinous thing Darth Vader has done in these films. This might just be me, but when you tell your audience that he did this, it's gonna be a lot harder to sympathize with him. In Return of the Jedi, his conflict was only implied up until he decided to save Luke from Palpatine. We start to get a sense of how sympathetic we were supposed to be with Vader. But I feel like when you confirm that he killed children while he was still conflicted about what he was doing, does that not seem a little odd? Especially since it was basically from maybe 4 to 11 in the span of like 15 minutes. Now, I'm sure there's some even more horrible act in a novel or comic or whatever, but I'm only going off of the movies. Like, there's a difference between having a conflict of morals and committing fucking infanticide. Other than that, though, I actually like how Palpatine's manipulation of Anakin is handled, especially since it was throughout the entire saga for the most part. You can tell this is one of the few things that was 100% thought of from the start. This was the point of the whole trilogy, so it makes sense why it's the most well done and the part that I feel like the least amount of people have problems with. Really only in this film, though, but that's besides the point. Honestly, the most tragic part of it all is... This is the one part where I can understand why the beginning is as goofy as it is. I still think other parts of the film have major tonal issues, but that beginning is incredibly necessary with why this is so heartbreaking for their relationship. Because think about it from Obi-Wan's perspective. He just killed General Grievous. In theory, the Clone Wars are now over, but suddenly, his allies start shooting at him and he has no idea why. He meets up with Yoda, who also doesn't fully know what's going on, and when they both return to Coruscant, everyone in the Jedi Temple is fucking dead, including the children. The final cherry on top, his dear friend, practically brother, is partially responsible for this, including seeing him slaughter some younglings. His world is shattered. He doesn't know who to trust. That's when the worst part of this nightmare comes up. Yoda telling him that he has to confront Anakin and possibly kill him. It was at most like a day since he last saw Anakin, and now he has to kill him? People always talk about the fight choreography for these films, which, fair enough, but I think the reason they work so well is what they mean in terms of the story. For the most part, they aren't here for the sake of just being there. They aren't just battles with blades, they're battles of pure will and emotions, and I'd argue it's more true for the original trilogy. What I'm getting at is the fight on Mustafar doesn't just work because it looks cool. It works because of what it means for these characters. It was built up to over the course of a trilogy and it led to this. When the fight ends with Vader's limbs being cut off and Obi-Wan screaming,
You were my brother, Anakin! I loved you!
that cuts deep. The emphasis on were and loved, meaning they are past tense. Ouch. This plotline is honestly where I give Ewan McGregor a ton of credit. While he still has some incredibly awkward line reads, these emotional scenes are where he shines. It doesn't matter if George is giving bad directions, Ewan is gonna just fucking go for it, and there's nothing George can do to stop it. I can't help but love how tragic it all is. I obviously know where it all ends up, but this is one of the few times where I genuinely think George has at least decent writing. It's clear what he wanted to do, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the script he tooled with the most to get it just the way he wanted. Now that I've gushed about all that, let's move on. This is the best soundtrack of the prequels and is easily top 3 soundtracks of the entire saga. Okay, but in all seriousness, after paying more attention to the soundtrack, it's incredibly interesting. For one, the way they used Binary Sunset in this film is extremely fascinating. So, something I failed to mention was in the last 2 films, Obi-Wan didn't really have a musical identity, or at least from what I could tell. The reason being because Binary Sunset was his theme, but starting with Empire Strikes Back, it became the Force theme. There were a few parts in this film where you could genuinely argue that Binary Sunset was being reused to be Obi-Wan's theme. I'm wondering if the reason why is because of how important Obi-Wan and Anakin's fallout is. I'm wondering if John realized this and wondered, how can I communicate that musically if Obi-Wan no longer has a theme? So he decided to use Obi-Wan's original theme to represent him. You can hear this as early as the opening shot. You still hear the Force theme, but no one's using the Force. However, what's the opening shot? Anakin and Obi-Wan flying around in a massive space battle. I find it fascinating how Binary Sunset is used in this film. Honestly, I think the only time it isn't used for Obi-Wan is at the end when it just directly replicates the Binary Sunset scene from Episode 4. But of course, I know what a lot of you probably want to hear me talk about. Battle of the Heroes, the theme that plays when Anakin fights Obi-Wan. Here's the thing. It's a good track. A really good track. However, I think the best part of this, musically speaking, is when it switches to Duel of the Fates.
Obviously because that's my favorite Star Wars track, but also because I feel like it ties the trilogy together nicely, both with duels of fates, if you will. The way George went about telling John what he wanted for this track, he wanted it to be like a tragic duel of the fates. I can certainly see where that influence is. There's still a choir, it's still very heavy on the strings and wind instruments, although it's almost switched, where Duel of the Fates was more string-focused, this one is more wind-focused, brass specifically. This is truly a great soundtrack. Even the track titled Anakin's Dream is nice to listen to, and I'd argue that one track is the basis for Anakin's entire arc, musically speaking. It starts off with Across the Stars, and it's a lot calmer, a lot nicer. Then it suddenly descends and starts sounding like a horror movie track. It's great stuff in isolation, and in the context of the film, it's so good. Now you may be asking, wait, where did the production design part go? I got literally nothing for that. Basically, most of this film is just pure CGI, so it's easier to just go straight to it. The CGI is at its best here, and it isn't even close. The extra work on Yoda alone is impressive. There were still plenty of times in the last film where I thought Yoda just looked flat out bad, but here, there aren't any moments that immediately jump out to me where Yoda looks bad. Hell, there's even a little detail that was pointed out in one of the commentary tracks I listened to, where they noted scenes where you could see light through Yoda's ear as they had to do subsurface scattering. It's some insanely well done work. Do I prefer Puppet Yoda? Most definitely. But to act like this isn't an achievement is doing some major disservice to everyone that worked on him. This is also where a lot of the environments start looking a lot better too. It was painfully obvious when an environment was mostly CGI in the last two films, but it's a lot better here. Stuff like the inside of the Jedi Temple doesn't look like they were ripped from a PS3 game. Hell, all the clone troopers are still entirely CGI, and they look much better than the last film. General Grievous also looks pretty good. I could just keep going. I feel like this was the era where, because the technology was getting better and more people were getting into computer animation, this is where great-looking CGI really started to take off. It was only 1 year after this film came out when Davy Jones was featured in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. It was only 2 years later after this film when the first live-action Transformers film was released. The same year had the Peter Jackson King Kong. It's impressive how far VFX work had went in such a short period of time. During the opening shot, there's a moment when a Star Cruiser is shot at. The thing it was shot at with was a kitchen sink. The reason being because when the artist showed an early version of the scene, George said something along the lines of, "It's got everything but the kitchen sink." In the scene where Obi-Wan and Anakin take on Count Dooku, the space battle in the background is actually in continuity, even though I don't think anybody would have even noticed if it wasn't pointed out. The opera that Palpatine and Anakin are watching when the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise is told is called Squid Lake. The scene where Palpatine announces how the Republic will become the Empire while Anakin is killing the last of the Separatists on Mustafar is actually an homage to The Godfather. When the Darth Vader costume is shown, it's actually Hayden Christensen inside of it. It's not like the original trilogy where he's played by David Prowse or a stunt double. Speaking of Darth Vader, the scene of him on the slab was supposed to be reminiscent of Frankenstein. I completely understand why people love this film. I'm even quite fond of it myself. Although there's still those issues that keep me from truly gushing about it like I can for the films in the original trilogy. Although I do think it does an alright job trying to balance the stuff from the prequels and the stuff from the original trilogy that it has to tie into. I'll give Revenge of the Sith an 8 out of 10. Before I move on to my final thoughts on the prequel trilogy as a whole, I should probably mention another project. Per my very arbitrary rules, this does count. The 2008 Clone Wars movie. This might actually be the worst theatrically released Star Wars film I've covered so far, because this shit is so goddamn boring. Do you want to know how boring it is? Even as a kid, I never liked this movie. Seriously, I could binge the original 6 films when I was younger, but the moment I put on the Clone Wars movie, I couldn't give any less of a fuck. As a kid, I never understood why I couldn't get into it. I mean, it was still Star Wars, wasn't it? Now as an adult, I understand what it is about this film that was so unappealing to me. It's just flat out boring. The first 20 minutes have almost nothing to do with the rest of the film except for introducing Ahsoka. You want to know the worst part? That's the best part of it. Even then, it's still like a 6 out of 10 at best.
The rest of this film is just so baffling. Like, what the fuck do you mean Jabba has a son?
But how? And why? And who did what with whom?
Not to mention, the plan to frame the Jedi for kidnapping and killing Jabba's son is so fucking stupid and convoluted. Not to mention, it gets even worse in the last 20 minutes or so when they decide to throw in Zero the Hutt, Jabba's uncle, voiced by Corey Burton. The music also just doesn't sound like a Star Wars film. Now, I should mention that obviously it makes sense why John Williams wasn't hired for this film, as this was clearly a much smaller production. But there were genuinely some parts where I was thinking, am I watching Star Wars or Mission Impossible? Because that's the impression the music was giving me. Really, the only major positive I have is the voice cast, but even then, that's a double-edged sword. I think it's from the fact that I love them later on in the show, so I'm letting that fill in the blanks of what might be missing here. It makes a lot more sense when you learn that this film was actually just a Clone Wars arc that got a theatrical release for some reason. Because this film just doesn't look good, or at least not for a film. It's visually consistent with the first season of the show, I'll give it that, but I think if you're going to release this as a film in theaters, people are probably going to expect better animation than what they'd find on TV. Genuinely, I'm shocked Clone Wars got as good as it did because this film was probably not a very good first impression, which is especially apparent when, to date, this is still the lowest grossing theatrically released Star Wars film. I'll give the Clone Wars movie a 4.5 out of 10. If you haven't seen this, don't bother, just stick with the show. In order for this segment to make sense, I need to put a lot of things into perspective. The wait between Return of the Jedi and The Phantom Menace was long and arduous for fans. It was 16 whole years. So naturally, when Phantom Menace was coming out, people were hyped. Like levels of hype that have probably never been reached again and probably never will be. It was so insane that around 2.2 million employees called in sick to see the film on opening day, which resulted in an estimated $293 million loss of productivity. Seriously, you could not stop the hype for The Phantom Menace. Even when you look at videos recorded at the premiere or news broadcasts or whatever, it was fucking insane. You'll even hear stories about how people from all over the world came to the US just for Star Wars. So imagine to everyone's horror when the movie wasn't great. Now, I've already mentioned why I personally am not the biggest fan of this film, but that also comes from a place that's 26 years removed from the original release. Imagine what it was like when it was fresh. It was bad. And it only got worse from there. The rest of the series didn't really win people over. People were starting to get incredibly pissed off about the special editions being the only versions of the original trilogy available, and people were really starting to turn their backs on George Lucas. In fact, it was around the time of the 2000s where a phrase you may have heard every once in a while was, "George Lucas ruined my childhood," or, in a much more vulgar sense, "George Lucas raped my childhood." Hell, even when Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out, people would only point the finger at George, which even included a very fucked up episode of South Park to comment on it. I'd like to bring attention to a documentary that I actually wound up watching and really put a lot of things into perspective for me, especially as someone who really only knew about some of this in passing. The documentary is called The People vs. George Lucas, which came out in 2010. Now, I'm not giving a review for this film, but I will say this. A lot of you probably haven't seen this film. And it fucking shows. I say that because it really highlights what Star Wars means to people and their very complicated feelings on George Lucas's treatment of it at the time. I do think it brings up a lot of good points, but also highlights just how terrible this fandom is. Not was, is. That was the scariest part to me, that a good chunk of it is still accurate, even if George isn't attached to Star Wars anymore. I'd also like to give some of my own thoughts about this. The first time I ever heard about anyone hating the prequels was probably back in 2014. At that point, I was just a young kid who sometimes would watch videos on YouTube about movies. At that point, I never even knew that the prequels were made after the original trilogy. In my mind, it was just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. This was when I first heard the negativity surrounding the prequels. I never even thought about it. It wasn't until around 2015 when I actually went back to watch them with my dad, and I could see where some of those videos were coming from. Not quite to the degree that they were expressing, of course, but I still wasn't getting the enjoyment that I was hoping for out of it. However, I still loved the original trilogy. I had no idea what to make of it at the time,
over the years, I grew more and more sour over the prequels. I don't know if it was just me being a moody teenager or whatever, but I did not like them. In fact, it wasn't until this most recent rewatch where I actually found some appreciation in them again. But it wasn't the same as when I was a kid. It wasn't nostalgia-based. It was more of an artistic-based one. As a kid, these were just action movies, something to watch when I wanted to have a good time. Now, I see them as what they were trying to be, an artistic vision fully realized. Now, this is the part of the video where I'm gonna be a pedantic asshole again. But first, I need to mention when these films started getting praised more often than not. So in this age where practically everyone hated George Lucas, it was bad for people who actually liked the prequels. How bad was it? There was its own dedicated website for people who actually liked the movies. Hell, it was mocked in The People vs. George Lucas by some fans, but, as I'm sure you know, sympathy for the prequels started growing more rampant in the past 10 years. I'd pinpoint it somewhere in the 2017 to 2019 range. I think one part of this is the fact that the kids who grew up with the prequels, the ones who never saw much issue in them, started becoming more loud on the internet. They were the new voice, and they started expressing their love for the prequels more. But I'd also say a movie or two coming up also helped in this, but we're not quite there yet. It was around this time where if you were a Star Wars fan, it was probably really confusing to navigate, because there were the people who hated the prequels but liked the new stuff, the people who loved the prequels who hated the new stuff, the people who liked both, the people who hated both. Since then, I feel like that group has died down, and you'll mainly only see love for the prequels nowadays. Now there's one thing that I'd like to mention when it comes to the prequels. Even though I rated Revenge of the Sith the highest, that's actually not my favorite project to come out of the prequel era. That would belong to the Clone Wars show. Now, I know I talked mad shit about the Clone Wars movie, but the show itself is actually really good. It expanded the world much better than the prequels ever did. I think it's a real highlight on how George may be a visionary and great at creating stories, but actually telling those stories seems to be a challenge for him. He only produced the show and basically just approved everything. Well, for the first 5 seasons anyway. I bring this up because I'm starting to see a sentiment on how the prequel should have been handled that I think is interesting. So at one point, there was a discussion between Sam Witwer, the voice of Darth Maul in Clone Wars, and James Arnold Taylor, the voice of Obi-Wan in Clone Wars, where Sam Witwer brought up why the Clone Wars were really important for Star Wars.
The Clone Wars makes you realize that the story that George was telling in the prequels was an extraordinary story that was way too big for 3 movies.
Yeah, that's a great point. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
And I know I've also seen a few takes where the prequels would have worked better as 6 films. I need to address that. I actually agree. Kind of. I say that because the problem wasn't the story was too big for only 3 movies. The problem was George didn't allocate the time for the story he wanted to tell. I'm going to use another very beloved franchise as an example. Lord of the Rings. Middle-earth is probably one of the most fleshed out worlds in literature, ever? Or at least from the last 100 years or so. But here's the thing. You don't need every single aspect to understand the story. J.R.R. Tolkien knew where to cut corners in order for the focus to never be taken away from his story. The films are an even better example because even despite their immense runtimes, especially if you're watching the extended editions, you don't need every part of that world explained for you to understand what's going on. I'd argue the same could be said for the prequels. I even started thinking about how this could have worked, and the main story George wanted to tell was about Anakin becoming Vader, right? Also to elaborate on the Clone Wars mentioned briefly in Episode 4. So, the first way that I thought of doing that was the first film be around the time of Attack of the Clones and not Phantom Menace. And if your counter-argument is, well, what about the stuff that you'd miss from Phantom Menace? You want all of that to just be off-screen? Yes, because important aspects of this story totally haven't just been randomly set up off-screen before. Then, the second movie would be about the Clone Wars itself, and then Revenge of the Sith. It was honestly so weird to me how Attack of the Clones ends with the Clone War being started, yet it's only around halfway through Revenge of the Sith when the Clone War ended, despite going on for about 3 years. That's just me, though. I'm sure there's plenty of other people's interpretations on how this could work, but it's something that's always bothered me. It's just how these films were stories being told poorly, and how I feel like people aren't noticing it, or at least not enough for questions to start being raised. Overall, while I now understand why people like these films, I think the Clone Wars show is the thing more people should be focusing on. To me, it's the prequels done right. But now, we should move on. I'm gonna have to get my Holtzman shield at the ready. Before we get to the next film, I'm going to address the one decision that people to this day are still talking about when it comes to Star Wars. In May of 2011, George Lucas met with then CEO of Walt Disney Studios, Bob Iger. They discussed the possibility of George Lucas selling Lucasfilm, as he was planning on retiring from making films and/or producing them. In January of 2012, George Lucas had announced said retirement from producing big-budget films and instead focused on much smaller independent films. In June of the same year, Kathleen Kennedy, a frequent collaborator with Steven Spielberg, was appointed as co-chairman of Lucasfilm. She would work alongside George Lucas until his actual final day as CEO. Remember this, as it will be important later. On October 30th, 2012, Disney had announced its plan to acquire Lucasfilm and all of its subsidiaries for $4.05 billion, about half of it in cash and the other half in Disney stocks. To this day, George Lucas is still the largest individual shareholder when it comes to Disney. Disney's acquisition of Lucasfilm was completed on December 21st, 2012. Here's where things get interesting, though. Kathleen Kennedy became president of Lucasfilm, while George was kept on as a creative consultant initially. This is where it actually wraps back around to Star Wars itself. Now, George had possible ideas for episodes 7, 8, and 9. However, he had no intention of actually making them himself. A direct quote from Lucas states, "I always said I wasn't going to do any more, and that's true, because I'm not going to do any more. But that doesn't mean I'm unwilling to turn it over to Kathy to do more." George actually attended early story meetings, mostly just telling them, don't do this, but this is okay, that kind of thing. He also handed in story treatments for episodes 7 through 9, requested it only be read by Kathleen Kennedy and certain execs from Disney. As I'm sure a lot of you know, those treatments weren't used. Disney instead opted for their own story. After that, George Lucas didn't have much further involvement, as it was clear they didn't particularly want him around. George later expressed his feelings about selling Lucasfilm, as he wanted to be there to guide them, but at the same time, he wanted to just leave it alone for other people to work on, as he didn't have much further interest in making those movies. Or at least not directly. This is a very complicated topic to talk about for some people. I'm going to save it for later, but believe me, this is probably going to be the biggest underlying thing from here on out. Let's move on to the actual development of this film. There were plenty of names thrown around on who was going to direct this film. Names that were considered included Brad Bird, David Fincher, Jon Favreau, Guillermo del Toro, Matthew Vaughn, Colin Trevorrow, Ben Affleck, and apparently Neil Blomkamp. A lot of those names either had other projects so they couldn't do it, or just simply had no interest. Although the film would find its director when Steven Spielberg suggested someone to Kathleen Kennedy. That person was Jeffrey Jacob Abrams. Usually just goes by J.J. Abrams. Interestingly, he initially declined the offer, his reasoning being that up until that point, and funnily enough still to this day, he'd only directed one original film. He'd done Mission Impossible 3, he'd done Star Trek and Star Trek Into Darkness, which he just tried to replicate Star Wars with anyway, but I digress. However, Kathleen Kennedy was the one to convince him to do the film, especially since JJ was a big fan of Star Wars. With a script co-written by Lawrence Kasdan, Michael Arndt, and JJ himself, filming would begin in February of 2014. The production went mostly smoothly, except for when production had to be halted for 2 weeks due to Harrison Ford fracturing his ankle, which was caused by a set malfunction. This actually gave Abrams the opportunity to retool the film, as he thought some of it wasn't working, mainly Rey and Finn's dynamic. Okay. We can finally move on to the film itself. Okay, so let's just make sure that we got everything, and... God damn it! Yes, I'm just gonna get out of the way now. This is just episode 4 again. Here's the thing, however. I can kind of see why they did it. Do I think it was a good idea, especially in hindsight? Not particularly. But I understand why they did it. Keep in mind, this was at a time when the prequels were still widely hated, so they probably wanted to go back to basics with Star Wars, a film that was reminiscent of the original trilogy, which only makes sense as this is supposed to be a continuation of that. However, in doing so, they kind of shot themselves in the foot, because yes, it was like the original trilogy. However, it was arguably too much like the original.
If you wanted to avoid the prequels, that's fine, you do you, but this is too damn similar. Of course, it's also ironic that J.J. Abrams initially declined because he was sick of making sequels, then just made Episode 4 again anyway. There's actually plenty of other things that this film decides to not explore, even though it fucking should. In fact, there's one major thing that surprisingly goes unanswered the entire trilogy. How the fuck did the First Order rise to power? No, seriously, how? Now here's the thing. I actually do know the answer to this. However, it's not actually in the movies. And that's the problem. I know that the reason the First Order was able to rise to power was because of just how shitty a job the New Republic was doing. Hell, it's even slightly explored in later projects. Ones that came out after the sequel trilogy, but I digress. The problem is that it's never explained in the films, or at least not enough to be satisfying. I shouldn't have to read a book or play a game or whatever just to figure out something. If it's something like a small plot hole, fine, whatever. But when it's a major aspect of your overarching story, that's a huge problem. You had 3 movies and you never thought about this once? We need more than just a single sentence in the opening crawl to know what's going on. Now I'm going to connect this back with Episode 4 because I need to explain why it worked there and not here. In Episode 4, the reason you don't exactly need to know how the Empire is in power is because it's not important for the story. You don't need context on who the Emperor is, you just need to know the Empire is bad, and you get plenty of that throughout the original trilogy. You don't need to watch the prequels in order to understand Episode 4. Especially since they didn't exist yet. However, the reason why I don't think it's okay just randomly establishing this is because it's a sequel. We saw the Empire fall in Return of the Jedi. I don't care if 30 years have passed, we need an explanation on why suddenly the New Republic is almost gone. Another problem I have with this film is its humor. Now, I'm typically not one to describe certain kinds of humor as Marvel humor or MCU humor, especially since I feel like that term has been misused to the point that no one knows what it means anymore. But even back in 2015, I remember thinking the humor was odd. It has those quips and random out-of-place humor that doesn't really fit the tone of the scene. This is what I find a lot of MCU humor to be, and it's certainly noticeable throughout this trilogy. Now, it's not to say the previous trilogies weren't funny. Oh god no, the prequels alone had some great moments. However, it's used at the most inappropriate times here. Even back in 2015, I knew something was off the moment I heard Poe say,
"So who talks first? You talk first? I talk first."
Like, this isn't funny. It's out of place. It's also just the amount of times they do it in this film is annoying. Like, starting in the 3rd act, there should have been little to no jokes. But unfortunately, we couldn't have that. This might be more of just a personal thing, but I just really don't like how they handled a lot of the humor in this film. Honestly, I think the only one that worked for me was Kylo Ren throwing a temper tantrum. Otherwise, I don't like it. Now, I've mentioned before how I actually like the MCU, but I'm sometimes not the biggest fan of its humor. So to have it in Star Wars as well, I'm not a fan. If I wanted to watch a Marvel movie, I'd watch a goddamn Marvel movie. Keep that shit out of my Star Wars. I also think how Poe was handled is a little clunky. I say that because, according to JJ, he originally wanted Poe to live, but in earlier drafts of the script, he just wound up killing him off. It was actually Oscar Isaac that wanted the character to not die in the film. JJ wound up taking that earlier idea and worked it into the screenplay they already had, and you can tell that something's off. Now, I really like Finn and Poe's dynamic, something I'll cover in great detail later, but I think the way Poe is awkwardly handled in the rest of the film after his death is weird. You can tell most, if not all of it, was reshoots because outside of the opening and one scene, it's just him in his cockpit when it comes to blowing up Starkiller Base. I admit it's just a small thing, for now, but it is a little distracting when you notice it, and realize why it is that way. There's one more criticism I'd like to mention, and that's the ending. Now, I'm not referring to Rey handing Luke his lightsaber. That imagery is still striking, and it still gets me every time I see it. I will die on this hill, I do not care. No, what I'm referring to is how Rey was able to get there. I'm referring to R2-D2 randomly waking up from what may as well be a coma just to complete the star map. Now, I actually think it makes sense that R2 would essentially put himself on low power mode when Luke disappears. I feel like he would have a close enough connection to Luke to do that. But why does he wake up when he does? It just comes out of nowhere. He has no idea that Starkiller Base is blown up. He gets up just because. And if you want to say, oh, it's because he sensed that BB-8 had the missing piece of the star map, that can't work either because of the fact that when BB-8 first found R2, he still had that bit of the map. There's no justifiable reason for R2 waking up at that specific moment. The funny thing, on the commentary track, JJ feels the need to mention how R2 has the bit of the map he does, but doesn't clarify why he wakes up when he does. I'm now going to go into some compliments I have for the film. I actually really like Rey and Finn's dynamic in this film. I'll obviously have some things to say for the later films, but one movie at a time. I genuinely love their dynamic and sort of how they grew their connection. I'm glad JJ did those rewrites because from what I can put together of their original dynamic, it wouldn't have worked nearly as well. I also actually like Kylo Ren. Kind of. In this film, he's completely fine. I like how the idea with Kylo is how he's being tortured with the light side of the Force, while Vader was tortured with the dark side of the Force, kind of making the antagonist the opposite of Vader, where his compassion is the thing that's hurting him, rather than his anger. Hell, even the reason Kylo Ren and Vader wear their masks are different. Vader wore his to keep him alive when he wasn't in the meditation pod or Bacta tank, and could also cover up his scarred appearance. However, Kylo Ren wears it just because. Probably some yada yada, it's not a phase, Mom, bullshit. Granted, execution is a different story, but I actually like how it's handled here. He sees Darth Vader as a role model, and when he's told he'll never be as strong as him, it's probably the most hurtful thing he's ever heard. He's basically a moody teenager if he had a lightsaber. I also think him killing off Han Solo made sense. Now, was it a bit much to have Han Solo die in the first film in this trilogy? Maybe. But I'd also argue that it was an attempt to essentially let the audience know that shit is gonna get serious. Now, would I prefer that most of that was saved for a second movie? Probably. However, I get why they did this, especially since both Harrison Ford and Richard Marquand wanted Han Solo to die in Return of the Jedi. Damn, Harrison Ford hated Star Wars even back then. There's one more thing that I'd like to mention, and it's regarding Luke's absence in this film. I like it. I still remember December 19th of 2015 when the words Star Wars came on screen. It was met with cheers. Then the very first line of the text crawl. Luke Skywalker has disappeared. It shook me to my core.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Would I have preferred that he was there? Yes. I mean, he was the main character in the original trilogy, so it would be nice to follow it up. But I think why it was done here was actually really smart. JJ explained on the commentary track that the reason that decision was made was because he felt that if Luke was there, he would undermine the new characters. Essentially, the thought process was the audience might think, why would I give a shit about these new guys when the character I'm already attached to is right here? I'd argue that's true, and still is to this day. There was also the idea that since 30 years would have passed in universe, some people wouldn't even think Luke, the Jedi, or even the Force were real. They might think they're myths. In fact, that very idea is what convinced JJ to work on the film, as that was the idea Kathleen Kennedy presented to him. Now, this is something I'd been dying to talk about. See, the interesting thing about John Williams' journey making music for these films is the order they were made. Because the original trilogy was, well, original, he just wrote an original score. However, because the next set of films was a trilogy of prequels, he had to write music that was either completely disconnected from the original trilogy, or had to write themes that sound like they would naturally evolve into later themes. Take Anakin's theme to Imperial March, for example. But here, it was like letting a kid loose in a candy store. He'd finally be able to build upon those themes from the original trilogy and make all new music where he wouldn't have to worry about making them sound like they'd build into already existing themes. I swear this makes sense in my head. I feel like this philosophy is evident by just 3 main themes in this soundtrack. The first one being Rey's theme. People have found many different ways to use Rey's theme and how it connects to Imperial March, Binary Sunset, hell, even Yoda's theme. Were all of them intentional? Probably not, unless John Williams is playing like 40 chess with his music. However, I just love how it sounds. The second theme I'd like to highlight is Kylo Ren's theme. Although I feel like it's another Imperial March and Empire Strikes Back feeling, where it might represent the First Order in general and not just Kylo Ren. This theme is great because John Williams showcases how to make you scared with just 5 notes. Okay, technically 9 is the full motif, which is the same as Imperial March, but those first 5 are what people focus on the most. The third theme I want to highlight is March of the Resistance. Okay, right off the bat, the fact it's called March of the Resistance is interesting considering how another major track with March in the title is associated with Darth Vader. I think that's the perfect mindset with this piece. It's not nearly as heroic if I have to describe it as anything. It feels a lot more sinister than it's letting on. I have no idea if that makes any sense, but it makes sense to me. There's also one last fun fact I'd like to bring up before we move on. Apparently, there's a track that John Williams didn't compose for this film. It's the song that plays when we're in Maz Kanata's castle. John Williams apparently asked JJ if he could get anyone else to compose music for that scene, as he wanted to focus on the other music. So JJ decided to work with Lin-Manuel Miranda to make a theme for Maz Kanata's castle. I'm just as confused as you are, believe me. I unfortunately couldn't find much on sound design, so we're skipping straight to production design. Even though this film still uses a shit ton of CGI, I'm actually surprised at just how often they still used practical effects in some manner. I guess it makes sense if the goal was to evoke the feeling of the original trilogy more and how it was all practical. I said all practical. For example, the only part that's CGI on Unkar Plutt is his face, and that was only because the actual costume was so hot inside, Simon Pegg couldn't properly emote with the head on. There are still shots of BB-8 where he's entirely CG, but they always tried to make him practical if they could. Granted, they digitally painted out the puppeteers, but they also did that for C-3PO and Phantom Menace, and that's a common practice nowadays anyway. Another example is when the holochess table is shown again in this film. It wasn't just reused footage or CGI to look like stop motion. They actually got Phil Tippett, who did the effect in the original, to redo it just for this shot. Maz Kanata's castle is also quite impressive from a practical standpoint. According to Abrams, the only thing that's entirely CGI is Maz herself. Everything else was on set, and he never states this, but may have had only a few CGI touch-ups later. Probably one of my favorite effects in the entire film is something so simple, and yet I love it. It's when Rey's cooking food, and there's the bread that magically cooks itself. I actually thought it was CGI for the longest time, but no, it's all practical. It was a bladder pushing up the bread, and there was a tube hidden in the bottom to suck out all the liquid. The only CG that was used was to digitally paint out the tube that sucked out the water. Now, most of the things I saw never went too in-depth on this, but I actually don't mind the CGI work. Like, there's only 2 entirely CGI characters, those being Maz Kanata and Snoke. Actually, fun fact, Matt Reeves is a good friend of J.J. Abrams, probably due to them working together on Cloverfield. Great movie, by the way, I highly recommend it. Anyways, because of this, JJ got to see an early cut of Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, which didn't even have most of the CGI done yet. Andy Serkis's performance really stuck out to JJ, and he wanted to hire him for this film. Other than that, I feel like there's not much more to talk about, as there isn't as much in-detail behind-the-scenes info on the CGI here as there was on the prequels. Captain Phasma's design was an early design for Kylo Ren. It was ultimately rejected because in-universe it made no sense for him to be wearing Stormtrooper armor. The original script actually not only explained how Maz Kanata got Anakin's original lightsaber, but apparently it was going to be the opening of the movie. As much as I don't like how it's never explained, I think the opening of the film we got was so much better. Apparently, JJ had a whole backstory for the Knights of Ren. We'll get to them later. The Stormtrooper played by Daniel Craig was affectionately nicknamed FN-007. The reason why he was even in the movie was because he was filming Spectre on the same lot that this movie was filming, so they asked if he wanted to be in the film. Daniel Craig's apparently a huge Star Wars fan, so he agreed to do it.
While I admit this film has many flaws, including its mostly unoriginal plot, I admit I'm always going to have a soft spot for this film. It's the first Star Wars film I saw in theaters. I have fond memories of this film and theorizing where everything was going to go. What's Snoke's deal? Who are Rey's parents? Why did Luke go into exile? A million questions for my young mind to try to find answers to. I'll give The Force Awakens a 7.5 out of 10. You could do better, but at the same time, you could do far, far worse. Rogue One is a fascinating movie. Mainly because, I'll be honest, I don't understand why this is the one Star Wars movie post-Disney buyout that people still go crazy over. Like, there's great ideas here, and it is an interesting take on Star Wars, but I don't see why this is the one that slipped through the cracks. In 2003, visual effects supervisor John Knoll pitched an idea about the rebels that stole the Death Star plans before the beginning of Episode 4. It obviously went nowhere. However, John Knoll pitched the idea again after Disney acquired Lucasfilm. He didn't want the idea to go to waste. Luckily, there were plans to release one-off movies in the Star Wars universe, and the idea was picked up. Sometime later, after people at Lucasfilm saw Monsters from 2010, they thought Gareth Edwards, that film's director, was a good choice for this new movie. They were also in luck because Gareth Edwards is a massive Star Wars fan, and even spent his 30th birthday in Tunisia visiting the locations where they shot Episode 4. Here's the thing about Gareth Edwards, though. Gareth Edwards also directed films such as Godzilla 2014, The Creator from 2 years ago, and Jurassic World Rebirth. I'll admit the only film of his that I haven't seen is Jurassic World Rebirth, as I've only seen the first 2 Jurassic Park films and I don't particularly care. However, I have seen all of his other films, including Monsters. I personally think Gareth Edwards has a problem with directing his actors. I don't know, there's just something about his directing where it feels like the characters in his films can't emote the way you'd expect them to. I find this is most notable in Godzilla 2014 and The Creator. However, there is one strength I'll give this guy. This goes for all of his films that I've seen. Gareth Edwards is great at directing visuals, and more specifically, scale. In Godzilla 2014, you can really feel just how tall Godzilla actually is. Something that I feel like was lost in the later MonsterVerse movies, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The Creator also had beautiful cinematography. It's no different here. This is probably the first Star Wars film that I'd 100% say has very stunning cinematography, and it's such a shame it wasn't nominated for Best Cinematography at the Oscars. Scenes like when the Death Star destroys Jeddah City is just beautiful. Not only does it start off with a recreation of the Alderaan scene from the original, but it shows what the Death Star's destructive capabilities are on ground level, and quite frankly, it looks terrifying. It wasn't even at full power. Scenes like that are where I believe Gareth Edwards' strengths lie as a director, because otherwise, there's many problems I have when it comes to his direction on other parts of the film. Right off the bat, I want to compliment it for kind of subverting expectations on what the film's going to be like. Because when you go to a Star Wars movie, what do you expect? A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, then all of a sudden... But this film goes about it differently. You still get the "a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away" text, but rather than going into the Star Wars theme, it just jumps right into the film. It still has a similar jump in terms of the music, but it's not the main Star Wars theme. I think it's great at immediately telling you, this isn't like other Star Wars movies. Even better considering how much of the criticism levied against The Force Awakens was how similar it was to Episode 4. I'm assuming it wasn't intentional, but it's still great timing nonetheless. Something I also didn't even notice until it was pointed out to me was that this film doesn't use wipes for scene transitions. That's like a staple of Star Wars. Hell, people call it a Lucas wipe for a reason. Even though it was used earlier in film serials and Akira Kurosawa films, but I digress. But I think that was another smart choice. Something I'll also praise this film for is that it was trying to be more like a traditional war film. Now, I've made it clear before that I'm not the biggest fan of those types of films, but
but for some reason, I don't mind as much if they're much more fantastical in nature, an example being War for the Planet of the Apes. I like how this film is not only a lot darker, but I feel like it also further expands on a theme that was set up in Empire Strikes Back. Mainly that there isn't a good or bad per se, just a whole lot of gray. Granted, in Empire, and especially Return of the Jedi, it was focusing on the Empire and the good in it. Here, it's the opposite, mainly in how the rebellion isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Hell, even having Saw Gerrera in here to have a sort of extremist side of the rebellion was interesting. Granted, he died before we could really get any development with him, but whatever. I think adding these layers of complexity was a good thing. Not to say there wasn't an issue with these are the good guys and these are the bad guys in Episode 4, but I think the reason why people generally prefer Empire Strikes Back, and weirdos like myself who prefer Return of the Jedi, is because of the shades of gray in this conflict. If the idea was to make this more like a traditional war film, it makes sense to focus on the fact that in wars, everybody loses. They all think what they're doing is for the greater good, but that isn't always the case. It makes sense to showcase the darker aspects of the rebellion, especially since the original trilogy already focused on the good aspects of the Empire, more specifically Darth Vader. However, there's one big criticism I have of this film, and I think most people agree with me on it. Who gives a fuck about the characters? Seriously, there are only 2 characters I fully enjoyed. One of them was because I got to know more of him through a spin-off show, and the other one was just a snarky prick who happened to be a droid. But seriously, who cares about these characters? The best test I can do is ask you what their names even are. Like, who's this? His name is Baze Malbus. I just watched the movie and I still had to look up who that was. Who's this guy? That's Chirrut Imwe. Had to search that one up too. The only character names I even remember are Jyn Erso, probably because she's the protagonist, Cassian Andor, because of a later project, K2SO, because he's my favorite character from the film, and Bodhi Rook. And that's because this was always the character people used as their example of, what's this character's name? The problem with large ensemble casts like this is you don't have much time to learn about them, let alone connect with them. That especially won't help you when literally all of them are going to be dead by the end of the film. If you want big casts like this to work, usually you want sequels or whatever so audiences can connect with them more. The original Star Wars trilogy knew this. You learned more about the characters the further the series went along. I will say this. I commend them for what they were trying to accomplish with this cast, especially with how it relates to the overall theme of the film. But if you don't give the proper time to establish and make us care about them, then we aren't going to care much when they die. This isn't the first movie I've covered in this series that didn't have John Williams as its composer. However, it is the first notable one. This film's music was done by Michael Giacchino, who has done so many movies that I wouldn't be able to even name them all. However, notable ones include 7 MCU projects, one of which he even directed, 7 Pixar films, including both Incredibles films, the Kelvin Timeline Star Trek trilogy, the Jurassic World trilogy, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, War for the Planet of the Apes, and The Batman, just to name a few. He's a very prolific composer, and I quite like his work. It's no different here. I don't know if I'll be able to go as in-depth with it as I did with the other films, but I will highlight the theme he gives to the Empire. Now, because Imperial March is already reserved for Vader, and is even used in this film, Michael decided to have a different theme to represent the Empire in this film. It has a similar foreboding tone that Imperial March does, but it's uniquely its own. I also love just the main theme. There's still elements of the original Rebel theme by John Williams, but again, it's its own thing. I think this is the first film since Return of the Jedi to have that lived-in look that George Lucas wanted in the original trilogy. Basically, everything is grimy and not very well cleaned. Now, I wouldn't say it's to the level of Episode 4, but given how this takes place right before it, it makes sense that the world looks like this.
especially if the intent was that you could watch the films back to back and not see much difference. I also appreciate just how much practical effects were used where they could. I also think they had a really great mentality to it. The idea was that they wouldn't be emphasized. There wouldn't really be any moments where you'd just go, "Whoa, look at how cool that effect was!" It presents them as very matter-of-fact, because, well, to the characters, this isn't unusual. There were about 30 unique characters, all of which were usually just people in suits. On top of that, the head was usually puppeted by remote control, an example being Admiral Raddus. However, there was one that was pointed out by one of the featurettes on this film, which there were strangely a lot of. Biston, referred to as Space Monkey by the crew. They did something different with him where the actor used their real eyes, very similar to how Peter Mayhew's eyes are what you see on Chewbacca. Okay, this is going to be a complicated one. Not because it's hard to explain how the effects were done, but because of this. So in case you somehow don't know, Peter Cushing has been dead for 30 years, 22 when this film initially came out. Now, I know they got permission from Peter Cushing's estate, but, stuff like this is exactly what SAG-AFTRA was fighting against back in 2023. Like, I get why it was done. This film ties in directly with Episode 4, and it makes sense why he'd be here. But at the same time, this could be seen as incredibly disrespectful. Not to mention, the effect itself just doesn't look that good. He looks like a PS5 character, but none of the environment fits that. The way this effect was done was motion capture by Guy Henry. The philosophy that Guy had was that he wasn't only imitating Cushing with either voice or face. He was trying to embody the spirit of the character. I will say this. Even if he doesn't really sound like Peter Cushing, he does have certain mannerisms in the way that Tarkin spoke. As I'm sure you can tell, I'm not the biggest fan of the effect. Even if it was apparently okay with everyone involved, the effect still looks wonky. It's like the Ian Holm effect in Alien Romulus. Honestly, CGI Tarkin should have been relegated to just one scene, not only to focus more on other effects and or make that one better, but also so it doesn't just feel like it's being rubbed in. I should also mention the de-aged Leia at the end. It's also not that good, but for a completely different reason. With Tarkin, it was a full digital recreation of Peter Cushing's head. With Leia, it's more like a really bad deepfake. Hell, Ant-Man only did this kind of effect a year earlier, and it looked a lot better. Still not great, but better. It was a single 10-second shot. How does it look this strange? Okay, now to focus on the other effects. I actually thought they were quite good. Aside from the previous two mentioned, there was really only one shot where I thought it looked subpar. However, it was only like 2 seconds. Otherwise, things like K2SO looked great. There were a few moments where I could tell K2 wasn't there, but there were others where I was convinced he was a puppet or something. I also think it's interesting how Alan Tudyk portrayed him. When you see other Imperial droids, they walk very robotically, almost perfectly, if you will. But K2 doesn't. He slouches a little, he moves his arms, his walk has a little bit more unevenness. For lack of a better phrase, he's more human. I think it's impressive how Alan played him, and Alan Tudyk is also just hilarious, so he's great at portraying that part of K2 as well. When Riz Ahmed got the part of Bodhi, he sent tape after tape after tape to Gareth Edwards about the different ways he could play Bodhi. Seeing some of them are quite interesting and kind of a look into another timeline where that could have been Bodhi. There's actually a cameo by Chopper from Star Wars Rebels in this film. You may have already known that, but still. There's also a reference to Hera from the same show. Someone requests to see her over the intercom in Yavin 4. In the shot recreating the destruction of Alderaan, one of the operators is played by Rian Johnson, director of The Last Jedi. One of the rebel soldiers at the end is played by Gareth Edwards himself. I see what this film was going for, but ultimately, I think there's too much holding it back for me to truly love it like I do some of the other films we covered. Great concept, great visual direction, but characters that aren't very memorable, a resurrected actor that doesn't look very good, and a film that's basically overshadowed by one of its last scenes, which should have been the first and only time we see Vader in the film, but I digress, make it a very uneven and overall not that entertaining experience.
I'll give Rogue One a 7 out of 10. I wish I could see the appeal, but I just can't. This is gonna be a hard one to talk about. Mainly because whenever this movie is mentioned, you find one of two reactions. Overwhelming love, or overwhelming hate, with little to no in between. I can see both sides' arguments, but I think it's just a little bit overblown. From both sides. In January of 2014, Rian Johnson was in talks to write and direct this installment of the sequel trilogy. Later in August, he confirmed himself that that was the case. He worked closely with J.J. Abrams to not only ensure that there wasn't any continuity problems, but also to make it flow smoothly from one film to the next. Whether that worked well or not, I feel like is a different story, but at least they tried to put in that effort. Even though principal photography didn't start until February of 2016, they still shot for 4 days at Skellig Michael with a second unit in September of 2015, mostly for establishing shots and other things they may have needed. This was due to weather conditions and how basically any other time of the year wouldn't have worked. These were shot for all the scenes of Rey and Luke on Ahch-2. Principal photography ended in July of 2016, although there were still reshoots and the like afterwards. Rian Johnson was certainly an interesting choice for this film. The reason being, not only the kind of films he makes, but also the fact that at the time, he wasn't really well known. The only super notable film he did before this one was Looper. Safe to say, it was a strange choice for a Star Wars film. Then again, people like Irvin Kershner and Richard Marquand may have been strange choices for the original trilogy as well, so it's not too unheard of. Now, I should say that I haven't watched many of Rian Johnson's other films, but I don't feel comfortable calling him a bad filmmaker, not by a long shot. He makes super interesting films, and I think, out of the ones I've seen anyway, he seems to have a style, mainly in the way that he subverts certain genres, which is definitely apparent here. In case you haven't seen the Knives Out films, you really should. They're great. Now, do I think some of the stuff that Rian Johnson subverts in this film was a good choice? Not entirely, but there are some truly interesting ideas here. Even then, he still heavily plays into how a Star Wars film typically goes. I know a main complaint about the film is just how much shit is going on. But that's a very Star Wars thing. George Lucas himself has even stated that starting with American Graffiti, he loved taking stories that were disconnected from each other and reconnecting them at the end. Think about it, the only Star Wars films that never really did that were A New Hope, Phantom Menace, and even then it's only for like the first half or so, and The Force Awakens. Every other Star Wars film has at least two stories that would be intercut with each other. Empire Strikes Back had Luke on Dagobah and the rest of the gang on Bespin. Return of the Jedi had Luke confronting Vader and Palpatine, Han, Leia, Chewie, C-3PO, and R2 on Andor, and Lando fighting a space battle waiting for the shield generator on Andor to be shut down. Attack of the Clones had Obi-Wan figuring out the deal with the clones and Anakin falling in love with Padme. Revenge of the Sith has Obi-Wan dealing with General Grievous and Anakin being manipulated by Palpatine to turn to the dark side, and Yoda on Kashyyyk for a small portion. This film is probably the most insane with it though, especially since it's like this from the very beginning, unlike every other film that only has the story split after the 30-minute mark or so. This is also the film with the most going on. There's Rey and Luke on Ahch-2, which then evolves to Rey and Kylo. There's Finn and Rose, we'll get to them. And finally, there's Poe and Admiral Holdo. Ultimately, I think one of the major issues here is that Rian was forced to make the middle part of a trilogy. No matter what, you're fully locked in on what you're really allowed to do, because you have to deal with established characters that you may not want to utilize if you don't care for them, but you also can't do too much because it ultimately needs to lead to a finale. If you do something too drastic, then you fuck over whoever's directing the next film if it's not being done by you. I'll go through the different storylines as I think you'll start finding the major strengths and issues of this film in them. I'm going to start with the Finn and Rose stuff because, I'll be honest, yeah, it's the worst part of this film. Not because I don't like Rose exactly, but it's the fact that it just makes Finn go through his character arc in Force Awakens again. Seriously, the only difference is that in this one, he's already basically part of the Resistance, but it's still the same arc of having the courage to fight for what you believe in,
Just in this one, it's a lot less subtle, somehow, and again, just a waste. Nothing made me more upset than realizing that apparently earlier versions of the script had Finn and Poe, not Finn and Rose. I'm not even kidding that it would have been like 1,000 times better. The stuff with Poe could easily be substituted for what Finn's role in this film was. Do you really think Finn needs to know what war is like? Or the mistreatment of children? He is literally the last person who would need to be reminded of that. But you know who might? Poe. The opening of the film showcases how cocky Poe is, and how he might not be taking this as seriously as he should be. Shouldn't he be the one who needs to be reminded of this? No, instead let's give him a subplot that literally wouldn't have happened if he just fucking knew what was going on so he wouldn't start a mutiny. Look, I get why people don't like Rose, but I think that's more of a writing issue, because Kelly Marie Tran actually does pretty well with what she's given. It's just what she's given is not exactly the best. I get what Rian Johnson was going for, especially since he literally spells it out in the commentary track, but it's such an odd way to do it, especially with Finn of all characters. Okay, so the idea with Finn in this film was that he was going to be having an internal conflict about this war. Rose was going to be the angel on his shoulder, and DJ was going to be the devil on his other shoulder. One telling him to fight for what he believes in, and the other telling him that he shouldn't care and that he'll be better off. Again, why with Finn? This is where it starts becoming clear that no one really knew what to do with Finn. Which is so strange because he was the co-protagonist of The Force Awakens. It seems so odd that they somehow didn't know what to do with him, especially since you could probably piece it together in the last film. This is made even worse when Finn faces Captain Phasma, and you start to realize that you don't care. The fight between him and Phasma is so underwhelming when it really shouldn't be. This should be a big moment for him, and theoretically be a major point in his overall arc about joining the Resistance. But nope, she just falls into an explosion and that's the end of it. Ultimately, I think that's why this is the worst part of this film. It's such a strange direction to take this character, and Rose and DJ don't have much to do outside of it. I already touched on this one, but seriously, this is the most useless part of this film. I get you want to make the point of Poe being cocky and brash, but this is the way to do it? No one tells Poe, or anyone, what the plan is, and still don't tell him when he finds out you're fueling the escape pods and calls you a traitor? Nice going, you caused him to start a mutiny instead. This is the most asinine part of the film, and the worst part is when all of this is explained to him, he's just cool with it? I'm sorry, but he tried to take over your fucking ship because you refused to tell him the plan. He should not be this receptive and just being like, oh yeah, that makes sense. This subplot is exactly why I don't understand Rian Johnson's earlier ideas of Finn and Poe being cut. The worst part is they were already separated for a while in Force Awakens, so why do that again? Wouldn't you want to keep them together more, especially since Poe was going to be killed off in the last film? It seems so strange to me to separate them, and this is what you put in its place. This is the best part of this film, and it's not even close. The main reason being, not only does this part of the film have the most focus, but I think the ideas here are stellar. Luke having to live with what it means to be a legend and feeling it's unjustified is so damn intriguing. Honestly, Luke's character arc here is interesting as hell. I know everyone doesn't like how Luke was handled with him being all pessimistic and disheveled, but honestly, I think it was needed for this trilogy. Let me elaborate. If Luke was the same character that he was back in Return of the Jedi, that wouldn't feel like growth. What happened in those 30 years? Why wouldn't he have changed in those 30 years? However, here, it makes sense. It also gives a reason to why Luke hasn't involved himself in this conflict. He feels like he ultimately started it. I know Mark Hamill famously didn't like this direction for Luke. That was until after he saw the film and has since regretted making that statement. But I'll give him props for still being professional about it and wanting to help Rian Johnson realize his vision. Hell, this is probably a hot take. This is Mark Hamill's best performance as Luke Skywalker. Even if you don't like what his character has become here, he still gives this performance the most he can. It really shows how much he grew as an actor in the 34 years between Return of the Jedi and this. Now, was this how I expected Luke to be in a sequel trilogy when I was little? No. But in hindsight, it kind of makes sense, especially regarding the last film. Luke thinking that the Jedi shouldn't exist anymore is bad on paper. However, when you actually look into why, I think it's really interesting. Mainly because he thinks the Jedi were doomed to fail and thinks the Force shouldn't be controlled by religion is really interesting. Now, this is probably a more Sith point of view, but I think that's also in his character. Remember, in Return of the Jedi, there were points where Luke was struggling with the dark side of the Force. Obviously, he overcame it in that moment, but that doesn't just go away. We've seen what happens when you ignore that conflict for long enough. I know people aren't happy with the way that he was handled here, and that he wasn't like what they'd thought he'd be. But that's also kind of the point. You're basically in Rey's shoes here. You'd heard all these stories of what he did for the galaxy and think he's what you need to solve this new conflict. But when you meet him, he's nothing like you'd heard. I also think Rey's story is interesting here too. Not only because the dynamic of her optimism with Luke's pessimism, but also how it explores her relationship with Kylo Ren and her as a character. Honestly, when it comes to this film specifically, I always question why people say she isn't a good character. Her arc is incredibly powerful here. Mainly because the idea that her parents were nobodies was exactly the last thing she wanted to hear, and also the last thing the audience probably wanted to hear. The prequels left us with the idea that Luke and Leia were separated for a reason because of who their father was. So when there's a similar situation with Rey, your mind starts racing. Who are they? Why did they leave her behind? But when you find out that they were nobodies, it breaks your heart. That's why it's so heartbreaking when you heard it the first time. When you saw the whole mirror scene with Rey, you were on the edge of your seat when Rey asked who her parents were, but you got nothing. I don't know how much further I can hammer this point home. I just think it's amazing how they handled that idea of who her parents were. Even how she started almost seeing Han as a father figure, thus why she was so angry at Kylo, then started projecting those onto Luke. It's literally spelt out, and I still don't understand why people don't mention it. Now, I know there's one big point of contention when it comes to this film, and I've even been guilty of mentioning it myself on this channel, mainly in my 2024 video when I talk about character assassination. So yeah, that scene that essentially turned Ben Solo into Kylo Ren is misinterpreted, and that was including myself. I think most people act like Kylo Ren's perspective is the one that actually happened, the one where it looked like Luke was going to kill Ben for literally no reason, when in reality, it was because Luke sensed Snoke and had a primal instinct to get rid of the threat while he could. It was literally right after he ignited the lightsaber when he realized what he was doing. That was the moment he realized he fucked up. That the Luke Skywalker that everyone knew no longer existed. If he was still capable of making such rash decisions like that, then he shouldn't be a role model. Especially after Ben woke up and thought he was about to be killed. Again, I think this goes well with the idea that this legend of Luke Skywalker is just that. A legend. To expect our idols to be perfect 100% of the time is unreasonable. They can still make mistakes, in this case, a literal history-altering one. Although there is one problem I have with this portion of the film, and it isn't all the stuff I just mentioned, it's Snoke. Mainly because, what's his personality? No, I'm being serious. What is he like as a person? You can't answer? That's my point. He has nothing to do before just being killed off by Kylo Ren besides being a poor Palpatine clone. Literally. Now I get to a degree what Kylo Ren was doing, but at the same time, it comes at the expense of discarding what The Force Awakens was setting up. Not to mention, you got Andy Serkis for this, and you do nothing with him? This same year of 2017, War for the Planet of the Apes came out.
That film is, in my opinion, Andy Serkis's best performance, and this is what you do with him? But that's really my only complaint about this section of the film. There's only one new theme I want to go over. Rose's theme. I really like it, and I think it does a great job at representing this part of the story. The best way that I can describe it is, it almost sounds whimsical. Like a hopeful whimsical, if that makes any sense at all. I think it's a really nice theme. Although, here's my issue with the rest of the music. What the hell is going on half of the time? Do you know how many times they play the Star Wars theme over the most random moments? They use it here the same way it was used in the prequels, where it's used more as an action theme rather than to represent someone. Now, if you remember way back when I talked about the original trilogy, the main theme represented Luke Skywalker. Makes sense if the main theme represents the main character. But here's the fucked up thing. It never plays for Luke once. It plays when BB-8 fires coins at a prison guard, but not for Luke? You want to know the best way to musically represent Luke? Play the main theme when he walks out of the Resistance base on Crate. That would feel so powerful and would make Luke's musical journey go full circle. Think about it. Throughout the film, that original theme never represented Luke. Luke was a different person from the legend. But the moment Luke decided to embrace that original legend again, it would play. It would be absolute cinema and would go perfectly with his death being paired with Binary Sunset. Speaking of Binary Sunset, why the fuck is it played so many times? No, seriously, why the fuck do they insist on it being played so often? Why is it trying to be the new main theme when, you know, literally every film, except for Rogue One, so far starts like this? Like, it's actually infuriating. Also, one final note before we move on. This is the only Star Wars film with an official isolated score track. Why? Why, out of all 9 films, is it this one? Not to say this is a bad soundtrack, even though I have been complaining a lot, the soundtrack is still totally fine. But why this one specifically? How is that not an option for all of the other films? The music is one of the most important aspects of these films, and for it to really only be shown for this one is strange. Hell, another thing George Lucas always said about Star Wars was how they were glorified silent films. An idea where they could be watched without the dialogue and you'd still be able to understand what's going on. What better way of capturing that than having an isolated score track on all of the films? The original script called for 160 sets, although later on Rian Johnson was able to trim it down to around 125, which is still an insane amount of sets, even for a big blockbuster like this. This film has immaculate production design. You have to admit, even if you think the story is meh at best, this film looks stunning. It also has the most practical effects of any Star Wars film, or at least that's what the creature designer claims. You can tell. Like, honestly, I feel like it's really hard to tell which creatures are CG because of just the sheer amount of practical ones. Even Snoke and the Fathiers have practical elements. For example, there was a practical Snoke hand that was used in some scenes. And the scene where Finn and Rose first met a Fathier, it's entirely practical. I'd like to highlight one practical effect, and I think it's really interesting at how this was a major talking point. Yoda being a puppet again. I love this, obviously. I also love the reasoning. That being, if Yoda was portrayed by CGI, it wouldn't be how Luke remembered him. Which makes a whole lot of sense, because CGI Yoda is the prequel trilogy Yoda, not original trilogy Yoda. Ignore that Phantom Menace originally had a puppet version before the later re-releases. I also never realized that Frank Oz was actually the one who puppeted Yoda here too. I honestly think this was a great choice, and it's even highlighted by the documentary, The Director and the Jedi. I don't think that scene would have worked nearly as well because the performance Mark gives just wouldn't have happened if he was looking at a tennis ball covered in dots or whatever.
Mark worked with the puppet back when they shot Empire Strikes Back, so it makes sense to make it nostalgic for Mark too, as it enhances his performance for Luke. I know Yoda doesn't look exactly like Empire, but that was to be expected. And luckily isn't that god-awful one from Phantom Menace. I think really the only thing I'll focus on here is Snoke. I think Snoke looks really good whenever he's on screen. You can tell this is probably where most of the special effects work was done, along with the father chase on Canto Bight. The only other CGI character I can really think of is Maz Kanata, for like 2 seconds. Everything else is relegated to the space stuff, or just whenever they'd need to extend a set digitally and stuff like that. Originally, there was going to be more Maz Kanata in the film, but Rian Johnson kept cutting her role down in rewrites, mainly because of how gargantuan the film already was, and probably would have been slightly cheaper on the CGI budget. The first shot in the casino on Canto Bight was inspired by the film Wings. Extra fun fact, that's the first film to ever win Best Picture at the Academy Awards. There was originally going to be more intercutting between the different storylines to keep the pace up, but Rian later realized just how frantic it all felt, so he calmed it down a little bit during the editing process. There's a cameo by Edgar Wright in this film. It's when they're on Crate. Ralph Ineson was going to be in this film. It wasn't going to be very long, only one scene, but he was there. However, his scene was cut for pacing reasons. Finally, the foreshadowing that Luke is only force projecting himself is actually really well done. I feel like there's the obvious of him not interacting with the salt on Crate, or the fact that he's using the lightsaber that was destroyed not even a few hours ago, but there's one main one that I wouldn't have even realized until it was pointed out to me. There's little to no noise that Luke makes that interact with the environment. You never even hear footsteps from him, which I think is extremely well done. I feel like the only people that would have noticed that, especially on a first watch, are people who work with sound on movies. But even then, it's so small you could even just chalk it up as a mistake. But no, it was intentional. This is such an interesting film to look at. However, there are many problems with it. Probably one of the worst things I realized was when I was watching the deleted scenes, there are really only 2 scenes where I understand why they were cut. But literally everything else, they should have kept in some way, shape, or form. The main one being Luke's reaction to Han's death. That really shouldn't have been cut. The audience isn't going to get bored over 2 extra shots that last just under a minute. Also, Phasma's original death is still anticlimactic, but I think it gives more insight to her character. It also kind of helps tie up a plot hole in Force Awakens. Finally, I think they should have kept the original opening. That being how Finn in his Bacta suit, or whatever that thing was the first thing you saw in the film. I feel like not only does it immediately tell you this isn't the movie you think it's going to be, but also it gives a nice character moment between Finn and Poe before they get separated again. Other than that, I genuinely don't understand the hatred of this film. Like, there are so many parts that are worth looking at, and I feel like they're always ignored. Not to mention, some of this hatred also caused Kelly Marie Tran to be continually harassed on social media. Not cool, guys. I should also state that I don't understand why people think this film is amazing either. There are still plenty of major flaws with this film. You don't need to defend every single decision just because you like it. No movie is perfect. The absolute last thing I'll mention is the fact that this was Carrie Fisher's last film before she sadly passed away. I think it's even sweet that when her name pops up in the credits, Leia's theme starts playing as well. Every time I see that scene of her freezing up in space, it's still surreal. Just the imagery of Carrie Fisher looking like she's dying still sits with me, even if it's in an uncomfortable manner. Well, that is until she becomes fucking Superman. There are other ways to make this look less awkward, guys. Anyways, I'll give The Last Jedi a 7 out of 10. This is certainly the longest Star Wars film, and at points, it definitely overstays its welcome. Although, I think if Rian Johnson got the chance to make a Star Wars movie that was completely disconnected from the main series, he could do some incredible work. And he's even expressed interest in doing so. This might be a hot take, but I think this is a better film than Rogue One. Does it still have its issues? Absolutely. But overall, I find this one more entertaining. Shortly before George Lucas sold Lucasfilm in 2012, he had story ideas for a Han Solo origin film. He wound up commissioning Lawrence Kasdan to write the screenplay for the film. However, Lawrence was brought in to help with the script on The Force Awakens, so his son Jonathan Kasdan was brought in to finish the script. Shortly after, Phil Lord and Christopher Miller were set to direct the film. If you don't know who they are, there's a good chance you know what they worked on. They wrote and directed Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and the Lego Movie. They also directed both 21 Jump Street films. Phil Lord co-wrote Into the Spider-Verse, both of them wrote Across the Spider-Verse, and my favorite, they produced Cocaine Bear. Now, if you've seen those movies, and this one, you may be asking, what happened? This is a very different film than their usual style. And you'd be right. That's precisely why they were fired about halfway through production due to creative differences. The story seems to be that Phil Lord and Chris Miller were trying to make the film a comedy, which makes sense given their background. However, apparently both Kasdan and Kathleen Kennedy were unhappy with their work, so in June of 2017, they were fired. A few directors were thrown around to see who could finish the production, including Joe Johnston and Kasdan himself. It was later announced that Ron Howard would be the one to direct throughout the rest of the production, which included reshooting about 70% of the film. Jesus fucking Christ. Ron Howard is actually not a bad choice. He's already friends with George Lucas, and he already worked with Lucas in American Graffiti where he plays Steve. He also directed Willow, which was a Lucasfilm production and an idea by George Lucas himself. Now, I can't say that I've seen many of Ron Howard's directed films. The only other one I've seen is Willow. But I think what he does here is super interesting, or at least what I think he did. Okay, I need to make it clear that this film definitely has issues, and I think you can tell just by watching it. I'll probably go for the biggest one, and I mean that literally, the pacing. This film has some weirdly terrible pacing. The first 45 minutes or so feel like they drag, and the rest of the film feels like it just speeds by. I have no idea if this is just a me thing, or if it's something truly wrong with the script and or editing. Another big criticism that I know I'm definitely not alone on is this film's really dark. I don't mean that in a, oh, it's super fucked up way. I mean it in a turn on a fucking light way. It's like the lighting from Fant 4-Stick. It's so goddamn dark for literally no reason. Either the gaffers and or key grips weren't doing their jobs, or the color grading was truly bad. I'm willing to believe it's the second because most of this film feels like it was digitally darkened for no reason. The biggest problem of the film for me is, funnily enough, something that doesn't even last very long. It's the Darth Maul bullshit at the end. Now here's the thing. I actually get why he shows up. He's the actual leader of Crimson Dawn, and it's known that Crimson Dawn helped in the Siege of Mandalore shown in the Clone Wars show. But the reason why I hate it so much is, 1, it kind of just feels like fan service. 2, it doesn't really relate to the rest of the story. And 3, it never built up to anything. 7 years later, we still never got a follow-up on what happened. At least not in a show or movie form. It probably happened in a novel or something. I feel like a strength of this film is that it felt like you didn't really need to watch any other Star Wars movie or show to fully understand or enjoy it. This could have been your first Star Wars experience and you would have been fine. Until this bullshit. The point of a standalone story is for it to be exactly that. Standalone. The idea that you don't need anything else to enjoy it, just enjoy it for what it is. But by awkwardly putting this scene in the film itself, you ruin that idea of the film being standalone. If it was something like a post-credits scene, I may have been a little bit more okay with it, but because you dropped this at the end of the film, now you're going to confuse the audience that doesn't really follow that closely to Star Wars, so they might not know how Maul is still alive, or worst case scenario, they don't know who he is at all. Why is Darth Maul showing up in a film about Han Solo anyway? I just can't get over how stupid that is. Although he was played by Ray Park again, and this time voiced by Sam Witwer, but otherwise I just can't get over how stupid this was. Although here's where I give my compliments, starting with Alden Ehrenreich. Now I should state, he doesn't really look like Harrison Ford. That's not a criticism, just an observation. However, he fucking nailed the character. Literally from Han's first line in this film, I was like, yep, that's just a young Han Solo.
Another great performance is Donald Glover as Lando Calrissian. I also don't really think he looks much like Billy D. Williams, but again, he has the character down perfectly. Even the way he says Han just oozes of Billy D. Williams' original performance. I think the rest of the cast, though, is fine. Emilia Clarke, Woody Harrelson, Paul Bettany, and Phoebe Waller-Bridge are passable. I wouldn't be able to immediately pinpoint a good scene with any of them or memorable moments involving them. I'd also like to point out the writing. I honestly think it's weirdly good at establishing certain things in later films, barring how Han Solo got his name. Seriously, what was that? Like, for example, a reason why Lando calls him Han instead of Han. Did they need to explain that? No, it was just a quirk of Lando. But I think it's interesting that they did. Another thing is how they set up something that was only implied in one line of dialogue from the original trilogy. The idea that L3, in a way, is part of the Millennium Falcon because she had a good navigation system. In Empire Strikes Back, C-3PO only makes a single remark about how strange the Falcon's navigation system is. My favorite, though, is the Kessel Run. Now, if you asked me before this film came out if I wanted to see the Kessel Run, my answer probably would have been no. But it was probably one of the best parts of the film. For years, it was always thought that using parsecs was a mistake, as that's a measurement of distance and not time, and the implication is time. But they actually found a way to make the Kessel Run work. I'm impressed. Something I'm not too sure of, though, is the idea of Lando having feelings for L3. Like, that was a conscious decision. To make Lando a robot fucker. I think the thing that makes it worse is L3 apparently entertains the idea but also doesn't elaborate how that would work. Why do I feel like that was a Lord and Miller scene that they just didn't bother to cut out? One final thing that I love about this film is we finally see Chewie rip someone's arms off. That was always something that we'd heard Wookiees can do, but we never really saw it, so I'm glad it was shown here, even if it was only for the sake of a joke. This film's music is done by John Powell, who you might know for his contributions to a bunch of DreamWorks films, mainly the How to Train Your Dragon series. Although personally, I always think of his work from X-Men The Last Stand. Now here's the thing about this film's score. It's only okay. Now I should mention, I know John Powell can do some truly amazing work. Again, How to Train Your Dragon exists. However, I didn't find much memorable from this film's soundtrack. The only one I did find even slightly memorable wasn't even by him. It was by John Williams. I found a lot of this soundtrack to be derivative. Like, there were certain times I got it, but others, why? Like, here's an example. Why is the track that played during the Death Star trench run played during the Kessel Run in this film? Is it because they both involve a run? My actual guess, it's the same reason why it was also played in The Last Jedi when they were on Crate. Thematic appropriation. I'm not sure if this is an actual term, I just know the YouTuber Sideways brought it up in a video of his, and anytime I tried to look it up, it kept trying to show me results that literally weren't related in the slightest. They use a track you're already familiar with, and hope you get that same rush you did back when you saw the original Star Wars. Even if you may not be able to immediately pinpoint it, your brain recognizes it and gives the correct response. I find this film does that a lot. Like, for example, they use the main Star Wars theme to represent the Millennium Falcon for some reason. The only one of these that actually makes even a lick of sense is Duel of the Fates when Darth Maul shows up. And we already know how I feel about that. The main thing worth mentioning here is L337, who's played by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. The thing I didn't know until learning about it for this video is a very large chunk of her was practical. For things like the wiring and exposed joints and stuff, that was just Phoebe in a green suit, but the rest was actually there on set. When K2SO was entirely CGI, L337 was only partially CGI and the rest practical. I just thought it was really cool. The people at Skywalker Sound actually recorded more sounds of bears for Chewie in this film because they felt limited with the amount of original recordings they had for Chewie. The first thing that Alden Ehrenreich did after he found out he got the part was ride a roller coaster. George Lucas actually arrived on set one day, which also happened to be the same day Ron Howard took over production.
I think it's sad that this film underperformed at the box office, mainly because it made it so we didn't get any more standalone Star Wars films for 8 years, but also because I think this is a fun movie. Yeah, it's got its problems, but I've seen far, far worse, even from this franchise. I'll give Solo a 7 out of 10.
I've only hinted at what I think about the fandom, but this is probably the one time that I 100% agree with them. This one film is everything wrong with the sequel trilogy. If Force Awakens was in creative debt, this is the film that went creatively bankrupt. Not my best analogy, but you know what I mean.
In August of 2015, it was announced Colin Trevorrow would direct this film, and would co-write the script with frequent collaborator Derek Connolly. The script they wrote is very different from this finished film, but I'm going to hold off on that for now and continue with the timeline of events. In August of 2017, it was announced Jack Thorne would rewrite the script. However, producers were unhappy with the original script and even the rewrites done by Jack Thorne. Colin Trevorrow left the project due to creative differences with the producers. Rian Johnson was considered at one point, but he turned it down to work on other things when he was done with The Last Jedi, mainly his next film, Knives Out, which actually came out the same year as this film. Another director that was approached was David Fincher. They really wanted him to make a Star Wars movie, didn't they? Makes sense, as he worked at ILM for a little bit and even worked on Return of the Jedi. He ultimately turned it down, however, as he didn't want to deal with the stress of a production like this. Although I'd kill to see him make a Star Wars project at some point. The director who actually got the job, though, was J.J. Abrams. He'd been working somewhat closely with Kathleen Kennedy after The Force Awakens, so naturally he was approached. He was hesitant at first, but it was encouragement from his wife that led him to take the job. He would also write the film with co-writer Chris Terrio, that still had certain elements from the original Colin Trevorrow script. Principal photography started on August 1st, 2018, and wrapped on February 15th, 2019. There are so many problems here. To say this film is a mess is an understatement. The reason I say that is because this film just completely disregards everything The Last Jedi tried to do. Something that I never even thought about was the timeline of events. Last Jedi didn't come out until December of 2017, but J.J. Abrams was announced as director in September of the same year. Now, rewrites definitely happened after the release of The Last Jedi, but with the extent of stuff that feels like it just ignores The Last Jedi, it makes me think a lot of these decisions were made even before or during Last Jedi's release. So even from the beginning, they were just like, fuck it. The alternative is that they were under pressure by Disney due to the reception of The Last Jedi, and I honestly can't tell which one is worse. Either the creatives saw Last Jedi and ignored huge parts of it for no reason, or they caved because of the fan base and took story ideas from fucking Reddit. The best way to describe this film is as fan fiction. But like, the really, really bad kind. What do you mean Rey is just capable of Force lightning now? What do you mean Kylo Ren just turned to the light side almost for no reason? What do you mean Finn has literally nothing to do in this film? Honestly, it feels like fanfiction from someone who was salty about The Last Jedi. I feel like whether or not you liked The Last Jedi, it at least felt like a movie. It felt like a real production that was filmed. It honestly baffles me how any of this was approved by anyone. Let's start with the overwhelming pace of this film. Pacing is probably one of the most important aspects of any story. You don't want your audience to get bored, but you also don't want them to feel like everything's moving too fast. You have to find that balance and figure out when and how to allocate the time you need. This film throws that out the fucking window. This film moves at the most breakneck pace, like it never tries to calm down for even a second. The worst thing you can do with your film is make it hard to follow because it feels like there's just way too much going on, especially if you're trying to focus on multiple perspectives. Another problem with said breakneck pace is it feels like there are some massive plot holes. Like, I'm usually not one to comment on how lucky characters are in fiction. I think that's usually just a non-criticism that doesn't really work for stories, especially ones like this. But I'm going to use the Pasana scenes as an example. So you're telling me that not only did Lando Calrissian just happen to be on this planet, but trying to find the very same Jedi Hunter, for God knows how long might I add, then, later on, the gang just happened to sink into where he died? It wasn't intentional either. They just crashed, fell into sinking sands, then found his body in the caves below.
That one sequence just makes no sense. Forget the whole
Oh, they fly now! They fly now?
bullshit. That's the least of this segment's worries. Another major problem I have with the film is Kylo Ren. His redemption feels unearned. Like, it feels like it's just a switch that randomly goes off in his head before he ditches Kylo Ren. At least with Darth Vader, it was properly set up over the course of Return of the Jedi, and he really had to think about his next decision when it came to killing Palpatine. I think the reason it feels so much like a switch-up is because of what The Last Jedi was trying to do. His final moments in that film was him becoming Supreme Leader and having the entire First Order in his grip. In this film, he's just a whiny emo kid like in The Force Awakens again. General Hux also being the Resistance spy is so fucking stupid. I get the whole he hates Kylo Ren thing, but my mind was always that he just hated Kylo Ren because of how he led the First Order and thought he would do a better job. Basically Megatron and Starscream's dynamic in Transformers, but this is not the route I would have taken with that. This film also has a major fake death problem. The first one being Chewie, which I thought was bullshit so fucking quickly because the film would have actually had to be brain dead to try to pull that shit. And it's not even 3 minutes later when he's revealed to be alive. The second is C-3PO. Even though it's not an actual death, it's still treated as such. Yet he gets his memory restored by R2 anyway. The third is Rey herself. We already knew she wasn't gonna die. They would actually have to be the stupidest motherfuckers on the planet to try and pull that shit. Okay, I've beaten around the bush long enough. I'm gonna talk about my personal main 3 problems with this film. Why? Just why? Look, I, to a degree, understand why you'd want to do this. You want this to feel like the end of a 9-movie saga, so bring in the villain from the first 6 films. But not once did they consider just how it should be done. Palpatine fucking blew up, and Luke even said in The Last Jedi that there was balance in the Force for years. If Palpatine is still alive in some way, that balance wouldn't have existed. I also can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm going to defend the most memed line in this movie. Let me finish. Only to a degree. Because from the Resistance's perspective, they really wouldn't know how he returned. But do you want to know why it's such a bad line? It's because that's really the only explanation you hear. There's no mention of how he actually returned. That's all you get. It's not bad because it only has the word somehow in it. It's bad because it's basically the writers looking you dead in the eye and saying, yeah, this isn't important actually. Do I expect the Resistance to know exactly how? No, especially not this early in the film. But I do feel like I need an explanation because of his fate in Return of the Jedi, and also the fact that he hasn't bothered to show up until now. Let's also not forget that the opening crawl mentions a message from Palpatine, that's also important to the story, that we never actually hear. At least not in the film itself. It could only be heard in a fucking limited Fortnite event. This film was doomed from the beginning. According to JJ, the idea of Palpatine being in this film was in his head for basically 30 seconds before he realized, that's what we have to do. I'm starting to see why I don't like many of his films now. And don't even get me started on how he handled Cloverfield and its sequels. The very fact they decide to make Rey a Palpatine in this film completely destroys what The Last Jedi was going for, and I will argue that until the day that I die. Am I biased because I actually liked how Rey's parents were nobodies? Yes. But even if I didn't like that decision, it's so cowardly, and awkward might I add, that suddenly she's a Palpatine. This one decision almost completely undoes her character arc in The Last Jedi. Seriously, she goes through the entire film wondering who her parents were, even trying to find some sort of parental figure in at first Han and then later Luke, so when Rey learns that her parents were nobodies, it almost breaks her. But ultimately, she finds strength in that revelation, or you could go the route of she then decide to save the family that she has now, that being her friends and the Resistance as a whole. But I think the most heinous part about her entire arc here is not just that she's a Palpatine, but it's...
Rise Skywalker.
Jesus Christ! Please don't say that.
No. No. No.
No!
No, 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 no!
No, this isn't happening!
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
No! No! No! No! No!
This one line completely destroys Rey's character and what The Last Jedi was trying to set up. Not only did it do that, but also made her already weird kiss with Ben Solo even worse. First of all, I already hate that kiss between them. Second, the fact that immediately afterwards she takes the Skywalker name? Are you fucking kidding me?
I know earlier in the film they tried setting up this interaction when another character asks for her name, but the thing is, her answer there should have been here. That initial interaction should have been, "I'm Rey. Who are your people?" "I'm not sure." Then the ending could be, "I'm Rey. Rey who?" "Just Rey." Or something like that. I also know there's people who want her to embrace the Palpatine name, but I think that's also completely wrong, just in the opposite direction of Rey Skywalker. You can give all the excuses you want for her being a Palpatine. The only one I'll even slightly hear you out on is it's a way to explain why she was able to do what she did in prior films with little to no training. But even then, that's not how the Force works. It's one thing to just randomly bring back the big bad of the last two trilogies. It's another thing entirely to awkwardly try to tie him in with the main character just because people didn't like how the last film handled that. Let's also not forget that she shouldn't even be able to force heal, especially with no training. No one should be able to do it. Isn't that literally the way Palpatine manipulates Anakin in Revenge of the Sith, to make him believe he can save Padme with the teachings of Darth Plagueis? This movie just can't do anything right. Also, a slight nitpick that I don't know where else to put, but how was Rey able to make her lightsaber? Look, I also don't like the idea that she just uses Anakin's lightsaber, especially after it was just randomly repaired in between The Last Jedi and this film. But the thing is, how could she have made it? For context, in case you aren't super familiar with the lore, Jedi would craft their own lightsabers after finding a kyber crystal on the planet Ilum that would speak out to them. However, we know due to Rogue One that kyber crystals were very important to powering the Death Star, and in Episode 7, Starkiller Base, clearly based on the Death Star, is literally made from Ilum. Remember, they also blew up Starkiller Base. So how the hell was Rey able to make a lightsaber? She couldn't have used a kyber crystal from one of the other sabers, as hers is yellow, and every other one we've seen is either blue or green. The planet the kyber crystals came from no longer exists, so where did this crystal come from? Also, it should have been double-sided like Maul's was, but that's a different subject. You can just tell this was due to the fan backlash. Rose was probably the most hated character from The Last Jedi, but this is seriously just shitty. The fact that they felt the need to cut her role down so significantly just sucks. Fucking Mary has more lines than her. I'm serious. This also extends to a lot of the other characters. Why the hell do Poe and Finn have almost nothing to do in this film? We finally have a film where they're together for a majority of the runtime, and they do nothing with them. Again, it feels like them being purposely sidelined because of how they were handled in The Last Jedi. Hell, even fucking Lando has basically nothing to do in this film. Why does he not have a scene where he reacts to Han and or Luke's deaths? I feel like that should be a big thing with him, especially since apparently Lando and Luke had a closer connection than we thought according to this film. They literally just brought him back for nostalgia bait. Oh god, where do I begin? Well, first, think about it from a story perspective. What does she really have to do in this film before she dies to help Ben? She was important for Rey's training.
Rey literally didn't do jack shit before she went to Pisana with the gang. She was trying to commune with the other Jedi, and that didn't go anywhere until the end of the movie. She trained Rey because she knew that Rey was a Palpatine and wanted to guide her to the light. Rey really only started struggling with the dark side in the last film, and it didn't even really go anywhere here. Let's also not forget, how the fuck did she know Rey was a Palpatine? No, seriously, out of all the shit this film gets, how has basically no one mentioned this? Like, okay, I'll give them that Luke didn't realize because he cut himself off from the Force after his, let's just say, misunderstanding with Ben Solo. But it's literally confirmed in the movie that Leia's training was cut short due to her not wanting Ben to go evil. Did a real bang-up job there, by the way. Like, I assumed her floating back to the ship in The Last Jedi was the most powerful with the Force she'd ever been, especially as Rian Johnson literally explained in the commentary for The Last Jedi that was basically Leia's version of an adrenaline rush. Even fucking Vader wasn't able to sense that Luke was his son, even though Luke did have a darker side to him, even in The Empire Strikes Back. So this makes no sense. Now, maybe I'm misinterpreting it. I'll give you that. But if I am, it's written extremely poorly to what its actual meaning is. I'm assuming just something under the lines of, she sensed the dark side in Rey. But the phrasing to make it sound like she knew it was Palpatine specifically? But I've yapped about that enough. I mentioned during The Last Jedi that Leia's actress, Carrie Fisher, sadly passed away shortly after filming for The Last Jedi had wrapped. It was December of 2016. They had 3 years between that and this film releasing, and not once did they think about a way to possibly write her out of the story if they needed to. In fact, they intentionally wrote extra scenes just to use footage shot for The Force Awakens that was never used. They went out of their way to analyze those unused shots to write scenes around them. It makes it sound like the original idea didn't even have her there. It feels just incredibly disrespectful. The worst part on top of all of this is why they did it. Their reasoning was she was important to the story, to which I say, no, she wasn't. She's literally only important for Kylo Ren's redemption, and even then, that was more ghost Han or whatever the fuck happened there. I'm going to use another example of an actor's likeness used in a similar way from this series. In Rogue One, I mentioned CGI Tarkin. I still don't like it, I made that very clear, but I understand why he was there. Granted, he also didn't add much to the story, but it makes sense for continuity reasons as Rogue One takes place literally right before Episode 4. The reason why it doesn't work for Leia, however, is this story doesn't have anything it has to lead to. Rogue One leads directly into Episode 4. It makes sense to have Tarkin for continuity reasons, but there's nowhere that this film has to lead into. There should be no problem having to work around Carrie Fisher's death in order for your story to work, especially since she doesn't have much to do here anyway. On top of all of this, Leia's scenes are just super clunky, as you can tell they're not interacting with each other. It's that same disconnect you had from whenever people talked to Yoda in the prequels. They had basically nothing to go off of for their performances. It's the same here. Just the way Leia talks isn't the right tone for any given scene. Because it wasn't. It was from a completely different situation. I just can't get over this fucking decision. It's always one of the first things I point to as to why this film is just shit. It felt like it completely disregarded Carrie Fisher's death, and they awkwardly brought her back from the dead just so she would become important for like 2 minutes. This is the worst Star Wars soundtrack that was done by John Williams. Period. Like, every time I think about it, I just get extremely upset. The worst part? I don't even think most of it is his fault. He was trapped in the hellhole that was this movie's story, and just kind of did the best he could. I should also mention, most of these talking points are from a video Sideways did about this film. Please go watch it as he explains it in much better detail than I ever could. It's actually mentioned in one of the featurettes, that being the Maestro's finale, that a specific scene was the fault of the music editor and not Williams. That scene is... when Ghost Luke lifts his X-Wing out of the water and it plays Yoda's theme. The worst part? The music editor's reasoning for this was basically that it would be for nostalgia purposes. JJ even questioned it, but for some reason went along with it. That one part of the featurette puts a lot of things into perspective when it comes to this soundtrack, because that's a major problem throughout the entire thing.
Remember how for Solo I mentioned them using a lot of the older tracks was thematic appropriation? Well, with that, you also run the risk of accidentally recontextualizing what certain tracks are supposed to mean. Now, thematic recontextualization is nothing new to Star Wars. I went on many tangents about how certain themes were used and what they represent. But at least what they started to represent made sense. It made sense for Binary Sunset to be used as the Force theme. It made sense that Imperial March would specifically be about Vader, especially with Phantom Menace making that clear. But here, it's not that at all. I briefly mentioned it in the last film, but it's at its worst here. The original theme no longer represents Luke Skywalker. In this film, it represents really anything from the original trilogy. That is such an awkward thing, especially since every movie, including the prequels, plays it at the beginning. That's another problem with this soundtrack, and the sequel trilogy as a whole. There is not a single time when a track from the prequels is played. The moment this was pointed out to me, I can never unhear it. There's only 2 instances in the entire trilogy I can think of. One in The Last Jedi where Finn's about to sacrifice himself, and it sounds like a track from the prequels. I'm not sure if it actually was one. It sure as hell sounded like one though. If it is a real prequel track, please tell me which one because I couldn't figure it out. The second is from this movie during Rey's training. For a brief moment, it sounded like it played Battle of the Heroes. But that's it. Other than that, nothing. The music feels like it's trying to be nostalgic, but there's not a single thing from the prequels. It's all the original trilogy. If you're trying to have the finale to a 9-movie saga, wouldn't you want to have some of those elements from the prequels? Just one? This film also just has a major issue overplaying themes. The Emperor's theme is almost always blaring, and it's like, oh my god, we get it. I'm going to use the Phantom Menace as an example of how it should have been done. The ending of Phantom Menace has this celebration scene. If you slow down the song that plays during it, you can actually hear Palpatine's theme. It's a subtle way of communicating that the only person that will benefit from this in the long run is Palpatine. Here, you know exactly what's going on. There's even instances where Palpatine's theme is playing when it really shouldn't be because the First Order shouldn't know about him yet. It genuinely makes me so mad that this foreboding theme just randomly became the theme for anything even slightly sinister in this film. I'll also mention the obvious example of how at the end they use Rey's theme when they should have used Binary Sunset, and they used Binary Sunset when they should have used Rey's theme. This has been talked about to death, but why is it when she's communicating with the Force, that's when it doesn't play? But it doesn't play her theme when she's killing Palpatine? Isn't the whole point that she's all the Jedi? Why not represent that with her theme? This soundtrack actively mocks you for paying attention. The worst part? I don't even think all of it was intentional. Like, how did Rose's theme not get played once? Not even a little brief play for like the 2 scenes she's in? This is one of the few Star Wars soundtracks I actively do not like. How the hell was this nominated for Best Score and Endgame wasn't? This is also related to the music, but it needs to be stated. So shortly after the film came out, we found out through John Williams' brother, Don Williams, that John had penned about 3 hours of music for this film. 3 hours! It was never recorded, or at least not all of it, but that is insane to me. I think John Williams was trying absolutely everything in his power to save this film musically, and someone, or multiple people, were actively holding him back. I don't know if Disney even has access to this, as it was only written, and I'm not sure if they'd even want to pay an orchestra to have it recorded, but the fact that they haven't made any effort to release it in some way is just sad to me. Like, do you hate money? Actually, don't answer that. Now, would said 3 hours have saved the film? Probably not. Especially since if it's exactly 180 minutes of music, 38 minutes of it would go completely unused unless they released a longer cut of the film. Every time I think of what the score could have been, it makes me so angry that this is what we got. Also, there was apparently going to be a new version of Duel of the Fates that was used only in marketing, so thanks for that, Abrams. Or Disney. I don't know who exactly is responsible. Just let me be mad, okay? Like The Last Jedi, there are surprisingly a lot more practical effects than you'd expect. A weird one that I thought of was Maz Kanata. Apparently she was only an animatronic in this film, except for CG touch-ups, which is quite normal. I just think it's strange, as Maz was entirely CGI in the last 2 films. There was also the giant snake in the sand caves or whatever on Pasana. It was a giant puppet that was operated by several people, although it was apparently replaced with CGI in most shots. The only noteworthy thing I got from the behind-the-scenes stuff involving CGI is apparently they used green screen during the Pasana chase, even though they were on location in Jordan. The reason it's easier to figure out lighting, as most of the lighting would be natural. That's it. That's all I got. In January of 2020, only a month after this film's release, there was a leaked script called Star Wars Episode 9, Duel of the Fates. This was the original script that Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly wrote before being replaced by Chris Terrio and J.J. Abrams. While there were specific elements in this script reused in this film, it's almost entirely different. The worst part, it's so much better. There wasn't any awkward retcons, Finn and Poe actually have something to do, also including Rose, and it actually ties in better with the other films, more specifically, the prequels. Obviously, there's still some rough spots, and things that might not make sense from a lore perspective, but it feels like a much more natural continuation of Last Jedi than whatever the fuck this film was. Not to mention, the name of this script is named after one of the music tracks from the prequels. This one name alone already tells you it's trying to be the finale to this 42-year saga. Kylo Ren's repaired helmet is based on kintsugi. I hope I said that correctly. I'm so sorry if I didn't. Which is a method of repairing broken objects with gold that originated in Japan. The planet Kijimi is inspired by Hidden Fortress, which was a major inspiration for Episode 4. There's a cameo by John Williams on Kijimi, and every single item that he's surrounded by is based on every film he was nominated for Best Score. Here's the list of all of them. I'm not reading all that. The Ewoks you see at the end of the film are supposed to be Wicket and his son, or at least that's how Warwick Davis describes it in the featurette Warwick and Son. And Dio was voiced by JJ himself. When I first saw this film, I was more perplexed than anything. I saw this film with my dad on opening day, and the moment the credits started rolling, I think I just went numb. The first words to leave my mouth were just, I have no idea how I feel about that, which is probably the worst thing you could ever hear me say about a film. Period. I was honestly just confused. It wasn't until around 5 months later when it was added onto Disney Plus when I finally realized, I hate this film. I hate what this film did. I hate what it meant for the rest of the series. I hate this film! There is nothing about this film that tells me that it's supposed to be a big finale. What makes it even worse is it came out the same year as Avengers Endgame. That was only after 11 years of build-up, and most people will tell you it was worth it. That is a great finale, even if the film itself is only okay, but that's for a different time. This was not that. It decided to say nothing new, it completely undid The Last Jedi, and on top of that, it's just a bad movie. I don't just mean in terms of Star Wars, I mean in general. I'll give The Rise of Skywalker a 3 out of 10. The fact that most of my notes from this film are variations of the phrase, fuck this movie, that's not a good sign. Literally the only positive I'll give it is, it looks nice, I guess. Sure, let's go with that. I think it's very clear that this trilogy wasn't really planned out, especially with how reactionary Rise of Skywalker was. This isn't going to be a one-to-one comparison, for what I hope will be obvious reasons, but it's something I noticed while watching this trilogy for the making of this video. You know how the Dark Knight trilogy starts off with the League of Shadows and that whole thing, only for the Dark Knight to basically ignore it in place of the Joker, and then for the Dark Knight Rises to randomly make the League of Shadows stuff important again? That's how this trilogy feels. Again, not quality-wise, but just in terms of how they handle the overarching story. You can tell a lot of what Rise of Skywalker is trying to do not only feels like it's going against The Last Jedi, but also actively tries to bring back stuff from The Force Awakens that Rian Johnson elected to ignore. My main examples being the Knights of Ren and Finn's foreshadowing of being Force-sensitive in some way. It feels like JJ is trying to rush those storylines because they weren't given the 2 movies they needed to develop. Another big thing that I really only touched upon while talking about the music in The Rise of Skywalker is how this trilogy basically ignores everything from the prequel trilogy. There are literally only 2 locations from the prequels specifically that are shown in this trilogy. And both of them are in Rise of Skywalker. The first one is Mustafar in the opening scene, which even then, it's on a completely different part of the planet, so you might not even realize that it is Mustafar. And when Poe starts light speed skipping and we're in Coruscant for like 5 seconds. Or maybe it's Bespin, which, if that's the case, that makes it even worse. Okay, I get why you wouldn't want to acknowledge them much in The Force Awakens purely because of the still rampant hatred for the prequels back around that time. But the fact that almost nothing from them were acknowledged in episodes 8 and 9 is suspicious as hell, especially when there's no music played from the prequels either. Hell, they're referenced more in Rogue One and Solo, for Christ's sake. Like, if you're going to call this trilogy episodes 7 through 9, you need to acknowledge what came before. The only other thing I can think of is Palpatine repeating the line,
"The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural,"
in Rise of Skywalker, which could have worked if it wasn't a line that was already memed to death beforehand. I think the worst part is, it's easy to just say, oh well, they should have just planned it out and it would have worked better. Well, yes, that could have been true. I think there's another thing people just aren't seeing. If they had to kind of just go along movie by movie, why not release them 3 years apart instead of 2? I'm being serious, the 2-year gaps between films is literally the reason Rise of Skywalker is the way it is. If it had 3-year gaps between films, not only would it be more consistent with the other trilogies, but it also gives more time for the creatives involved to figure out the best way to continue the story, instead of having to rush a film just because you apparently didn't like the original script and you have a deadline to meet. This trilogy is just plagued with wasted opportunity and knee-jerk reactions. Oh, people thought Force Awakens was too formulaic and just a repeat of A New Hope? Okay, then the next movie is the vision of just one filmmaker. Oh, people didn't like what he did with some characters and plot lines? Okay, then try to make the next film please the people who didn't like the last one without even thinking about the people who actually did like the last one. I get wanting to change direction if you're worried that your audience won't show up for the next installment. But this is the most extreme way to do it. Did you really need to sideline a character all because some fans were despicable human beings to the actress? Even Jar Jar was still somewhat important in later films after Phantom Menace. This trilogy is just so baffling that it needs to be studied. I think the thing about all of this that pisses me off the most is the fact that Rise of Skywalker, at least to a degree, is the way that it is because of people complaining about The Last Jedi. Now I should clarify, I don't mean the people who had genuine problems with the film regarding the filmmaking, especially as even I had problems with it. I mean the people that for basically 2 years straight only badmouthed it and didn't even try actually engaging with the film, and I'd argue still don't. I normally don't like blaming fandoms for stupid decisions like this, but it certainly doesn't help just how drastic the change between Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker was. You can also tell most of the stuff that was almost completely ignored is stuff people complained about in The Last Jedi. Overall, the main thing about this trilogy is just how disconnected it feels from not only itself, but the other trilogies. The goal of George Lucas was that if you watched The Phantom Menace all the way to Return of the Jedi, it would feel like one big movie and not 6 separate movies. Now, do I think he succeeded? No. Not even in the slightest. But I can, to a degree, see what he was trying to go for. I can't say the same for this trilogy. You can see the shifts between this trilogy alone, and when you add it to the rest of the saga, it makes it even more obvious just how different it is. There's so many aspects of this trilogy that feels like it was doomed from the beginning, and it breaks my heart that when I hear about original ideas for this trilogy, it just reminds me of what we were actually left with. But maybe I might be wrong in all this. Maybe there will be some sort of reevaluation when the kids who grew up with these movies start having voices on the internet. Hell, I'd argue it's already started.
In between the making of the last episode and this one, I encountered a subreddit dedicated to fans of the sequel trilogy where they discuss their love for it. While I personally don't agree with a lot of it, it's good to know people still have no problems talking about these in a positive light. It may only be 6.1 thousand members at the time of writing this, but at least it's something. I just think it sucks that I do genuinely like Force Awakens and The Last Jedi. It's just Rise of Skywalker that's the sour note. In fact, I feel like if the original Duel of the Fates was made instead, I feel like reception would have just been instead of the worst thing to ever happen in the history of ever. At least that's what some people make it sound like.
I should mention this as it may have caused a little bit of confusion. While this series did start airing before The Rise of Skywalker, Season 1 ended after the premiere of Rise of Skywalker. I figured that I'd count when the season finale aired to be when I would discuss it. Also, highlighting all the theatrical films than the shows is also just a much better flow than awkwardly dropping a series review and dipping. I figured I'd just go episode by episode, as I find it would be easier instead of randomly switching between episodes when discussing certain topics. I think this is a great pilot. I know that concept has kind of gotten lost to time with the era of streaming, but seriously, imagine if we still only operated on basic cable, and they dropped this in order to see if it was picked up for syndication. Literally, the first scene alone already perfectly sums up what the show is going for. A sort of samurai western-type show set in the Star Wars universe. The way Mando enters the scene with that bass recorder in the back and everyone goes silent, it has the same vibe as the local sheriff who just walked into the saloon. Hell, even the fact that one of the first things he does in the show is cut someone in half with a door, it shows he means business and that he's not to be fucked with. Even Jango or Boba Fett didn't do anything this gruesome. At least not on screen. I also think it's interesting that this episode is the first time Life Day has been mentioned on screen since 1978. That I can recall anyway. I'm also pretty sure it's the first time that at least Life Day itself is canon. Correct me if I'm wrong. I probably am. Honestly, I think my biggest criticism with the episode is one single line because it's probably one of the most awkward pieces of exposition I've seen. The thing about exposition is you don't really want to feel like you're being told what's going on. If the dialogue sounds right, or is in the right place in the story, you probably won't think about how you're basically just being told necessary information. But when you have Mando randomly drop that he's a foundling to someone that not only knows that, but also one that I assume he has a somewhat close connection with, it's really strange. I'm not even kidding when I say that if you dropped that line, this episode would basically be perfect. Especially since if you drop the line, you still have Mando having flashbacks to his childhood. You can put two and two together. This first episode just builds a lot of intrigue and does a terrific job of establishing the tone of this season. This episode is directed by Dave Filoni, and I think the way he approaches this was pretty good. He's a very big fan of Star Wars, and I feel like you can tell by how this episode was done. That cliffhanger is also pretty damn good. I quite like this episode. While I think there are definitely better ones in the season, it's a pretty good continuation and also sets up why Baby Yoda, I obviously know he has a proper name, but I'm saving that for later, this is what people had to call him for over a year, so I'm sticking with it, is pretty important to this show. This episode was directed by Rick Famuyiwa. I think his approach to this episode was interesting, although it shines much more later in the season. I also like how this episode directly sets up a reveal much later on in the series. It's a moment I didn't even think about until this most recent rewatch. I also love the Jawas in this episode. Beforehand, we never really got much from them. It was always pretty bare bones, so it's nice to see a little more of them. Also, seeing Mando almost burn one alive is highly amusing, even if a little fucked up. If I had a nickel for every time Pedro Pascal played an emotionally unavailable character who grew an attachment to a kid they saw as their child and decided to rescue them out of their own selfish reasons, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's really weird that it's happened twice, right? Okay, I mean, obviously it's a bit of an oversimplification, especially for why they rescue the kid, but there's a reason he was cast as Joel in the Last of Us show. I'll be honest, one of the only parts about this episode I actually remember is the ending with Mando saving Baby Yoda and all the other Mandalorians helping him and also exposing their hideout. Because otherwise, even when I was watching it, I didn't have much to write down. Deborah Chow directed this one, and I think she does great work with that ending, but I think what she was given for the rest of this episode wasn't a lot. This is probably my favorite episode, but it's also just Seven Samurai. Like, no joke, it's basically 1-to-1 the plot of Seven Samurai. A village keeps getting raided by a group of bandits, so the people who live there must be trained in order to fight off said bandits. Really, the only difference is rather than being 7 samurai, it's 1 bounty hunter and 1 former rebel shock trooper. Also, last time I checked, there wasn't an ATST in 7 Samurai, but I could be wrong.
This is the only episode this season that Bryce Dallas Howard directed, and I think she did a good job, especially since she was tasked with one of the hardest episodes to do. I love so much about this episode, and I love how it's the first one where Mando really starts questioning what he's doing and who he is. Like, there's the moment he takes off his helmet in front of an open window. You know he probably doesn't do it often, but this was right after being asked about it. I also think the connection he makes to these villagers is such a nice progression, as beforehand, he'd almost always be extremely deadpan with people. He was a man of few words. I also love the scene where Baby Yoda's just watching Mando and Cara Dune fight while just having soup. I find it highly amusing and adorable. I'll be honest, this is probably the one I have the least to say about. I also think it's not really that important to the overall narrative of this season. It's important for later seasons, sure, but in this season, not really. I think this is easily the weakest episode and is such a huge contrast compared to the last episode. This episode was also directed by Dave Filoni, and I feel like he didn't have much to do here like he did with episode 1. While I feel like this one also doesn't have much to do with the overall story of the season, it makes up for it by actually being a really damn good episode. Rick Famuyiwa was brought back for this episode, and this is where I think he really shines. This cast, this setting, even this story is super interesting. I also think it does a little world building while also mentioning a bit of Mando's past, which this entire season has been mostly mysterious. This one was directed by Deborah Chow, and I feel like she had a lot more to do here. I quite like this one, as it's where everything is starting to come together. I love how it not only showcases Baby Yoda's other abilities, like the fact he apparently knows how to force choke someone, but it also established force healing. Yeah, this episode aired literally 2 days before Rise of Skywalker came out. I wonder if it was a complete coincidence, or maybe they were trying to lessen the impact. It didn't work. Actually, this might be a hot take. I think Baby Yoda being able to force heal makes even less sense than Rey or Kylo being able to do it. Do I think it's stupid there too? Absolutely. But at least you can use the excuse that they're more in tune with the Force and both have slightly more training in some ways. I can't say the same for Baby Yoda. Not to mention that every time we see him use the Force, it tuckers him out. Moreover, the explanation for Force healing in Rise of Skywalker was that it's a transference of life force. Now, I obviously can't tell how much life force someone has, or if it can be regained in some way, but I feel like it should have done a lot more to Baby Yoda than it actually did. I kind of like how it was set up earlier, but I also just think it doesn't make much sense given not only what we're told about it in Rise of Skywalker, but also just the rest of the series, in regards to movies and shows anyway. It just doesn't make sense. A positive I'll also give this episode is Moff Gideon being introduced. Granted, he's basically just Space Gus Fring, but at the same time, I like Gus Fring. Side note, Jesus Christ, please stop typecasting Giancarlo Esposito as a villain. I swear he plays the same character in everything, and he's definitely good at it, but sometimes you need to be versatile. I also love IG-11 in this episode. I have no idea why. Maybe I just love the idea of a deadly bounty hunter droid start serving tea and look after Baby Yoda. I just find it amusing. The only episode in this season directed by Taika Waititi, and you can kind of tell, mainly because of the opening scene. While I actually do like it, I understand that it has almost nothing to do with the rest of the story and can really drag at times. Aside from that opening though, I think it's a pretty good episode. It's action-packed enough where it feels like a good finale, but not too much where you're just like, okay, we get it. I also love how this episode has Mando accepting droids and is even willing to show his face to one. Granted, it's because of a loophole and the fact he was badly hurt, but whatever. Even having him care for when IG-11 died was really good. The first droid he actually has a connection to sacrificed himself like not even an hour after that happened. I also love how this episode has the post-credit scene of Moff Gideon with the Darksaber, especially since we meet Paz Vizsla in this show, and obviously the Vizsla name is very important to the Darksaber. And also the Darksaber is just incredibly important for Mandalorians in general. I think it's a great cliffhanger for Season 2, and also rewards you for having seen a good chunk of Star Wars stuff outside of it, even though I think it's fine enough on its own. This is actually really interesting to cover. This show's music was done by Ludwig Göransson. If you don't know who that is, you've probably heard his music. He did the music for every single one of Ryan Coogler's films, including this year's Sinners, both Black Panther films, and the first 2 Creed films. Ryan Coogler didn't direct Creed 2, but it's easier to group them together. He worked with Christopher Nolan on Tenet and Oppenheimer, the latter of which he won his second Oscar for. He also worked on the first Venom movie and Turning Red. That's just a sample of the movies he's worked on. I think he did a fantastic job here. Not only is the music just nice to listen to at times, it also has that same vibe as a lot of cowboy movies. According to Göransson, the very first thing he did after getting the job was just buying a bunch of different recorders, as he knew he wanted to have that be the basis for at least Mando's theme. He found one that he really liked, which was a bass recorder. For the rest of the theme, he went on to drums, then piano, really only for bass though, and a guitar to double up on it. He doesn't go much into the thought process for a lot of the other themes, except for what they're supposed to be about. There were many challenges while working on the music for this series. The first one is how the music is absolutely necessary to musically communicate Mando as a character. Obviously, you can't see his face, so the music has to fill in those gaps for you, even if you don't realize it is. Another challenge for him was the fact he basically had to score enough music for what may as well have been 3 feature films, which makes sense as the entire season is about 5.5 hours in length. I think the production design is great in this season. It still uses quite a bit of practical effects, like for example, Queel, played by Misty Roses on set, and voiced by Nick Nolte. Not only is Misty doing a little bit of the puppeteering work, so are a few other people by remote control. But I think there's 2 big highlights when it comes to production design on this show. The first is Baby Yoda. He's mostly practical with some CG tweaking, whenever he isn't just entirely CGI. He was puppeteered by 2 technicians, one for the eyes and mouth, while the other was for the other facial expressions. The other big highlight is something called the Stagecraft Volume. Basically what it was, rather than shooting everything on green screen, they shot a good number of scenes against actual LED screens. There are many benefits to this. The main one being that even though you're still in a set, you don't have to pretend like you're actually in a specific location. That visual's already there for you, so actors like Ewan McGregor who couldn't get used to blue/green screen finally had something to work off of. Another advantage, especially with this production, was the fact that there wouldn't be nearly as much CG work. There wouldn't be a lot of figuring out how certain characters are supposed to be lit and how the environment reflects that. It's also especially helpful because of Mando's costume. I think any CG artist that would have had to replace every single hint of green or blue on Mando's costume just to make sure it had the right reflection, or just replace it with a completely digital one to make it easier, would absolutely despise this production and the costume department. Although a big thing with it was because of how it worked, huge portions of the show needed pre-visualization even if it was just for mundane scenes. That way, CG artists would be able to make the full 360 backdrop necessary for any given scene, because basically all of it needed to be pre-rendered beforehand. There's actually a ton of references or callbacks to previous pieces of Star Wars media. For example, Incinerator Stormtroopers from the Force Unleashed game show up. Death Troopers from Rogue One, the ice cream maker that was infamous in Empire Strikes Back, is actually given a purpose in this show, mainly as some sort of briefcase. And Blurgs from the Ewok movies are also in this show. Because there wasn't enough Stormtrooper costumes on set for when they were filming episodes 7 and 8, they hired members of the 501st Legion fan club to fill in. In the documentary series Disney Gallery, The Making of the Mandalorian, you really get a feel for how excited they were to be a part of an official Star Wars production, and I love that. Taika Waititi stated that Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni really helped him not to go too far off the beaten path in terms of his direction. A good chunk of Mando's scenes in the entire season don't even have Pedro Pascal in costume. During some of Pedro Pascal's recording sessions, he'd hold a pillow to simulate holding Baby Yoda. Initially, Carl Weathers was only going to be in episodes 1 and 3, and was also going to be completely covered in prosthetics. This was changed after he auditioned and got the part, however. Mark Hamill actually does an uncredited voice in episode 5 when he voices a droid working at the cantina.
This is a pretty good season of television. I also think it's just great Star Wars content as well. It's clearly taking a different approach to the Star Wars universe, but still keeping some of its original inspirations. Mainly Akira Kurosawa, which was obviously a huge influence on Star Wars and just George Lucas in general. I think this is a great way to make something that still feels like Star Wars, but still do something new and interesting in the universe, especially when you contrast it with the sequel trilogy, except for Last Jedi, where it just felt completely derivative of the original trilogy. I'll give The Mandalorian Season 1 an 8 out of 10. This is some damn good Star Wars. While this season is also pretty good, Season 1 is still better. I feel like you can tell there was a much different approach here. Season 1 was written for the most part by Jon Favreau, so it had a mostly coherent narrative. It may as well have just been a 5.5-hour long film. Even though it's the same situation, it feels like there's a lot more disconnect between episodes in terms of approach of their stories. Yeah, so, this is just Dune. Like, pretty unapologetically. I mean, there were already those comparisons beforehand, but I think it's even more obvious here. You can't tell me that the Krayt Dragon isn't at least inspired by how the Sandworms act, and the Tusken Raiders here are clearly filling in for the role of the Fremen. Here's the thing, though. I like Dune. So I'm not complaining, but it is the easiest parallel to draw while watching this episode. I also feel like it still has those Western influences. I mean, there's Mando riding in on his speeder through Mos Pelgo. It's even combined with him receiving dirty looks from everyone. Hell, even when Cobb Vanth shows up in Boba Fett's armor, it's reminiscent of a sheriff or something walking into the saloon to see who's causing all the trouble, something that they actually used for Mando in the last season. I think the best sequence in this whole episode is when they actually fight the Krayt Dragon. The residents of Mos Pelgo and the Tusken Raiders band together to take down this common enemy, and it's just a well-done sequence. Something I like about it is the moment it starts, the aspect ratio widens significantly. It isn't subtle either. Honestly, I think this episode's biggest problem is its pacing. It's the second longest episode of the entire series, and you can definitely feel it at times. It was also the only episode of the entire show to be directed by Jon Favreau himself. This was still a great episode, and a really good way to bring fans back into the series, not to mention that little Boba Fett tease at the end. I liked this episode, but I feel like it's pretty unnecessary for the overall story. I don't know if it makes any sense, but it feels like its only purpose is to keep this season 8 episodes long, and to set up episode 3. Now I know how that sounds. Well, of course it sets up the next episode. That's how shows work. Yes, but there needs to be more connective tissue if you're doing an overarching narrative like this season is. The only important things established in this episode is Mando meeting Frog Lady so she can look after Baby Yoda in the next episode, and that Mando's ship is super fucked up, which leads into the events of episode 3. Almost everything else is completely disregarded or not mentioned until much later on in the show. This was the first episode of the show to be directed by Peyton Reed, and I feel like you can kind of tell. Not to say it's bad or anything, but I do feel like it has a certain energy that his other films, mainly the Ant-Man films, have. I'll be honest, even after I watched this episode, I don't remember much about it. Like, it introduces Bo-Katan in live action and builds intrigue on the Darksaber. I guess it also starts planting seeds in Mando's head about the Way and how it overall differs from the other Mandalorians. Otherwise, I would not be able to tell you the intricacies of it. It's probably my second least favorite in the season, which is a shame because Bryce Dallas Howard directed this one, and she directed my favorite episode from last season. This is my least favorite episode in the season. I still remember some parts of episode 3, but if you pointed a gun to my head and asked me what I remember about this episode, you'd have the removal of Jean's guy, and a reference to midichlorians. Maybe also that Carl Weathers directed this episode. Otherwise, I basically remember nothing or why it's important to the season. If episode 1 of this season really drew inspiration from the Western aspects of Mandalorian, then this episode really drew inspiration from the samurai aspects of Mandalorian. Akira Kurosawa films were the major inspiration for this episode in not only the story, cinematography, but also action. It also marks the live-action debut of Ahsoka Tano, played by Rosario Dawson. I think the look she has for her character is pretty good, and I can't help but think Rosario was great for this role. This is also when we learn of Baby Yoda's name, that being Grogu. I remember there was some discourse about how his name didn't start with a Y like the other characters of Yoda's species. Then again, we really only had Yoda and Yaddle to go off of.
This is such a great episode, and it's the only one this season directed by Dave Filoni. Makes sense if it involves Ahsoka. I think it has a great self-contained story, I like what it sets up for the rest of the season, and I think it gives just a good enough taste of Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka Tano for any future projects.
I really like this episode because it's basically just Boba Fett central. This is the episode where the tease for Boba Fett became important, and that Fennec Shand from the last season became important again. That's actually why I said episode 5 was the least important from only last season. This episode was directed by Robert Rodriguez, and you can tell he had a real love for Boba Fett as a character. The way he wanted to approach this episode was as if Boba Fett would never appear again. He wanted to do everything he could with Boba Fett before moving on. I feel like he accomplished it, and that this episode was the best return for Boba you could give. I think it's insanely funny how the highlight of this episode is Bill Burr's performance as Miggs Mayfield, when he himself is not only not that big into Star Wars, but has even mocked both it and its fans in the past. There's a certain irony that I quite love there.
I also like this episode. I think it was a smart move to have Rick Famuyiwa direct this episode, as he also directed episode 6 of the last season, which is the one that introduced Mayfield. You can definitely tell they're by the same guy, as they have a very similar feel. Although this episode also introduces the new repainted look for Boba Fett, and I'll be honest, I'm still iffy over it. Does it look clean? Yeah, but I feel like that's kind of the problem. With the amount of scratches and stuff the original look had, not only did it fit in with George Lucas's lived-in aesthetic he wanted for A New Hope, but also showcased possible battle damage. Those scratches were basically a form of storytelling. You immediately knew, this guy's been in some scuffles and isn't afraid to let others know. So when you take that away by simply repainting it, you lose some of that original essence of the character, what little there already was. I know that rant had practically nothing to do with this episode, I just wanted to get it off my chest. I also like how this episode has the idea of Mando's beliefs, and is he willing to break the code he lives by just to save Grogu? I think it's well done, and how you don't even need dialogue to understand what his conflict in this episode is. Also, Mando's cheeky recreation of Moff Gideon's monologue from episode 7 of season 1 is still one of my favorite moments from the entire show.
This episode is still pretty great, even almost 5 years after its initial release. Episode 2 and this are the only episodes in the season directed by the same person, that being Peyton Reed. Honestly, there's not a lot in this episode specifically that tells me it's done by Peyton Reed, but I think it's excellent. I love Moff Gideon here. It feels like he has slightly more to do in this than the last season, and Giancarlo Esposito still plays it beautifully. One of my favorite moments is when he gloats to both Mando and Bo-Katan about the Darksaber, and it's genuinely just so great. Then there's the elephant in the room. One of the main things people refer to when it comes to this episode, deepfake Luke Skywalker. I'm gonna go way more into detail later than I will here, but believe me, I do not like this choice. It's very uncanny valley for a lot of reasons. It slightly makes sense story-wise, but execution was a little lacking. I do think the post-credit scene, though, is still insanely effective, and was a great way to announce the next show we'll be covering. Unfortunately, I won't have nearly as much to say about the music of this season compared to the last season. It's still done by Ludwig Göransson, although I haven't been able to find much about how he did this season. It also doesn't help that it wasn't focused on in the behind-the-scenes documentary about this season on Disney+. The only thing I can really focus on is the fact that Episode 8 is the first time they fully use a John Williams piece. Of course, it's the Force theme, and it's for Luke Skywalker's appearance. While I personally think the main Star Wars theme would have made more sense, not only because it originally represented Luke, but also because it would still have the idea of music from the mainline series crossing over into this show, but it still works fine. I will say, though, I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but in Episode 5 when Ahsoka is talking to Mando about Grogu and the Force, she brings up Yoda. When she does this, I swear I can hear the slightest hint of Yoda's theme. I have no idea if it's intentional or not, but it was a cool thing I noticed.
A lot of this season was still shot on the Stagecraft volume. Unfortunately, the behind-the-scenes documentary on this season wasn't nearly as in-depth, although there was one highlight. In Episode 7, when it shows what happens when you're seated in the storage area of Slave 1 while it's taking off. There are also moments where handcrafted models and/or backgrounds were projected onto the volume, so you'd still get a slightly more practical feel. Other than that, I don't have much to add. Before we get to the big thing, a quick thing I'd like to mention is the Dark Troopers. I didn't realize they were apparently mostly practical. They were actors in suits that were then touched up in post to practically replace their joints and make them look a lot slimmer and more robotic. Okay, now this is gonna be the why deepfake Luke Skywalker looks bad portion. Here's the weird thing about Luke in this series. It's still very uncanny, but in the exact opposite direction of CG Tarkin. CG Tarkin was off-putting because it's clear that his entire head was computer-generated. It just didn't look right. Deepfake Luke looks uncanny because it looks too flat and motionless. I think the difference is, one is entirely man-made, while the other is relying on an algorithm trying to figure things out. Luke's eyes look dead and the lip syncing is terrible. That's mainly because the algorithm can't do the intricacies of eye or lip movement. At least with Tarkin, multiple people probably had to tweak it over months and months just to get it to look right. With Luke, they kinda just fed the program a shit ton of photos of young Mark Hamill and basically called it a day. I think the reason this is so jarring is because of two things. One, the fact that before this, we've had pretty well done ways of de-aging actors. Like some examples that immediately come to mind are Ant-Man 1, Ant-Man 2, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I think some of these effects still hold up somewhat well. I know that what they do for those is different from what was done here, but it's still jarring when it's clear that there's an effective method of doing de-aging like this, and they even had Mark Hamill shoot some stuff for it. The other thing is a fan casting that you might still hear every now and again. People noted that Sebastian Stan doesn't actually look that far off from young Mark Hamill. Not only would it save on CGI, but it also wouldn't yield weird results like this. I'd also like to mention that the voice is fake too. They fed a bunch of ADR of Mark Hamill into a program called Respeecher and let that do all the work. Almost nothing about this performance is real, and that genuinely scares me. Was this nice in the moment? Yeah, but there are much more effective ways to do it. Robert Rodriguez was so excited to work on episode 6 of this series that he planned out Boba Fett's entrance way before production even started. He stuck his kids in Halloween costumes and choreographed the entire sequence, including some shots where he had to use action figures. In the post-credits scene of episode 8, Bib Fortuna is played by Matthew Wood. Matthew Wood also played a younger Bib Fortuna in The Phantom Menace. In order to keep Luke Skywalker a secret, they faked a bunch of stuff to make it look like Plo Koon was actually going to be the one to make a cameo. This involved fake scripts, fake concept art, and even fake previs and a fully rendered Plo Koon head. One reason they chose Plo Koon specifically was because Plo Koon is Dave Filoni's favorite Jedi, so if it got out, superfans would immediately know why it was him over other characters. Let's just ignore he got blown up during Order 66 in Revenge of the Sith. While this definitely isn't a bad season, it certainly feels like a downgrade. It weirdly feels like it's a lot less coherent than Season 1. Season 1 felt like it had a mostly consistent tone, barring moments here and there. But Season 2 feels a little all over the place. There's already a huge difference between episodes 1 and 2, let alone compared to others in the season. It's also not lost on me that episode 5 was basically a backdoor pilot for the Ahsoka series, and how episodes 6, 7, and 8, to a degree, were also all set up for the next series we'll discuss. Season 1 felt like a whole story, basically a glorified 5.5-hour film. This is clearly more episodic in nature, which I don't mind entirely, but I can't pretend I don't have a preference. I'll give The Mandalorian Season 2 a 7.5 out of 10. This show is honestly baffling. No matter which way you look at it, it just seems misguided on what it wants to be. This easily had the potential to be the best Disney Plus Star Wars show so far, and you can see glimpses there, but it was all squandered for one reason or another.
already I think you can start to see where the flaws are. The first one, outside of the flashback scenes, this show is not that compelling or entertaining. This might also be a personal thing, but I think it would have been cool for basically all of these flashback scenes to have no dialogue, have it be entirely visual storytelling, especially since George Lucas himself treated Star Wars like it was a silent film where you could understand what was going on even with no sound. I think the highlight from this episode is his escape from the Sarlacc pit. It's very claustrophobic, and it definitely got to me. And I myself am not very claustrophobic, so you know it's bad when even it got to me. This episode was directed by Robert Rodriguez, and outside of the flashback scenes, I don't quite see his style or influence here. I know he has a massive love for this character, but I don't feel it here. Even after rewatching this episode, I barely remember what happens in it. I also think it's interesting that the part that most people commented on when this episode came out was Boba Fett saying,
Like a panther. Yes?
I remember the Hutt twins and Chrysanthemum being introduced, but other than that, nothing. That's probably not good if I can barely remember what's a seventh of your show. This is the episode where they introduce the Rancor part, which also has a Danny Trejo cameo, which I guess makes sense as this episode was also directed by Robert Rodriguez and their frequent collaborators. This is another one that I don't remember much of. Maybe going episode by episode was a bad idea. I think the most odd thing about this episode is the fact this is the one where they decide to establish why Fennec Shand and Boba Fett work so closely together. Why wait until episode 4? It just seems incredibly odd to me. This is my favorite episode. If you couldn't tell, that's actually a problem. Not because the episode is bad, but because it's the only episode where Boba Fett isn't in it at all. The damn show is called Book of Boba Fett, yet an entire episode is dedicated to Mando. It's not even half an episode or anything. It's an entire 50-minute episode without Boba Fett in it. While I wasn't exactly surprised that Mando made an appearance, I didn't think he would just hijack the fucking show like this, especially since this is a necessary viewing. Bryce Dallas Howard does a good job with this one, but it still doesn't answer why this has literally no Boba Fett in it. This episode is quite possibly one of the most baffling episodes of any Star Wars series. It still follows Mando instead of Boba Fett, but randomly it also decides to spend a long amount of time with Luke Skywalker and Grogu while Ahsoka's just there? Did no one think this was out of place for a show called Book of Boba Fett? Where the hell is Boba Fett? Let's also not forget that it just randomly decides to pull Cad Bane out of its ass. This episode's long and boring, in my opinion. I think it realized it had too many random plot threads that it had to close, so it spent an unnecessary amount of time just trying to answer those. But there's still just so much wrong here. 1. Mando and Grogu are still a bigger focus than they should be. 2. Cad Bane is completely wasted and gets killed off. Like, it isn't even ambiguous. That motherfucker is dead for good. What utter horseshit for such a good character. 3. It also randomly decides to be King Kong in the last 10 minutes. This one episode perfectly encapsulates everything wrong with this series. Chrysanthemum looks pretty good, damn near 1-to-1 compared to his original comic appearance. The Rancor was also pretty interesting in how they did it. In Return of the Jedi, it was actually just a hand puppet. In this one, it was actually a giant practical head and shoulders that they then touched up with CGI, while also having CGI cover the rest of the body. Then there's Cad Bane. Now, I'll admit, this is an entirely personal thing. But I don't like how Cad Bane looks in this show. Now, this isn't just I just have unrealistic expectations when it comes to this stuff. Because I actually think Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka both looks and acts the part perfectly.
I'm open to slight tweaks if it works. My problem is the fact that we've already seen Cad Bane's species in live action. Back in 1977! We know what his species looks like in live action, so this is just unnecessary tweaking for the sake of it.
This is mostly going to be about Luke Skywalker. I will say that Luke Skywalker does look better here, as they actually worked with someone who used deepfake to better the affected Mando Season 2 on YouTube. However, there's still parts of it that look unsettling. Also, his voice somehow got worse, and it's even more clear that it's artificial, because it just sounds so incredibly monotone. As I'm sure you can tell, I don't care much for this series. It's so perfectly down the middle that I can't give any less of a shit. Even when it first came out, I didn't rush to watch the episodes. I only bothered to catch up on them when I got COVID in early 2022 and figured I'd had some time to kill while I was off from school.
Like, there's so much wasted potential here. Why is Cad Bane introduced at the last second? The entire show could have been about their rivalry. Apparently the creators were trying to make this more like a mob movie, but I think they failed at it. With Mando, they replicated that feeling of Western/samurai films pretty well. Here, not so much. In fact, you want to know how bad it was? I never even put together that's what they were trying to do until I watched the behind-the-scenes documentary on it. That's not a good sign. Probably my biggest criticism is this show has a massive pacing problem, and I feel like it doesn't quite know where to put the flashback scenes. I'm going to use an example of what I mean. In the show Daredevil, the first season would occasionally flash back to Matt Murdock's childhood. The thing is, whenever this would happen, it would actually connect with what would happen next.
That's how you do effective flashbacks. Here, it feels like they do them just for the sake of doing them, instead of actually trying to explain how Boba was alive after the Sarlacc pit. I'll give the Book of Boba Fett a 6.5 out of 10. While I didn't hate it, it's so unremarkable that I don't even bother with it. It sucks the show is the way that it is, because it seems like most of the cast and crew had a blast making it.
Remember back when this show was coming out and all everyone could talk about was how excited they were? This was Disney finally acknowledging the prequels to a much bigger extent than they have before in live action. Obviously there was Clone Wars and Rebels, but I know some people are a lot more skeptical of animated shows, especially ones that are technically targeted towards kids. In live action projects, the prequels were rarely mentioned aside from Bail Organa and Rogue One and the odd mention here and there. This show is finally answering all the prequel fans who wanted more of that era from Disney, especially as some of the biggest complaints of the sequel trilogy is how much they only focused on original trilogy stuff and not much else, something I actually agree with. Plus, the more we heard about this show, the more people seemed to get excited for it. Ewan McGregor was back, Hayden Christensen was back, the Inquisitors from Rebels were going to be the antagonists, and much more. Then the show finally came out and it was so bland. In fact, I'm going to divert from the topic real quick to mention that this show was so underwhelming that, at the time of writing this, it's been almost 3 weeks since I finished it to actually start writing. It's one of those projects that I just didn't care enough to actually write about. Even the behind-the-scenes documentary I watched, I was just like, yep, that was a thing. That's never a good sign for a project. At least with Book of Boba Fett, there was enough there to write about, even if I still thought the show wasn't that good. Here, I just couldn't care less. I'll still give it the same treatment going episode by episode, but I feel like I can't be bothered enough to go further in depth. I like how this episode shows what Obi-Wan's life on Tatooine was like. At first, it's very repetitive and monotonous, which I feel like makes perfect sense. I also love some of the Inquisitor stuff, especially that one shot where the Grand Inquisitor is giving this whole speech on how a Jedi's compassion is their weakness, and his eyes slowly go from normal to Sith eyes. That's such a cool shot. However, everything else about the episode is fine at best. Except for the ending when Flea kidnaps young Princess Leia. I'll be honest, the very fact that Leia's in this show kind of told me that I was about to see some timeline fuckery. I don't think there's that much noteworthy stuff about this episode. Seriously, I only took 4 notes for this episode, and it's 41 minutes. If I'm watching something and I only jot something down at an average of every 10 minutes, that's not good. It doesn't matter if they're positive or negative notes. At least give me something noteworthy. Hell, one of them's a goddamn joke because something reminded me of Breaking Bad. Although I will say his look of pain at the end of the episode when he found out Anakin was still alive was just so good. Also, Kumail Nanjiani's here, I guess. This is the best one. Like, there's no way it isn't. I think this one episode encapsulates why I think Vader can be so fucking terrifying. Like, this entire episode seems like an extension of the hallway fight scene in Rogue One. Like, the scene with Darth Vader suiting up and the music it plays is so foreboding, and I love it. I also love the genuine fear you can feel from Obi-Wan throughout the episode. Even the end where Vader throws Obi-Wan into a bunch of flames just so he can feel what Vader felt on Mustafar all those years ago was so good. Hell, even the fact he just snapped a child's neck on screen with little effort is just... my god. This episode aimed to make Vader scary again, and I love it. And just like that, we go from the best episode to the worst one. I think the major problem with this episode isn't even the fact that it's bad per se, it's just that it has literally no place in the story. It feels like filler just to make the season 6 episodes, which is such a strange concept to me. 6 episodes is already extremely short for a TV season, and it's not like the episodes are an hour and a half each. The entire show's runtime is just over 4.5 hours. This episode was so unnecessary, I didn't even have anything to write down for over half of it. What I did bother to write down was just stupid shit that's not even worth mentioning. This show is just so odd. Fine enough episode. I like when it flashed back to Obi-Wan training Anakin, although I think it's funny that not only can you tell Hayden Christensen is much older than he was during the prequels, but his voice also got much deeper. Ironically, he sounds more like Matt Lanter, who voiced Anakin in the Clone Wars show. I also love the moment when Vader is able to hold back an entire giant ship by himself. I feel like it's a great showcase of just how fucking pissed off this guy is. I would kill for some sort of spin-off movie with him, but if this shows any indication, I shouldn't get my hopes up if they decide to do it. The first half of this episode I like fine enough. The second half feels too fan-servicey, though. Like, I love the battle between Vader and Obi-Wan. Ewan gives a genuinely fantastic performance here, and I think the emotions are on point. Even the way it's lit with the lightsabers illuminating their faces is just great shit. But this also has Reva's random-ass redemption that comes out of nowhere, and all the fan service bullshit. Like, I didn't need Obi-Wan to say,
"Hello there,"
to Luke, and I didn't need to see Ghost Qui-Gon. While I think it makes sense for Qui-Gon to show up, I kind of liked how mysterious it was what happened between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, and you kind of just filled in the gaps yourself. I feel like not enough people talk about this anymore, but are we going to acknowledge how the show broke canon several times? And it's in the stupidest ways, too. Like, let's start with the whole premise of the show. Obi-Wan rescuing Leia after she was kidnapped. You're telling me that Leia somehow never put together that the Ben that was sent to rescue her was the Obi-Wan she was calling for in A New Hope? She would have known that he was a Jedi, right? How did she not put that together? Second, Vader and Obi-Wan's duel on Tatooine. Did Vader never question why Obi-Wan was on Tatooine? He now knows that Obi-Wan is 100% alive. In this point of the timeline, he also knows Palpatine was mostly full of shit, so he never went back to investigate, or even had anyone else investigate. It also doesn't help that he wasn't the only one hiding on Tatooine. Let's also not forget that it kind of ruins the line in A New Hope when he says,
"I sense something, a presence I've not felt since..."
That hits so much harder
when the only context was the prequels and how he was reminded of Mustafar. But now it's just a presence I haven't felt since 9 years ago on Tatooine. The worst part is, in A New Hope, it's implied that Vader thought Obi-Wan was dead. But he should know that he isn't, so why is he so surprised when Obi-Wan is now on the Death Star? Look, I hate being one of those this breaks canon guys because, one, retcons are a very common thing in fiction, especially in big franchises like this. You can't keep track of every single little thing. Something's bound to get lost in the mix. This one show probably broke several pieces of canon, whether it be the comics, books, video games, etc. And two, I find most examples, like some coming up, to be very bare bones and can be explained very easily. The only reason I felt the need to mention it here, though, is because of the fact that you don't even need to watch the spin-off series about Glup Shido in order to find a canon break. You just need to look at A New Hope. You know, only the very first Star Wars movie. It bothers me because of how easy it is to point at and be like, wait, that doesn't add up. Look, I don't analyze Star Wars for a living, as I'm sure you can tell by now. But if even I can point to things that don't make sense, that's when you know you screwed up, because I feel like I'm pretty lenient with this kind of stuff in any franchise, not just Star Wars. The biggest problem with the show is wasted potential. This could have been one of the best shows if they just took the time to craft a good story. Especially since not only are you catering to prequel fans, you're also probably catering to the non-prequel fans. Try to tell them, hey, you may not like the prequels, but here's something around that era that you can still enjoy. Wasted potential seems like a common theme with Disney Star Wars so far. I think it's at its absolute worst in Rise of Skywalker, but I also point to this show as an example because even though I feel like I'm overall mixed on the prequels, I can see why this was so disappointing to literally everyone. I'll give Obi-Wan Kenobi a 6.5 out of 10. Just underwhelming and mostly unmemorable. Remember around the time of early 2022 when there was this promotional image released? This image was used to market the next few Star Wars shows. Remember when all the memes focused on the fact Andor was there and how no one seemed to care about his show? I don't think anyone could have guessed that not only was his show good, but that it would be easily the best out of this entire photo op. Okay, I should probably clarify something before we start the show. While I do think this is a good show, I don't think it's the second coming of Christ like some people act like it is. It definitely has good moments and highlights a part of the Star Wars universe that we'd really only heard about previously, but I'm not going to act like this show saved my cat in a tree or something. Hell, to give a little more context, I didn't even really watch the show when it first came out. I watched the first 3 episodes after they premiered, and I thought the show was really slow, and it felt like it didn't even get going until the end of episode 3. I watched episode 4 shortly after it premiered, and then I just never went back to it. I didn't even fully watch the show until 3 months later when I was super sick and couldn't really do anything, so I just binged it in basically a single day. Within literally the first 5 minutes of the show, it already establishes that it's pushing that TV-14 rating. Like, it literally starts in a brothel. If I remember correctly, this is also the first Star Wars project to officially use the term BBY as a date. Although it says BBY 5 instead of how most people would say it, which is 5 BBY, but whatever. I think this episode builds plenty of intrigue, but most of it is literally just to set up the characters. This first episode should be a major clue to people that this is going to be much slower paced than compared to other Star Wars projects. Honestly, another welcome addition, as I feel like that way it further differentiates itself from the main series of films. I feel like this is when the show starts getting much better, mainly after the character of Luthen is introduced. Although Fiona Shaw as Marva Andor was also pretty good here. Even though she doesn't do much in this episode, I love how you can tell the amount of rage she's holding in. It's only bursting at the seams, but there's still clearly more within. I'm not exactly sure how to describe it, but it's good stuff. This was the episode I had the least to talk about. By that I mean I only wrote down 2 notes, and only one of them is actually something worth mentioning, which is when they start going more into Cassian's backstory and how he was removed from Kenari. I guess it's also notable for having the first swear in Star Wars, that being shit. And before you say anything, I don't count damn, hell, or even ass. I also still feel like the very end of this episode was when things finally started to get going. There's no other way I feel like I can describe it. I don't have much to say about this one either. My notes consist of, wait, Coruscant? They're actually acknowledging the prequels? Cassian shaving his beard, and the fact that Ebon Moss Backrack was in this. Something I completely forgot about until rewatching the show. As I'm sure you can tell, sometimes I'm not the best with note-taking. This is probably when I really started getting into the show. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that it took a third of the season before it happened, but whatever. I like how it's more just to sit down with these characters, almost like a calm before the storm moment before they actually attempt their big heist. It really delves into why some people are fighting for the reasons they are. Hell, the fact we get multiple perspectives on what the individuals think of the rebellion I find quite interesting. Some fully believe in the cause, while others are still skeptical, but it's better than the Empire. It's just so interesting to me. Probably my second favorite episode in the series. I love the point where they start taking hostages because I almost read it as they didn't exactly know what to do because they never had to deal with this situation before. I also love the spaceship chase near the end of the episode. It's visually stunning and really damn impressive for just a TV show that you're going to drop on Disney+. I think the biggest highlight of this episode was the ending. Not only does it make the Imperial droids genuinely terrifying, especially since really the only experience we have with them is K2SO, but also him going to prison and for the reason to be change of guidelines is kinda scary. Even worse with the context of later episodes. Even though I said episode 6 is my second favorite episode, this is probably my favorite overall arc. The prison arc is easily the most compelling part of the season in my opinion. Not only does it bring back Andy Serkis, thank God because he was fully wasted as Snoke in the sequels, but also does a really good job establishing this prison. I also like how different it feels from the other prisons you may have seen in movies and shows. It's more of the prison stuff I like. I also love the scene where Olaf almost faints, and some of the inmates have to make sure he doesn't so none of them get punished for it. It's not only a great tense scene, but also serves as a good reminder of just how fucked these people are. This is the best episode. I'm not even close to the only one that thinks that. The entire escape feels really good to watch. You feel this sense of accomplishment knowing what these characters went through and how they're finally able to fight back. The inmates are running the asylum now and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. But of course, because the show can't be too joyous, when they all get to the door and Kino says, "Can't swim," is just a turn of the knife. Especially considering the speech he gave to all the other inmates for them to break out too. This episode also has the amazing Luthen monologue. This isn't just a good monologue for Star Wars, it's just a good monologue in general. But it's not just about the writing. It's also about the way Stellan Skarsgård delivers it. It's not exactly what he's saying, it's what he's feeling and how much of that is being released when he speaks. There were 2 major things that stuck out to me in this episode. The first is when Luthen has a run-in with the Empire. It's very reminiscent of the scene in Mandalorian Season 2 when Mando has a run-in with a few X-Wing pilots. The other was Cassian reacting to his mother's death. I love the way Diego Luna plays that scene. He doesn't break down crying, he doesn't scream, "No!" or "Why?" Just an acknowledgement, and then he moves on. However, the conversation he has afterwards isn't just as if nothing happened. There's a trembling in his voice, like clearly something's wrong. It's honestly pretty realistic. I like this episode, but I feel like it's kind of weak as a season finale. It felt like it was just to set up a second season. Before you say anything, I know what the original plan for this show was. But there were a few things I thought were interesting. The first being a reference to Canto Bight. The second being when everyone's fighting against the Empire. It's very deliberate in how it's presented. People pushing up against what may as well be riot shields, people being tased, hell, even the one who throws an explosive to blow some others up. This is clearly shot and even structured like some real-world protest footage. Unfortunately, I know it sounded like I didn't have a lot to say, but it's honestly one of those shows where you should probably just watch it for yourself in order to fully understand why it's good. The goal for Rogue One was to make it feel like a genuine war film, right? I feel like this does something similar, but rather than a proper war film, it's more a depiction of what it's like to live under a fascist regime. People hiding their affiliations out of fear of the Empire and what they do. It also explores the Empire in a deeper way. Beforehand, we only got little tidbits. We know how the Empire came to be in the prequels, but we don't know much about how the Empire actually operates. I feel like the show does an amazing job not only showcasing it firsthand, but also puts into perspective why the rebellion started and why it was so necessary. Oh, shit, sorry, I forgot. I can't like this show because of bricks and screws being in it. How can I be so foolish? Never mind, I take back everything I said. 0 out of 10. Okay, in all seriousness, I'll give Andor Season 1 a 7.5 out of 10. A pretty good show and something pretty refreshing for the Star Wars universe. At least in terms of movies and shows, anyway. I think most people can agree this is probably the low point in the series. However, I don't think I'd feel comfortable calling it bad. It's just okay. It's probably the first season that feels like it drags at times just to reach the 8-episode marker. I know I said something similar for Season 2, but tell me in all seriousness that at least 2 of these episodes were actually necessary for the overall story. You know which ones I'm talking about. I actually feel like it's a great start to the season. It picks right back up after Book of Boba Fett, like it may as well be the day after, not to mention the fact it sets up practically the rest of the season in just 1 episode. I know how strange that sounds, but do you know how many shows I've watched where it took like 2 to 3 episodes, or sometimes even a whole ass season, just to get started? It was great at building intrigue for what was to come. It also helps that this was the first of 3 episodes directed by Rick Famuyiwa this season. The other 2 are the last 2 episodes, so it makes sense that you'd want him to both start the season and end it. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, not only the first time we've seen Mandalorian live action, but also after the Great Purge. If I remember correctly, it's also the only time Boba Fett was mentioned in this entire season. It was really interesting to see what Mandalore looked like after the Great Purge. Apparently the production team also got Phil Tippett to help out to design the caves on Mandalore. Going on to the episode itself, I do think it was a little much that Mando sent Grogu to get Bo-Katan to save him. I think this is, ironically, the stupidest thing in the entire show. That's saying a lot considering one of the later episodes. Plus, this is also the first time we actually see a mythosaur in canon. I could be wrong, but from what I remember, this is the first time we see one, let alone in live action. I think the thing everybody can agree on about this episode is the fact that the episode is entirely useless for the most part. Like Book of Boba Fett, it gets completely hijacked by a character that isn't the title character. Now, while I think Book of Boba Fett was a clusterfuck, at least with episode 5 of that show, it focused on a character people actually liked or cared about, and actually paid off. Who wanted a full episode about this guy? What's his name? Dr. Pershing. Shit, I actually forgot that. Apparently a big inspiration for Lee Isaac Chung, the director of this episode, was Alfred Hitchcock. Which I can kinda see, but it doesn't change the fact that it completely diverts from the narrative for almost no reason. In fact, I think it only fully pays off in the last 2 episodes, and even then, it's not by much. I think the best way to describe it is, it's more important for world building of the overall universe than it is for the story of The Mandalorian specifically. I hope that makes sense. It also doesn't help that this is the longest episode of The Mandalorian at 57 minutes. So not only is it the least important of the season, but also the longest, meaning more likely that people will feel like they just wasted their time. Yeah, that was certainly a choice.
I remember when this episode came out, and practically the only thing people were talking about was when it covered more of Grogu's backstory, which we really only saw the tiniest piece of in Book of Boba Fett. I don't think anyone could have guessed he was saved by Kelleran Beck. Who is that? I don't know, but he's played by Ahmed Best, the actor who portrayed Jar Jar, so that's cool. Something I found interesting about this episode is that it's the only other episode in the series directed by Carl Weathers, rest in peace. Ironically enough, this was probably one of the most visually impressive episodes, mainly in how Order 66 was handled and shot. A lot of the last episode was shot very matter-of-fact, acting like Coruscant was merely just a location that they happened to be shooting in. However, this episode makes it feel like more the perfect action setting. It's hard to describe, but it's really interesting. Otherwise, the rest of the episode's fine. I still remember when this episode came out, and the biggest talking point was Zeb showing up from Star Wars Rebels. Okay, a few things. One, why the hell is he here? Like, is there any specific reason it had to be him from a story perspective, or was it for nostalgia bait bullshit? Two, he looks weird in live action. I don't know what it is, but characters from the animated shows just apparently don't translate well into live action unless they're Ahsoka. This is ironically one of the few times where him being almost one-to-one with the cartoon makes it look worse, because Zeb's original design was clearly catered to Rebels' style. But here in live action, God, he looks so weird. Aside from that, this episode's alright. It's the episode that shifts course into what the Mandalorian means. During the course of this season, they tried making the Mandalorian mean it's about Bo-Katan rather than Din Djarin. I can see why, as this season is all about reclaiming Mandalore and trying to reinvigorate the Mandalorian culture. It also does an okay job at establishing that the New Republic was not very good at their job. The best compliment I got is that I really liked Gorian Shard's design. I know he showed up in episode 1, but he's featured more prominently here. He's very reminiscent of Swamp Thing, and I love Swamp Thing, so that may also be influencing my opinion. Probably the most polarizing episode in the entire season. Maybe even the entire series. Mainly because of two of the characters in this episode. The Duchess, played by Lizzo, and Captain Bombardier, played by Jack Black. It appears they really left their mark on the show because they're literally only in 2 scenes. Hell, I think Christopher Lloyd has more screen time than them. You know, I actually like this episode. Does Lizzo and Jack Black take me out of it? A little. However, the rest of the episode is pretty interesting, and I kind of like the mystery it sets up, even if it has almost nothing to do with the overall plot of the season. One thing I noticed, though, is that the battle droids sound like the ones from Clone Wars and not the ones from the prequel trilogy. Otherwise, I think the hate for this episode is completely overblown. I'll be honest, I don't remember much about this one, even after watching it recently. I feel like it's just the lead up to the finale. The most I got was this fully explained how Moff Gideon got the Darksaber, how Mandalore went to shit, in more detail anyway, and the fact that Moff Gideon's Mandalorian armor looks like a Dathomirian for some reason. Oh, and I guess IG-12's a thing. I think the most significant thing about this episode is the fact that it finally reveals why Moff Gideon was so obsessed with obtaining Grogu. Granted, it was kind of easy to put together the moment they brought up Grogu's M-count in the last season, which to my recollection is the only time midichlorians have even been brought up in live action post-Disney buyout. It established that Moff Gideon wanted to clone himself, and not only that, use Grogu's DNA in some way to imbue those clones with the Force. Also, I think this is where Moff Gideon just turns into a fully cartoonish villain. Beforehand, he actually had this presence. Not quite to the same level as Vader, but it makes sense why they hired fucking Gus Fring for this show. But this episode chose to make him overly egotistical to the point of hilarity. Like, it was not so subtly implied that he clearly had an ego, but this episode gave him probably one of the worst lines he's spoken in the entire series.
And the most impressive improvement is that it has me in it.
I also know that Giancarlo Esposito has expressed interest in returning in the series, and even implies he could in the behind-the-scenes documentary on this season. But can we, just not? The man was engulfed in flames, and all his clones were destroyed. Plus, this show could really use a villain change-up by now, and preferably one that has a presence throughout the entire season, instead of just the last few episodes. I also don't hate the way this season ends, but the fact it ends like a Looney Tunes cartoon with that transition is not very helpful, especially for a show that, for the most part, tries to take itself seriously.
I think the biggest problem with this season is it's only okay, and not exactly the strongest finish to the series. Now we know this actually isn't the end, as we have the Mandalorian and Grogu spin-off movie, and a possible season 4, I don't know. I hope they handle Mandalorian and Grogu with care, because Mandalorian is one of like 2 of the live-action Star Wars shows that people actually enjoy. I'd hate to see it go further into mediocrity. And hopefully, season 3 of this show is the lowest it'll ever get. Although that new trailer isn't the most promising. I'll give Mandalorian Season 3 a 7 out of 10. Not terrible, but underwhelming considering what came before. Okay, to be fully transparent, this is one of 3 Star Wars projects that I had not previously seen before the making of this video. I'll discuss what the other 2 are when I get to them, but as of now, know that I went into this show for the most part blind. The reason I didn't watch it when it first came out in August of 2023 was because I hadn't seen Rebels yet at that point. I'd seen Clone Wars, but I hadn't had the time to watch Rebels, which I'd heard was very important. Because after I watched Clone Wars, I was going to watch Rebels, but I got 2 episodes in and realized, not yet, I need some time.
Unfortunately, I hadn't actually seen Rebels until the beginning of this year in preparation for these videos, and more importantly, this show. I'm glad I did that because, Jesus Christ, this show probably makes no sense if you haven't seen Rebels, and even worse if you haven't seen Clone Wars. Like, maybe a previously on before the first episode would have been helpful for people who either never watched Clone Wars and or Rebels, or for people who just needed a refresher. Okay, I get why you wouldn't because they're animated instead of live action, but still. I love how immediately it's clear this is very different from the other Star Wars shows. Everything has this red text and foreboding feel. It immediately reminded me of the last 4 episodes of Clone Wars, where every episode started with a red version of the Clone Wars logo. Although I will say the title crawl at the beginning made me remember why the title crawls in the main Star Wars movies are the way they are. Because the one in this episode is boring as hell. Aside from this opening, I immediately felt what I believe is an overarching problem with this entire series. Holy shit, this show drags at points. Granted, this is the longest episode, but still, it also doesn't help that I feel like this show doesn't really get started until episode 2. This entire episode concerns itself with trying to show the audience what happened in between Rebels and now, especially with Sabine. It can be helpful for if you needed a bit of a refresher on Rebels, but my god does it really take its time. Otherwise, the last thing I have to mention for this episode is Sabine getting stabbed and somehow not dying. I saw Phantom Menace. A lightsaber stab to the gut is usually not a good sign. Talk about plot armor. Already starting off strong with the episode title being from goddamn Shakespeare. But yeah, I feel like this is actually when the show got started and when it picked up the pace a bit for me. It also made me love Huyang even more than I already did. Granted, that could just be because he was voiced by David Tennant. But I also tend to have an affinity for characters that are just kinda assholes. This is also our first appearance of Chopper in this series. Not his live-action debut, as that was in Rogue One in a blink and you'll miss it moment, but it's still great nonetheless. This is probably the only character from Rebels that I think was translated perfectly into live action. The voice, the look, the mannerisms are perfect. This episode also ended with the epilogue from Rebels. Granted, there's a few tweaks, aside from the fact everything's live action now, but it basically cements how this show is really just Rebels Season 5. I'll admit, most of what I have to say comes from the first few minutes of the episode with Sabine training with Ahsoka. Mainly in when Sabine put on the helmet, she said,
I can't see, how am I supposed to fight?
Sabine, did you forget Kanan Jarrus was blind after Season 2 of Rebels? You trained with him briefly after he became blind. Did you not put 2 and 2 together that might have been how he was able to still do cool shit? I know it's a nitpick, but that line still confuses me so much. Although I also love Ahsoka basically just fucking with her throughout the remainder of the session. Casually pacing around Sabine and just messing with her basically. Otherwise, I don't have much. This was the episode I took the least amount of notes for. Yet another show with the character of Carson in it. This is the major connecting tissue between Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, and this show? Okay. Otherwise, most of what I have to say is ironically about this episode's climax, unlike the last episode, which was only about the beginning. But yeah, Ahsoka throwing Shin into a goddamn rock right on the noggin as well? How the hell did she not have at least a concussion?
Of course, there's also her being in the world between worlds from Rebels and Hayden Christensen in this show. Him calling Ahsoka Snips really proved to me how Matt Lanter was accidentally really good casting for Anakin in hindsight, because older Hayden Christensen sounds so much more like him than younger Hayden Christensen did. I already mentioned this in the Obi-Wan section, but this made it even more clear to me. Even before watching the show, I know this was the episode that got the most attention, especially when it came out. Mainly for all the live-action flashbacks to Clone Wars. Not to mention how good Hayden looks in the early season Clone Wars look. But I'll also say, I think it's among one of the weaker episodes. Don't get me wrong, it's a little bit more than just, hey guys, we got Hayden back, like they did for the Obi-Wan show. However, I think there's richer episodes in terms of themes and just overall story. We spend a majority of time in the world between worlds and not much focus on what's going on outside of that. It's cool seeing a lot of this stuff, especially in live action, but I think there's far more interesting stuff focused on in other episodes of the show. I feel like the reason Episode 5 was super popular when it came out was because of all this cool stuff, but now that 2 years have passed, it seems like no one really cares about it anymore. It was cool in the moment, but that moment has passed. This is the best one. By far. Not only does it establish why every one of the films started with a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but it also just has so much ground to cover. The first one being, this is when we finally get to see Grand Admiral Thrawn not only making his live-action debut, but he's also played by Lars Mikkelsen, who voiced him in Rebels. Okay, I may be a little late to this party, but after seeing this episode, and seeing the rest of the series, I really want to see more Thrawn. I'd seen him in Rebels previously, but I also knew he was kind of being held back because of the kind of show Rebels was. Here, however, holy shit. I'm not even kidding when I say that this episode makes me really want to read the novels about him, including the Legends stuff, and I rarely engage with the Legends content that aren't the video games. Side note, Jesus, this guy has a lot written about him. Like, what do you mean he has 3 different book trilogies dedicated to him? Granted, one of them's Legends, but Jesus, man. Something I also love about this episode is Baylan. There were 2 different speeches that I quite liked. The first one describing the constant cycle of good and evil being in power. When I heard it, I immediately thought about how it led to the sequel trilogy. We keep seeing in shows like Mandalorian and this show how the First Order was able to rise. The second speech of his is the whole,
I miss the idea of it.
Speech. When I heard it, I was immediately reminded of Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi, only focusing on the Jedi's flaws and hubris that caused their downfall. Granted, one speaking from the perspective of actually being in the Jedi Order and being soured not only by the Clone Wars but the entire reign of the Empire, and the other is a bitter old man who's cut himself off from the Force and his only exposure to the Jedi was 2 old Jedi Masters.
The final thing I'll mention is Ezra being in this episode. This technically wasn't the first time we saw him in this series, as we saw a message he left for Sabine in episode 1, but this is the first we see of him in person, and can I say, this casting is really good. Some of the mannerisms, the look, and even the voice a little bit tells me, yeah, this is a grown-up Ezra. Only problem I have is, did the blue contacts he wore have to be that bright? Jesus. Unlike episode 6, I unfortunately don't have a lot to say about this one. The main things I got were, I don't like how C-3PO is accompanied by the main Star Wars theme. Holy hell, guys, there's more you can use that theme for than just shit from the original trilogy. I also didn't like how this exchange went.
Emperor die.
That's what people say.
Oh, fuck you, Rise of Skywalker. And finally, the only mention of Zeb in the entire series. I'll get into this later, but god, that was stupid. I also really love some of the banter Ezra and Sabine have in this episode. Again, very good casting. The main takeaway I got from this episode is, holy hell, I'd kill for a Star Wars horror film.
I know they touched on a few of these elements in Clone Wars, and I know there's a few legend stories that are horror stories, but this just proved to me that a horror Star Wars film would go so hard. Other than that, it was an alright finale. I mean, it's cool that Sabine finally was able to use the Force, Ezra reuniting with Hera. Of course, it wouldn't be Ezra if he didn't steal Stormtrooper armor. And a major problem of mine is the fact it doesn't feel like a full ending. It's clear they really wanted a second season to the show, and, well, they definitely got their wish. However, because of that, this season feels almost incomplete, which is really strange considering how it feels like it doesn't cover a lot. My biggest problem with this show, like I said, is its pace. This is the second longest of the live-action shows at a length of 6 hours and 15 minutes, give or take. The only show that beats it, that we've covered so far, is Andor Season 1 at almost 8 hours. There's not a lot in this show that I personally saw that justifies that runtime. This show does have some truly good moments, and like I said, I love how it handles Thrawn, and it also made me actually like Ezra. I always thought he was annoying in Rebels. But it seriously drags at times. I also think the lack of Zeb is really strange for a few reasons. The first one being, this is basically just Rebels Season 5, so his absence is sorely lacking, especially with the idea of the search for Ezra. I think Zeb would have been very important for that. The second thing is, they already made a live-action model of him for his Mando Season 3 cameo. I know they reuse models because it would be far too expensive if they didn't, and She-Hulk exists. You can't tell me this isn't just Hulk's endgame model copy and pasted into the show. And also the trailer for Mandalorian and Grogu came out while I was writing this, so we know Zeb's gonna be in that, but not in Ahsoka? What the fuck? Otherwise, I thought the show was alright. Maybe if I'd seen it back when it first came out, I may have sang its praises a bit more. However, as of now, it's just kind of there. I'm interested in what Season 2 has to offer, but I'm not foaming at the mouth to see it. I'll give Ahsoka a 7 out of 10. So...
Okay, Jesus Christ, I get it! Can I actually fucking say something?
God damn. Yeah, I still have war flashbacks every time I think of the show and having to navigate discourse around it. So I'll just make it clear what I think about this show right from the get-go. This show is so fucking mid. In fact, I'm just gonna say this now. Why the fuck did this show get so much attention? People, both positively and negatively, lost their shit about the show, and I just genuinely don't understand why. When the series first premiered, I immediately knew that discourse about the show was about to be really, really difficult. I realized this about 10 minutes in, when there's the infamous fire in space. A few things. 1. This show takes place in the universe of Star Wars, a series involving faster-than-light space travel, samurai wizard monks that wield laser swords, cloning, and not one, but 3 space stations capable of complete global destruction. This series has never been concerned with the limitations of our world. 2. While yes, this couldn't happen in real life as there's not enough oxygen in space to sustain a fire, this also isn't the first time this has happened. In fact, there's a few major examples from the first 6 films alone. You know, the ones people consider real Star Wars. 3. Even ignoring the fire in space in previous Star Wars projects, there's one final thing that I've heard almost no one bring up even though it's also present in this very show. I'm gonna play a clip from A New Hope, and I want you to see what's wrong with it. Didn't catch it? Okay, let's try again. Still didn't get it? Okay, let me isolate the part I'm referring to. The sound. Sound can't travel through space for a similar reason fire can't happen in space. There's little to no air for the sound waves to vibrate through. 4. On top of all of that, this is done for story purposes and for the benefit of the audience to understand why a fire is important to Osha's backstory. It was this very moment where I knew that either A, media literacy was just going to go out the fucking window with the series, or B, people were going to engage in bad faith criticism and not properly engage with the show because they had a bone to pick with it for one reason or another. Not even kidding when I say I used how people talked about this moment as a litmus test of whether or not I was going to engage with them when talking about the show. It also doesn't help that most people had almost nothing to say about the rest of the episode. A moment that barely lasted 15 to 20 seconds was the main talking point for this 42-minute episode. You'll find that was actually a common theme with this show. As for the rest of the episode, it's fine. Like, the most exciting thing about this episode was the escape from the ship Osha was on. Even the opening fight scene between May and Indara was just kind of there for me. Although there is something that this show does have a major problem with. Exposition. This show has probably some of the most unnatural exposition I've seen in Star Wars. A lot of the dialogue is exposition that either the audience already knows, or the characters already know, or worse, both. It's very much tell, don't show, when the language of cinema dictates it should be the other way around. If I want to be told their backstories like this, I'll read a damn book or wiki. I'll admit, the most I got for this episode is how Torben is being played by an actor clearly in their 20s when he's supposed to be, at least, in his 40s. But also how this episode introduces Kymir. Although something I forgot was how he has this really weird voice. In fact, that's how I realized this guy was played by Manny Jacinto, also known as Jason from The Good Place, because he sounded almost exactly like that. Here comes part 2 in our saga of a moment that lasted about 20 seconds and became a major talking point for the whole episode. The whole
the power of
scene only lasts 20 seconds. The rest of the scene is mostly just talking. I guess there's another contentious thing from this episode, but I'm actually going to save that for a later episode that elaborated on it. I'll be honest, the biggest problem with this episode is it's just boring. I do think it's the worst episode in the show, but not because of some canon-breaking reasons or the power of many reasons. It's literally just boring, and you could honestly do without most of it, as a good chunk of it is reiterated throughout the series because of the exposition problem I mentioned this show has. A lot of this episode is mainly just to build up for the next episode. Again, this is also another episode where people lost their shit over 2 separate moments that don't even last that long. The first being the appearance of Ki-Adi-Mundi, and the second of Osha asking if one of the people accompanying them is important to the mission. However, people were losing their shit because of how she asked it.
Is he or they with us?
Fucking pronouns!
No, let's not with that shit today, okay? This was truly one of the stupidest things to get upset about. Really? In Star Wars, the universe in which there's thousands, maybe millions of different alien species who aren't guaranteed to follow the same gender norms as humans, I don't care if they did it more subtly in Tales of the Empire. It's such a stupid thing to get mad over in a series like this. Why do I feel like if they watched the episode The Outcast from Star Trek The Next Generation, they'd have a fucking meltdown? I'm actually going to save the Ki-Adi-Mundi discussion for later as well, but there are 2 things from this episode that I actually think are worth mentioning. How May is written in some of this episode, and the death of Kelnaka. Off screen. Some of the dialogue May has is just not good. My immediate example is when she says, "I can't believe my sister is Jedi scum." Are you sure about that? That was like the one thing she talked about in the last episode, and was partially the reason you tried to burn her alive. But also, seriously? Kelnaka was killed off screen? This is only one of 2 Wookiee Jedis we've seen on screen, the first one we've seen in live action, and he's given almost nothing to do. Apparently there was going to be a fight scene between Kelnaka and the Stranger, but they couldn't do it for budget reasons. I hate to say it,
but I think this is the best episode, but purely because it's kind of just mindless action. It doesn't make me think all that much about what I'm watching. Although I will say, considering all the poor exposition throughout the show, I'm glad they actually showed how cortosis worked rather than having 3 different spoken explanations for it before we actually see anything about it. It also gives us the reveal of Chimere being the stranger, which, yeah, no shit. I genuinely don't understand why this was kept secret other than for marketing purposes. There's not a lot of questioning who this stranger is, especially as this episode was the first episode that anyone other than May had even seen him. So keeping his identity secret from the audience was stupid, especially as it didn't take much to put 2 and 2 together. Otherwise, there's not much else worth mentioning. I mean, there's Chimere using Trickada to kill Jecki and the small plot point of May and Osha switching places, and I guess a bit of Kylo Ren's theme for Chimere was played for some reason, even though it literally goes nowhere. Okay, I know they did reveal what that was supposed to mean, but obviously it isn't going to go anywhere now. Another in the saga of you know by now. Literally the only thing people really talked about it when it came to this episode was just Chimere stripping down and going skinny dipping. Also that infamous audio description on Disney+. But even I'll admit, yeah, there's not a lot in this episode. I mean, it's the first time we got a lightsaber whip in live action. Other than that, I got nothing. Why did I go episode by episode again? This is such an odd episode, because to me, a lot of this episode kind of just tells you that a good chunk of episode 3 isn't that important in the long run of the show. Seriously, this episode kind of speed runs through the events of episode 3 until it gets to when shit went south. But there was something interesting here that I realized when I watched it. Okay, so one of people's biggest problems with the show was the idea that it broke canon on the idea of being able to create life, mainly with Anastasia and Coral. However, I'm going to actually explain this because this, to me, doesn't seem all that complicated. 1. The fact that apparently there is a vergence in the Force on Brendok, basically a place very strong with the Force, something that's not at all uncommon in Star Wars. And I should actually mention something that I elected to leave out in a previous segment in this series. During the Phantom Menace, a vergence in the Force is actually mentioned. What scene is it mentioned in? The one where Qui-Gon is telling the Jedi Council about Anakin and how strong in the Force he is. I was actually surprised when I rewatched that film and they mentioned it, because for the longest time, I thought this was an element made for the show to explain their decision. 2. They never outright say that they created life. The way they talk about it implies they did, but it's never stated that Osha and May are artificial creations using the Force. However, what they do say is that it's one consciousness split between 2 bodies. 3. This also leads into a reveal that happens in the next episode, which could have major implications given what the rest of Star Wars is about. Granted, this episode does have a few other problems. Mainly in how they tried to make this episode almost like Rashomon, where we see a single event from the perspective of multiple people and we're never quite sure which one is correct. Except that's not true here. While yes, there are certain aspects that might be a bit muddled, mainly in how Sol saved Osha, but otherwise, both perspectives are correct for the most part, because they rarely connect until the very end. This is also where Kelnaka has the most to do, and even then it's because he was being mind-controlled. They really had a Wookiee Jedi and decided to do nothing with it. Immediately, let's bring up where I was getting at in the last episode. There is a very quick appearance by Darth Plagueis in this show. The thing is, not only is this his first appearance in live action, but basically every other appearance he's had has been non-canon material. So I can't blame the average Joe if they didn't realize this is the famous Darth Plagueis the Wise. Although it does bring a ton of things into perspective. Like 1, Chimere being a Sith, so he had to be trained by somebody, and 2, Osha would definitely be an interesting thing for him to learn about because of what we heard about him in Revenge of the Sith. Now we know somewhere down the line that these two are going to be killed at some point to make room for Palpatine, but it's interesting to see his beginnings, even if they could have made it more clear to general audiences who this guy was and why that shot of him was important. Now for the other point of contention. Osha bleeding a kyber crystal. Now it seems like no matter how you approach this, people will have different reasons for why it can't work. The crystal isn't exposed. Yes, it is. Watch the scene again, and you can literally see the crystal and the part that's sticking out and touching Osha's hand. It can't happen that fast. Even Vader's took time. Because Vader was still conflicted even after all the horrible shit he's done. Osha explained in this very episode that she wasn't able to control her anger and that's why she couldn't become a Jedi. It's literally spelled out for you. Not to mention that right before this, she learned Soul killed her mother, which is kind of a big deal for her. Why didn't Vader's turn red during the events of Revenge of the Sith? Good to know he wasn't a bad guy when he murdered all those younglings. First, we know he bled his kyber crystal after the events of Revenge of the Sith. And second, the out-of-universe reason is for the same reason Luke's saber was green in Return of the Jedi. It's because a red saber would have blended in with the backdrop of Mustafar and may have been a little harder to follow what Anakin was doing during those fight scenes. Also, it's a lot more visually striking when two seemingly good guys are fighting. This was another moment where I could tell if people were watching it from the perspective of watching the show just to criticize it. I already mentioned how I think it's mid as hell, and I'll talk about its faults when I need to, but I also can't pick and choose what I criticize when it comes to this sort of stuff. There's also one big thing this episode does, and it ties into two different topics, so I'll go at them one at a time. Let's start with... This show had met the ire of Star Wars fans that seemed to not know the difference between Legends and or EU, or ones that refused to actually engage with it and either misinterpreted how this show did things or misinterpreted the previously established canon to make this show look bad. Now I need to make something clear. I'm not going to pretend like this show didn't have things that didn't break canon. I'm sure they did, and Star Wars is usually chock full of retcons in the movies and shows alone. I'm sure taking into account all the games and comics and novels or whatever makes it far, far worse. However, there was something interesting to me where most of people's sources for how this broke canon came from Legends, rather than what has been deemed canon. I get the idea of it's canon until deemed otherwise, which is a fair way to look at things, but seeing how people reacted to these changes in the canon really put some things into perspective for me. I'm not going to pretend like Ki-Adi-Mundi's change in age by over a century and how they handled the Jedi not knowing about the Sith's existence wasn't a strange choice. However, I'm not going to lose my goddamn mind because they did decide to change those things. Or worse, actively harass people who change a fucking wiki page just to reflect the new changes. Seriously, guys. What the fuck? I'd actually like to further dig into how the Jedi reacted to the resurgence of the Sith. By the end of the show, they established that there's really only like 2 people who suspect the Sith aren't fully extinct by the end of the show. Everyone else is under the impression that it was just a rogue Jedi, a concept that's not at all new to Star Wars. This also goes into my next point with how this show ends. Probably one of the biggest problems with some of the criticism this show faced, especially involving the canon, is the fact that a lot of people made declarative statements about what the show was and what it was trying to do before it even had the chance to finish. People talking about whether the Sith being around the presence of the Jedi broke canon before the finale came out, which explained why they thought the Sith were all dead in Phantom Menace. How they thought Episode 3 broke canon before it was established in Episode 7 and 8 how Osha and May were actually made. Overall, criticizing a show like this before it's fully completed its season is how you make yourself look foolish when you're contradicted by the show itself because you never gave it the chance to actually tell its full story. Now, this is something that's not limited to this show. It's something I'm unfortunately seeing more and more nowadays. Shows that tell their story in serialized formats that are being judged prematurely rather than viewing the whole story and judging it like that. Basically, if someone watched only 30 minutes of a film and criticized it as if they watched the whole thing. It also doesn't help that a lot of people that were doing this because they wanted this show to fail.
I cannot begin to tell you the amount of people who wanted this show to fail for one stupid reason or another. For example, people losing their shit when Charlie Barnett incorrectly stated Anakin Skywalker blew up the Death Star. Twice. Charlie Barnett wasn't the only one this happened to. Anyone who was a part of this show's production was under a microscope. People were waiting for one of the actors or creators or whoever to slip so they had another thing to say, "Look guys, they don't know what they're doing!"
What I'm trying to get at is people went into it expecting something god-awful, and refusing to let the show do anything to change that. Like I said, this is not limited to The Acolyte. In fact, I'd argue this is quite common for a lot of media properties nowadays, where people try to only look for the absolute worst in any news, trailers, promos, or whatever the fuck. People refused to give it a chance, and still refused even while currently watching it. Rather than wondering why that change may have been made, both in universe or out of universe, it was just met with, "They're trying to erase Legends/EU," or "They're trying to erase George Lucas's Star Wars." And I haven't seen a lot of other people try to ask why that change was made, other than one of those two answers. The final thing that made me realize why this show was never going to be looked at in a proper critical light was when it was, for the most part, cancelled. When a show like this gets cancelled, theoretically speaking, we should be disappointed that rather than taking an opportunity to listen to the criticisms of the previous season and seeing what you can do with that, it just got shot dead in the water. However, when the show was cancelled, it was met with a bunch of "we won." That tells me that some people were never in it to properly give it a chance. They wanted to see failure from the very beginning. Now, I'm not saying you have to love everything, or really anything, that these guys put out. What I am saying, though, is if you don't think you're going to enjoy it, just don't watch it. Don't talk about it like you understand what it's about, and don't celebrate it when it gets shot down. Especially as there's no guarantee that they're going to follow the trajectory that you want them to if they canceled the thing you didn't like. Let's also not forget the constant review bombing of episodes that weren't even out yet, and the fact that some of these idiots were too blinded by hate that they started review bombing the wrong fucking thing. I should make it clear, I still think this show is just okay. I don't think it's great, and I don't think it's terrible either. I'm not defending the show itself, I'm attacking criticism made in bad faith, whether intentional or not. It's why I commonly like watching videos of people debunking other reviewers when they themselves don't like the movie or whatever that's currently in discussion. Overall, I just don't understand why this show is the one people decide to get up in arms about, both negative and positive. But now that it got basically cancelled, we know it's not going to go anywhere. In fact, knowing Disney, the most we're going to get in reference to this show is small references or mentions, or maybe a non-canon LEGO special for whatever reason. I'll admit, there are a few cool things about the show that I would have liked to see go somewhere. Maybe not in an Acolyte Season 2 per se, but just something so I'm not questioning what happened with Osha or Chimere and how that relates to Palpatine or Plagueis. I'll give The Acolyte a 6.5 out of 10. God, this is exhausting. This is the second Star Wars project I hadn't seen before the making of this video. The reason I didn't get around to this one is actually because I was making a previous video, mainly my absurdly long 2024 video. Jesus Christ, I need to learn how to shut up. Just ignore the runtime of this series so far. But yeah, me working on that video caused me to miss out on this series when it premiered, along with missing last year's seasons of Futurama and a number of other things. The interesting thing about the show for me was I heard practically nothing about it except for it's inspired by Goonies and other Amblin Entertainment films, and it was apparently pretty good. I hadn't heard much else about it until I finally watched it for myself. I'm so glad I somehow didn't get spoiled for this show because it might be my second favorite live-action Star Wars series. Something I find funny is this is probably one of my least favorite episodes as I found it to drag a bit. In fact, to bring it back to Goonies, Mikey and the rest of the Goonies only started looking for One-Eyed Willie's ship after about 20 minutes of runtime. This entire first episode is 48 minutes. Also, funnily enough, the longest episode in the series.
There are definitely a few points where it drags, and I found there were a few points where they could have fleshed out At-Aten some more, or some of the characters. KB, for example, is barely in this episode, even though she's one of the 4 main characters in the show. Now yes, it makes sense for most of the focus to be on Wim, especially as he's the reason they even get caught up in this mess. But I feel like some fleshing out of the other characters would have been nice. Aside from that though, I do think it's a great introduction and really sets up the rest of the show pretty well, especially when you realize that the Jedi Temple in the beginning isn't a Jedi Temple, but a starship. I also thought making the holiday special fully canon with the hologram circus performance being shown in this episode really took me out of it for a second. Why couldn't the holiday special stay in almost canon limbo like it previously was? I remember when I finished episode 1, I was a little more worried about the rest of the series and started thinking about why I didn't hear much about the show and that it might have just been mid as hell and entirely forgettable. But this episode turned it all around for me. Not only does it do an interesting job at establishing why they can't immediately get back to At-Aten, but also does a pretty good job fleshing out the thread of the show, because we really only had the cold open to the last episode before it.
The main thing I love about this episode is how much it fully establishes just how sheltered these kids were. The fact they didn't even realize that there were 1,000 worlds and didn't even know that Alderaan blew up. They didn't know there was a war, or even that the Republic technically didn't exist for give or take 23 years. I know this is going to be a really strange comparison, but bear with me here. In the game Final Fantasy III, spoilers by the way, if you care, we find out in the story that the world we'd been exploring for the last little bit was actually just a floating island above a flooded planet. There's not much in the game that sets this up until you get your first airship, and you can leave this floating island. Eventually, you're able to drain the rest of the planet to reveal the rest of the map, but there's just this initial shock of realizing how much of the world you'd actually been exploring. That's how I imagine these kids felt. The most they'd heard of things like the Jedi or Republic were from outdated sources, and they didn't even know what was going on outside of their planet. They even make it a point in this episode that At-Aten is really just boring. Something that's even reflected in the set design to make it look like how Earth is usually depicted in futuristic settings in other sci-fi stories. Basically, they make it boring for the audience as well.
I also love how they fully start hinting at Jod's questionable morals. I feel like it was kind of obvious that Jod was the pirate captain that was betrayed in the cold open of episode 1, but I love how they didn't just make it so the kids never found out, but there'd be scenes of him being all sinister in private. I love how even from this episode, they question him quite often. I love some of the character work they give to Neil. Neil is probably my favorite character in this show, not only because I love his design and how much it reminds me of Max Rebo, but I also just love his character. I love how juxtaposed his naivete is with the situation going on. I love the little talk he has with Hana where he thinks the way they can end this conflict is by just apologizing, when, unfortunately, it's not that simple. I also love how at the end, it has Neil finally doing something instead of just cowering like he normally did. Although I did still laugh, admittedly, when he fainted after SM-33 was deactivated. I'll admit, the most I really got out of this episode is that it's directed by Jake Schreier, the guy who directed Thunderbolts recently. I guess it's also the first time we see a lightsaber in this show. There's also a sequence that was very reminiscent of Indiana Jones with that whole acid room scene. The setting, the build-up with the music, the delayed reaction of if what they did it worked or not. It felt very reminiscent of the Golden Idol scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark. Only difference is throwing the credit into the acid actually worked instead of backfiring. This episode just kind of blew by for me. By the end of it, I realized I barely wrote anything about it in my notes. It just breezes by and mostly only focuses on Wim and KB, probably because KB still hasn't had all that much to do. I thought it was an interesting look at some of these characters, and the ending where they have to separate the ship was kinda cool. Otherwise, I feel like there's not much else to talk about.
I do feel like with this episode, it feels like they're trying to rush things a little bit. I honestly feel like this and the finale should have just been combined into one massive episode because of how weirdly rushed these individual episodes feel. Like Brutus being disposed of kind of underwhelmingly. Now, I might be biased because I quite liked Brutus's design, and being able to bring back the Shistavannon after the last notable one, for me anyway, was cut from A New Hope and later re-releases.
The opening felt cheap because of how the last episode ended with Jaw drawing his lightsaber. And then there wasn't anything to properly follow it up. He just drew it for shits and giggles and for an artificial cliffhanger. I feel like this episode really falls short because it somehow both feels rushed and drags at times. The worst part is it ends so abruptly. There's barely any falling action. I know it sounds cliche and overdone, but I would have liked to see a quick segment of them after the fact, where you see how they've grown as characters and also their connection. Also because admittedly, there was a part of me that was curious about the whole Neil has a crush on someone in his class thing that was just completely dropped after episode 1. Seriously, it was never mentioned again. Runa who? I have no idea why I got so into this show. Maybe I'm just so used to these Star Wars shows being only good for the most part, and that they don't do anything all that different. So then, the moment something even remotely different comes along, I'm super invested. I do admit that it has some major pacing issues, and there's another part of me that wonders if it would have done better as just a 2-hour film instead, but otherwise, I quite enjoyed this show, and I'm a little upset at myself for waiting so long to watch it. I'll give Skeleton Crew an 8 out of 10. This might just be me, but I did not care for this season much. I'm not sure if it was just burnout, because this is the last thing I had to watch for this series, but it definitely didn't do it for me. This is the third and final Star Wars project I didn't watch until the making of this video, mainly because I was busy making this series, especially back when it was just going to be one big video. Man, that would have been a terrible idea. Immediately, you may be wondering why I'm not going episode by episode. One, I realized way too late I should have been doing it in chunks anyway, because sometimes I have very little to say, and I imagine hearing over and over again got annoying. Plus, every 3 episodes is its own arc, so it just makes it easier for myself. I was immensely worried when watching these episodes because I was not engaging with them the same way I did with Season 1. I think the part where Cassian is stuck on Yavin with all those dumb rebels was the most tedious. Like, Bix dealing with her PTSD and Mon Mothma at the wedding had interesting moments, but weren't enough to ward off how much I didn't like the stuff actually happening on Yavin. Also, I feel like if I just ignore it, then people might ask about it in the comment section, so I'm going to put up a trigger warning. Just skip to the timestamp if you'll have any problems. So, this was basically the only thing I'd heard about when it came to Andor Season 2. The conversation was all on the attempted rape scene. When I first heard about it, they didn't even exactly mention what it was. It was a post on Threads that just said something along the lines of, I wasn't expecting the R word to be used in Star Wars, and naturally I thought they meant this one. But the further I looked, I realized what they meant, and without having watched the episodes yet, I had no idea how to feel. What do you mean that's in Star Wars? I was still kind of mixed about it until I actually saw the scene for myself, naturally a little worried on how it was handled, and I think it has that perfect balance of it's brutal but doesn't go too far. It's not there for shock value, it's built up to from the last episode, and doesn't fully follow through, mainly because the show needs to remain TV-14. Plus, it keeps in tradition with the show highlighting how awful the Empire is by drawing real-world parallels with other fascist regimes, that being how people would abuse their power by having their way. There's also the other thing where, since it's being intercut with drunk Mon Mothma dancing at the wedding, it also shows how the different classes were treated under this regime. Probably could have picked a less awkward scene to intercut it with, but it gets the point across. I know there's this question of, should this even be in Star Wars? Especially knowing how George wanted it to overall be for kids. But every time I hear that question, I always come to the same conclusion. This is Andor. This show is oriented for much older audiences and has been since the very first episode literally started with him going into a space brothel. I don't think the question should be, should this be in Star Wars? The question should be, does it handle the topic well? Now, I should state that I can't personally answer that. I'm not going to act like I know the do's and don'ts on how to portray this. I feel like that's up to the viewer to decide. However, I will say this. Using this scene to defend the Empire for a show that does basically nothing but show how awful the Empire actually was is certainly a choice.
Now, this is another problem that I and many others have with this season. The fact it covers 4 years of content in the span of 12 episodes. The biggest thing for me is the fact that you don't really feel that passage of time. That could just be because the first season was one continuous story that didn't have any yearly gaps, but if they didn't have those title cards, you wouldn't be able to tell how many years passed in the first place. Hell, there's even a joke later in the season where they just say, a lot can happen in a year, and you don't feel that at all in these episodes. The characters basically don't change in those gaps. It doesn't feel like there's many changes in relationships, character, or really anything. Now, to get into this arc specifically, yeah, this was probably the least interesting arc in my opinion. Over the course of these 3 episodes, I don't have much material. I like how we get more insight into Cyril and him being a little more critical of the Empire. I like how Bix got revenge on the guy who tortured her last season, and that's been causing all her PTSD for the past few episodes. And I think this is when they introduced Bail Organa into the show, who's definitely not Jimmy Smits. Otherwise, I don't have a lot. Of course, this is the Gorman Massacre. The only other thing I'd really heard before watching it, and I see why it was talked about so much, that was certainly a sequence. It also shares a lot of similarities with the Season 1 finale on Ferrix, mainly in how a lot of it kind of looks like how recordings of protests look, more importantly, the ones that got violent. But it goes so much further than that. It's not just the build-up throughout the season, it's also the duel Cassian and Cyril have in the middle of all of it. Throughout the season, you expect Cyril to maybe join the rebellion after how he was treated, but his pride got in the way, and he had to fight the one person he thinks ruined his life, only for that person to not even remember who he was. Ouch. And, on top of all of that, he gets shot in the fucking head right afterwards.
This arc also has episode 9, which, I'm not gonna lie, was the only episode I fully enjoyed in the season. There wasn't a dull moment for me when I watched episode 9. The tension, the music, the dialogue, the speech, immaculate. This is probably my favorite arc from the show, but I can't pretend like I loved it all the way through.
Episode 10 was interesting in the fact that I'm pretty sure Cassian wasn't even in it. Also how it portrayed Luthen and his past, even if I didn't like the de-aging effect. But there were still a few times where I didn't quite like it and thought it was a little boring. Episodes 11 and 12 didn't really work for me either. I liked a lot of the K2SO stuff, but he was my favorite character in Rogue One, so that's not exactly a surprise. But a lot of it just felt rushed, and especially the last 15 minutes or so of the series finale, making it feel like every domino had to be in place for Rogue One, also didn't really work for me. I know I didn't have a lot to say, but I just don't know what to think. This season somehow feels like it's both rushed and drags at the same time, and I have no idea how to describe it. We may not fully know the extent of the plans for the original seasons 2 through 5 were, but if this is, what I'm assuming, the best arcs they had in mind for each, I'm not sure how I would have felt. I greatly prefer Season 1 to this, and I'd even rather rewatch Rogue One over this. I'll give Andor Season 2 a 6.5 out of 10. Not sure if I'm just burnt out or this season just wasn't really for me. Might never know unless I rewatch it at some point. Okay, just quickly, I'm going to rank all these before I get to the main thing. 23, the holiday special. Just bad and has no entertainment value other than sheer confusion and anger. Still annoyed at how this special is basically canon now. Just 97 minutes of Wookiees screaming at each other, and it isn't a fun viewing for any holiday, let alone Star Wars. 22. The Rise of Skywalker. Very weak finale to not only the sequel trilogy, but the Skywalker saga as a whole. Its contempt for the previous entry and clear lack of direction on where anything wants to go, along with a random resurrection of the main villain from the first 6 films, leaves me perplexed and annoyed every single time I watch it. 21. The Clone Wars movie. Barely even a movie, just an arc from the Clone Wars show that got a theatrical release for some reason. There is a reason I tend to skip this one in my rewatches of these films. I'd much rather just watch the show and even recommend that you do the same. 20. The Phantom Menace. Now we're in the everything after this is at least enjoyable part of the ranking. But admittedly, I still don't love Phantom Menace. Like I said, I didn't even have that much of an appreciation for it until the rewatch I did for this series, and even then I thought it was only okay. Not sure how I'd feel if I started my next rewatch with this one. But either way, still not quite my thing. I'd rather watch Star Trek. 19. The Acolyte. Oh boy, this one's bound to piss some people off. The problem with the show is just that it's mid. I just think it's exhausting to talk about it because it's another one of those projects where people are super inflammatory over it, whether it's positive or negative. 18. Book of Boba Fett. Boring and forgettable except for when Mando hijacks the show. Also, killing off Cad Bane in a super underwhelming way was definitely not how I would have wanted that to go. 17. Andor Season 2. Just wasn't engaging for me, and I thought very large chunks of it were incredibly boring. 16. Obi-Wan Kenobi. The problem with this one is just that it's pretty forgettable. At the time of writing this, I don't remember practically anything about the show. 15. Attack of the Clones. This one is half actually really good and interesting, and half whatever the fuck this love story is. 14. Ahsoka. Really interesting stuff, but also kind of drags. Although they found a way to make Ezra actually enjoyable and not annoying, so there's a plus. 13. Rogue One. Interesting idea and concept, although even to this day I don't quite enjoy it until it gets to the battle on Scarif. 12. The Last Jedi. This is definitely the longest of any Star Wars film, and it shows. Finn's storyline isn't really needed, Poe's is just moronic, but Rey and Luke's is so good that it kind of helps make up for it. Like I said, I would love to see Rian Johnson come back to Star Wars completely disconnected from the main series. 11. Solo. Still enjoy this one. Makes some interesting decisions and is overall just a fun side story that, apart from that stupid ending, you could watch without having seen another Star Wars project and you'd theoretically be fine. 10. Mandalorian Season 3. A big step down from the previous 2 seasons, but I still wouldn't call it bad. 9. Andor Season 1. The first of the actually pretty good part of this ranking. A bit of a slow burn that might not work for everyone, but still a pretty good watch. 8. The Mandalorian Season 2. Not as good as Season 1, but still a good season. 7. The Force Awakens. It is basically just A New Hope again, but I still find it incredibly enjoyable, but I admit this is probably due to nostalgia. 6. Skeleton Crew. An interesting look at the Star Wars universe inspired by Goonies. Has a few pacing issues, but it's still pretty entertaining. 5. Revenge of the Sith. This truly shows the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker, but it still has a few of the same problems I have with the other prequels, although this is easily the best one. 4. The Mandalorian Season 1. Really cool look into how bounty hunters operate in this universe. 3. A New Hope. Do I need to explain this one? 2. Empire Strikes Back. Again, do I need to explain this one? And 1. Return of the Jedi. I already stated this was my favorite. This shouldn't be a surprise. Well, here we are. The end of the road for all the projects I was planning on covering. But I didn't title this series, I reviewed every Star Wars project, or some shit like that. I named it, Why I Dislike Being a Star Wars Fan. There's a very good reason for that. I didn't do it just to clickbait you guys, although I should have made it more clear that it wouldn't really go into effect until this part. That's on me, guys. I apologize. But there's a simple answer and a very long answer. Or more like, it's the same conclusion, but one has a lot more elaboration and nuance. I also admit that I haven't been very subtle about it either, so here it goes. The main reason why I dislike being a Star Wars fan is... Okay, now that I've already pissed a few of you off, let me elaborate because it's a lot more nuanced than I'm making it sound. So I'd actually like to give some context and a little behind-the-scenes look behind the series. So, this was originally going to be one giant video. However, I realized far too quickly that it would have been unmanageable, and I wouldn't have been able to get it out by the time I wanted. So when I realized I was going to make this a series, it was a load off of my back, especially when I took a small break to work on the first half of my DCEU series. So the interesting thing was, as I was working on this series, mainly the first 2 parts and even bits of the last part, I was actually really enjoying myself, especially in learning all the behind-the-scenes stuff about these films. I've always loved looking into filmmaking ever since I was like 9 years old, so this was probably one of the most exciting parts of the process for me. Then, there was a little thought in the back of my mind, a thought that persisted for quite a while, mainly in how I don't think I actually dislike being a Star Wars fan, and I just let a few bad apples get to my head. So the plan was that I was going to keep the title, however, I was going to explain all of this as a reminder of how I went into making the video, mainly as like a snapshot of what my thought process was. However, something changed. It's the one reason I'm really glad I made this a series instead of just dropping it all at once and dipping, aside from the fact I would have been drained once I was done making it. I released the second part about the prequels, and I suddenly remembered everything. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Now I need to make something clear. Not all the comments under that video are bad. Far from it. There are quite a few that had actual thoughtful criticism of what I was presenting. I even acknowledged as such when I replied to them. The main examples I'll use are further elaborating on why I wasn't the biggest fan of Phantom Menace and why I made the Star Trek comparison. And the person who thought my examples for tonal issues in Revenge of the Sith was slightly disingenuous. I admit I should have been more clear and picked better examples to prove my points. I fully admit that. However, there were a few others that did one of 3 things. 1. Didn't watch the video fully. I know this because one guy even said as much and still decided to make all these declarative statements about me as if he had any context or proof other than, "Trust me, bro." 2. Didn't engage with the video properly and misconstrued a lot of what I said in order to make me look bad. Or 3. Just went out of their way to not engage at all and just cause chaos. For example, shout out to the guy who thought I couldn't be a Star Wars fan because I was also a fan of Star Trek. Good thing I didn't mention Doctor Who, or Planet of the Apes, or Transformers, or Alien, or Futurama, or Godzilla, or Dune, or Frankenstein, or War of the Worlds, or... Do you understand how stupid that sounds, saying you can't like one thing because you like something else that's in the same genre? Or there was this one guy who kept spamming the same copy and paste comments about why the prequels are great, or why the special editions are actually good. And when I tell you it was a problem, I mean it was a problem. There was one point where when I finally blocked them from my channel, literally half of the comments got deleted. It was over 200 comments, by the way, and it got basically slashed in half. It actually got to a point where I was considering leaving a pinned comment actively mocking anyone who did that. I decided not to because it didn't become that big of a problem, but I shouldn't have had to do that in the first place. All over the fact we disagreed on the quality of some films. Another common comparison I heard was the red letter media reviews for the prequels. Now I made this clear in my comments, but I guess I'll say it here just to make it absolutely clear. I had not seen the red letter media reviews of the prequels before the making of my video. I have seen all of them since then, and... yikes. See, those reviews are actually fucking terrible. Okay, only barely related tangent, but have any of you guys who were saying this actually watched these reviews? Or at least in recent years? Because Jesus fucking Christ, they are a pain to sit through. Number one, they kind of take the CinemaSins approach and more use these films as an avenue to make jokes nobody laughed at. Especially since those jokes are definitely baked in late 2000s internet humor where it was funny to be edgy. Seriously, these reviews suffer from jokes that go on way too long and nitpicking every single tiny detail of them to death to make them look bad. Something that, to this day, still happens, especially with Star Wars. Some of the points they do make are so laughably stupid that it hurts or comes from the whole, the audience expects every character in the film to have the same knowledge they do kinds of criticism, which, in most cases, never holds up to scrutiny. Even then, some of the criticisms we did share, they either did it for the sake of a bad joke, or were for completely different reasons. Look, I'm not going to pretend like I'm free from fault, but I was a lot more kind to these films than this dumbass ever was. But there's one last thing I don't think enough people realize. A lot of the talking points in these reviews were kind of the general sentiment regarding the prequels around the time. Awkward dialogue, overuse of CGI, bad acting, bad writing in general. These were opinions that were generally held by the public. These videos tried offering an explanation to why that was for anyone that may have not been able to entirely figure it out, to which they did poorly. Hell, if you want evidence, I already mentioned it before in this series, but watch the documentary The People vs. George Lucas. It highlights a lot of interesting things about not only George Lucas, but how Star Wars fans were, and arguably still are. It was a really insightful watch, and it's clear to me that a lot of people haven't seen it. And really fucking should. Basically, that last point boiled down to, I get it's easy to have a scapegoat, but there's a wider picture to this. RLM was just a small piece to that. Okay, back to the issue at hand. The comments under that video immediately reminded me why I titled the series what I did, and the notion I went into making the series with. Hell, it influenced the writing of the last part in this one, because it's the one thing I've hated ever since I actually bothered to start interacting with the fandom. Like I said before, I'd only heard a lot of it in passing and never dealt with it head-on. I knew the prequels generally weren't liked up until around 10 years ago, and I knew that The Last Jedi had a very mixed reception, and I knew there were people who thought the sequel trilogy was just irredeemable dog shit. I never fully knew the extent, however, until I started interacting with the fandom. There's one specific interaction that, to this day, I still think about, all because I thought someone was being overdramatic. It was under an Instagram post around 2 years ago. Now, I'm not going to tell you who this person was or show what their post was, mainly because I don't want to give this guy any more attention than I'm already doing. So basically, what it was a recreation of old propaganda material from World War II with Star Wars discouraging people going to see the new Jedi Order film they're making. They also inaccurately called it Episode 10. So naturally, seeing something I thought was stupid, I wrote, "Are we really that upset about Star Wars that we're starting to make propaganda? What has this fandom become?" To which I got a response that read, "It's become sick and tired of some greedy corporation running the IP into the mud with their garbage content." This is when I fully break down some stuff. I responded, "What's happening to Star Wars is no different than what's happening to Marvel or DC or basically anything else right now. And last time I checked, we haven't started making propaganda for those. Yet. While I admit Disney Star Wars hasn't been great, doing stuff like this is what makes me hate this fandom. Star Wars is not going anywhere else. Disney is not stupid enough to sell the rights if one movie doesn't do well. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think any other company would treat this any better. It doesn't matter if it would be with Disney, Warner Brothers Discovery, Universal, Paramount, or Lionsgate. This franchise was bound to have this happen, and no matter who it's with, the one and only goal will be money." This next part is why I brought this up, because it's still something I always see when discussing this kind of stuff. They responded, "Disney is making garbage Star Wars, the fans are upset, so behaving accordingly, and you hate the fans? Well, sir, on behalf of the fandom, fuck you and Disney. We have no need of your spineless, subservient flesh around these parts." Not expecting such a harsh reaction, I responded, and this was the last time I replied to this guy in particular, I say that Disney Star Wars isn't good, and yet you think I'm a subservient? This is what I mean by I hate this fandom, because it's nothing but pure hatred and complete disregard for someone who dares to have a different opinion. They responded one last time, but the damage was done already, so I didn't bother. They said, you can have whatever opinions you want, but to come here blaming the fans is some BS I can't abide by. No admitting of fault, no apologizing for literally cussing me out because I said something they didn't agree with. They just wanted to believe what they wanted to believe about me and ran with it. Didn't even apologize for it when I called them out. Stuff like this is something I see constantly in this fandom. In fact, here's a weird, maybe not so fun fact about me. I don't tend to block people based on what their opinion is in a certain fandom. I tend to think it's incredibly stupid. However, there are only 2 fandoms I've ever felt the need to block someone for. The first one are Snyder cultists. The second, you guessed it, this fandom. In fact, this interaction reminded me of probably the most insufferable ones, and I find unfortunately the most common. I mean this in the most respectful way possible. I'm immediately going to disregard whatever you say if you try unironically using this argument. I fucking hate the idea of a real fan of really anything, but Star Wars fans are probably the worst with it in my experience. Because it's usually some variation of blah blah blah, George Lucas Star Wars is the only Star Wars, or Legends/EU is the only canon extended universe content, or Disney Star Wars isn't canon because insert arbitrary reason here. And it amazes me how no one realizes how insane that sounds. If there's one thing I hate in fandoms, it's fucking gatekeeping. You're gonna try to gatekeep fucking Star Wars of all things? Star Wars. You know, one of the biggest media franchises ever. You're gonna try gatekeeping that? Yeah. Good luck, buddy. I just absolutely cannot stand this kind of behavior because I think it's elitist garbage and no one should be thinking of themselves in that way. Respectfully, you're not going to look cooler just because you didn't like a movie others did, or vice versa. You just look like a douchebag when you try claiming someone isn't a Star Wars fan over the most arbitrary bullshit. Like also being a Star Trek fan, for instance. Okay, that's the last time I'll use that, I promise. I need to make something clear. If you like the prequels, that's fine, you do you. If you like the sequels, that's fine, you do you. If you hate everything from Star Wars except the goddamn holiday special, then fine. You do you. What I can't stand are people who think they're better than you because you don't fall under their rigid definition of what a real fan is. For example, there were people who thought I hated the prequels because I didn't fully agree with them on their quality, even though if they were paying attention, I gave them a 6, 6.5, and an 8 respectively. The only film I rated negatively in that video was the Clone Wars film. In case you weren't paying attention, that's an average of 6.83 repeating out of 10 for the prequels. That's not a bad score, but because I didn't fall under what their perception of a Star Wars fan was, they thought I hated everything about them, or even one guy who thought I didn't understand them, which is honestly an even bigger insult to make yourself look more intelligent because you understood very easy films to understand. I should also mention another type of comment that I got, one that I also feel like I need to explain in detail. To put it bluntly, Star Wars is one of the closest franchises I hold to my heart. It's one of the first franchises I distinctly remember watching basically in full as I was growing up. Star Wars is literally what got me into filmmaking, as when Force Awakens was coming out, I'd start looking a lot more into the special effects work, the soundtracks of these films, the storytelling, and much, much more. I literally wouldn't be who I am without Star Wars. I wouldn't be doing what I want to do if it weren't for Star Wars. I can't just leave. It's one of those things that's a lot easier said than done. In fact, I'm going to give you an example of a fandom I left for various reasons. So, when I was younger, I loved Harry Potter. I thought it was really cool and really interesting. However, over the years, and more importantly how J.K. Rowling is as a person, made me fall out of love with the series. Even then, that was a several-year ordeal. I didn't just get up and go. It still took some fighting. Give or take about a year or two of it, probably more. The absolute main reason I dislike being a Star Wars fan is because I still love Star Wars, but I don't like being associated with the kind of fans it's garnered. I don't want to be associated with people who thought it was okay to harass actors and/or actresses just because they were in a project they didn't like. I don't want to be associated with people who think that if someone isn't a part of their hive mind of what a real fan is, then they have a right to insult and demean people. I don't want to be associated with people who do nothing but spread hatred and lies just because they don't like some of the newer stuff. I watch Star Wars to have fun, unless it's Andor. I watch movies to have fun. I make videos about said movies to have fun. I hate when that fun is being taken away from me or others over the stupidest reasons. Now there's one thing I need to make insanely clear, just in case for the people in the back who think I'm generalizing. I'm not saying the fandom as a whole is like this. Not at all. However, I bring it back to the analogy I used earlier on when I believed a few bad apples tried ruining my experience with Star Wars. See, that saying is actually cut in half. The actual saying, in full, is, a few bad apples spoil the bunch. Again, for the people in the back, a small number of people who act like this can still have dire consequences on the rest of the fandom. Now I need to state, if you disagree with any of the opinions I shared about the shows or movies in this series, but still let it slide, you're not who I'm talking about. You're fine. However, if you are getting extremely angry or upset at what I had to say, and even more so when giving examples of what I don't like about the fandom, then I want you to look inwards on why you think that way. Because chances are, you behave exactly like how I described, and you didn't like the idea that I just called you out for your bullshit. Unfortunately, though, I'm sure there are people who didn't even make it this far into the video and still felt the need to bitch and moan about stuff I never said, or assuming things about me with no evidence, or even being disproven by this very video. I love Star Wars. There are very few Star Wars projects I actively despise. I'm always going to love this franchise. I'll probably watch Mandalorian and Grogu when that comes out. I might check out Ahsoka Season 2 when that comes out. There's still a good chance that I will check out whatever Star Wars has in store next. I just don't love how everywhere I go, I see this constant infighting over a series of movies, books, games, etc. The beautiful thing about Star Wars is George Lucas laid out a universe where you can tell practically any kind of story, and it'll work. You want to tell a story about a single hero taking down an empire? You got it. You want a tragedy about the downfall of a once noble warrior? You got it. You want a show that's inspired by Western and samurai films? You got it. You want a show that's inspired by Amblin Entertainment films from the 80s? You got it. You want a show about how living in a fascist regime is really terrible and how a little spark of hope could lead to its downfall? You got it. There are still so many things you could do with this franchise. Like, for example, this is going to be another tangent, please make a horror film for Star Wars. I know Scott Derrickson had ideas for a Wampa horror film on Hoth that I would pay good money for. Or there were those zombie troopers in Ahsoka that probably appeared in something else. I don't quite remember it off the top of my head. There's still so much you could do. I just don't want that potential wasted because of some dumb bullshit. Guess what happened when I was recording for this video? I want to thank all of you for listening to my yapping for God knows how long. I'm always down to talk about Star Wars, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to, especially as there's a ton of things I didn't know about it before working on this video. After this, I'm probably going to finish my series about the DCEU, and I'll also be working on a video about the films I saw that came out in 2025. Either way, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. This is also related to the music, but it needs to be stated. So shortly after the film came out, we found out through John Williams' brother, Don Williams, that Jod... Fucking Jod.
It's pronounced Jod, by the way.
God damn it.
I should mention this as it may have caused a little bit of confusion. While this series did start airing before the release of Rise of Skywalker, Season 1 ended after the premiere of Rise of Skywalker. I figured that I'd count when the season finale aired to be when I would discuss it. Also, highlighting all the theatrical films then the shows is also just a much better flow than awkwardly dropping a series review and dripping. What the fuck? Oh, Wesley, I'm dripping. Fuck. I do feel like with this episode, it feels like they're rushing things a bit. I honestly feel like this and the finale should have just been combined into one massive episode because of how weirdly rushed these episodes feel. Like Brutus being disposed of kind of underwhelmingly. Now, I might be biased because I quite liked Brutus's design and being able to bring back the Shistavanin? Fuck, that is a fucking mouthful. Jesus Christ.